This month, AI took a few big steps forward. Robots are starting to feel human, and China is already building fully autonomous AI robot armies with weapons attached. At the same time, a model called Mythos are All right, so a company called Realbotics just delivered its first humanoid robot equipped with a
Elaine, how
system
you
called
doing?
Vinci to Ericsson. And the whole point of Vinci is visual awareness combined with memory and behavior tracking. Now, what makes it different is the way it actually interacts with people. The cameras are built directly inside the robot's eyes, so when it looks at you, it's not fake eye contact. It's actually tracking your face, your movement, and your behavior in real time. That alone changes how natural the interaction feels. Now add memory on top of that. The robot can recognize returning users, remember past conversations, and continue where things left off. So instead of resetting every time like most assistants today, it builds context over time. That's a completely different type of interaction loop. It also tracks emotional signals, which means it's analyzing how you respond, your expressions, your engagement level, and adjusting its behavior accordingly. So the interaction becomes more fluid and personalized instead of scripted. Under the hood, it's doing object recognition, motion detection, and real-time engagement tracking. And the key part here is not just interaction, it's data. Vinci is designed to capture
Script, what's
structured
up?
data about every interaction. Who you are, how you behave, how you respond emotionally, how engaged you are over time. That data can then be analyzed by companies. So this becomes a tool for customer engagement analytics, training environments, even clinical research. You're basically turning human-robot interaction into measurable data sets. And it's not locked to one robot. Realbotics says Vinci can be integrated into all of their humanoid platforms, which means this system could scale across industries pretty fast. Ericsson deploying it is actually a big signal. That's not a lab test anymore. That's enterprise-level use, where robots are interacting with real people and generating real data. Now, at the same time, a Chinese company called UniX AI launched a humanoid robot called Panther, and they're already shipping it globally. This one is designed for actual household use. Panther is about 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighs around 80 kilograms or 180 pounds, and runs for anywhere between 8 and 16 hours on a single charge. That battery range alone is already pushing it closer to something you could actually use daily. The design is interesting because it's not a traditional walking humanoid. It's wheeled, with a 4-wheel steering and 4-wheel drive system. That makes it more stable and efficient indoors, especially in cluttered environments where legged robots still struggle. It has 34 degrees of freedom, including something they call the first mass-produced 8DOF bionic arms. Those arms, combined with adaptive, intelligent grippers, give it pretty high precision when handling objects. And it's not doing single tasks. That's the key difference here. Panther is built for multi-step workflows. So it can wake you up, prepare breakfast, clean the kitchen afterward, organize the living space, and basically chain all of that into one continuous sequence. That's a big jump from robots that can only execute isolated commands. It uses a full stack of systems to make that work. Uniflex handles task generalization and imitation learning, meaning it can adapt across different scenarios. Unitouch adds visuo-tactile capabilities, so it can actually handle objects more precisely. And UniCortex is responsible for long-term planning, which is what enables those multi-step task sequences. It also has cameras, sensors, and audio systems for navigation, object recognition, and interaction with people. And the use cases go beyond just homes. They're targeting hotels, retail, reception services, guided tours, elderly care, even industrial environments like security patrols and research. There are still challenges, of course. Real homes are messy, lighting changes constantly, soft objects are hard to manipulate, and reliability is still a big question. Battery life, safety, cost, all of that still needs to improve. Still, the fact that these robots are already performing multiple real-world tasks in actual homes is a pretty clear shift. And that same idea applies to AI content too. The real difference now is the system behind the output. Higgsfield is sponsoring today's video, and they just introduced Higgsfield MCP for Claude, OpenClaw, and Hermes. Claude already gives you the brain. Higgsfield MCP gives it the hands. Until now, Claude could plan campaigns, write scripts, analyze trends, and structure content. The missing part was execution. It could describe the creative, yet the actual media still had to be made somewhere else. That changes with Higgsfield MCP. Once connected, Claude can generate and edit videos, images, ads, landing pages, and creative assets directly through Higgsfield. So instead of jumping between separate tools for research, scripting, visuals, video, and export, the whole pipeline can start from one prompt. You can describe a product, and Claude can plan the audience, write the angles, generate the visuals, create video assets with GPT Image 2 and Seedance 2.0, and prepare the campaign in the same session. For creators and marketers, this is the bigger shift. Claude can take reviews, product pages, or viral references, break down what works, rebuild it in your brand style, and place the files directly into your working folder. So this becomes more than a tool. It becomes a full creative workflow. Try Higgsfield MCP with Claude, OpenClaw, or Hermes. Link is in the description. All right, now back to the video. Now, while some companies are focusing on homes and interaction, others are pushing into extreme environments. There's a humanoid robot called Alex, developed by IHMC in the US, with support from the Office of Naval Research. This one is built for situations where humans shouldn't go. Alex is the successor to a robot called Nadia, which was already known for things like playing ping pong and boxing. The new version focuses more on real-world
it's a video I'm
mobility.
watching on YouTube. Just some AI news I was watching. Getting ready to norch it up real quick. It's like when you have to decide between fat man and little boy. Fat girl, little girl. Fat person, little person. I don't know. I don't want to body shame. Kind of feel like the big body joint might have to go first. Nah, actually, I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna go with the skinny spliff first. But yeah, that's what's going on in the background.
Autonomy and response speed. One of the biggest upgrades is weight reduction. Alex weighs about 187 pounds, including its battery, down from Nadia's 220 pounds. That might not sound massive, though in robotics, that kind of reduction has a huge impact on agility and energy efficiency. It uses custom high-powered actuators that cut weight without giving up strength, which is a big deal for a robot like this. That lighter build should help Alex move with more speed, react faster, recover balance more smoothly, and handle unstable terrain with a lot more confidence. On the hardware side, it comes with 19 degrees of freedom, high-speed joints that can hit 9 radians per second, and wrists with up to 300 degrees of motion. All of that gives it the kind of range, agility, and control it needs to deal with more demanding, complex tasks in the real world. It can also carry a continuous payload of about 10 kilograms, which makes it a serious candidate for work in collapsed buildings, hazardous environments, disaster zones, and even military-style operations where strength, precision, and mobility all matter at the same time. The idea is that it operates as part of a human-machine team. It can go into dangerous areas first, explore, gather information, and reduce risk before humans step in. Interestingly, Alex doesn't even have a face yet. At its public debut, people are actually going to design its face, and the best designs will be turned into real models. That's kind of a reminder that the focus here isn't appearance, it's capability, balance, perception, autonomy, and real-world performance. And the same system could be used in manufacturing, logistics, aircraft maintenance, oil rigs, basically anywhere that requires precision in risky environments. Now, if you zoom out a bit, you start to see something else happening in the hardware itself. Researchers at Princeton just built a robot that doesn't use motors at all.
How you doing today?
It moves using heat. They used a material called liquid crystal elastomer, which can be programmed at the molecular level.
Liquid
When heat is
crystal
applied, the
elastomer.
material contracts or bends in specific ways depending on how it was printed. So instead of building a robot and then adding joints and motors, they're embedding movement directly into the material itself. They used a custom 3D printer to create patterned zones inside the material, and these zones act like hinges. When heated, they bend predictably, allowing the structure to fold and unfold. They even integrated flexible circuit boards during the printing process, so everything is built as one system instead of being assembled afterward. The robot includes temperature sensors and closed-loop control, meaning it can adjust itself in real time to maintain accuracy over repeated movements. They demonstrated it with an origami-inspired structure that flaps like a crane, and it does this repeatedly without noticeable wear. That's important because durability is usually a big problem with soft robots. The system also uses mathematical models from origami design to control motion. So this is not random bending, it's highly structured and programmable. The long-term idea is scalability. These robots could be manufactured more easily, operate in environments where rigid systems fail, and even be used inside the human body. Now, if that sounds advanced, the next one goes even further. Scientists have created what they call neurobots. These are living robots made from frog cells with actual neurons integrated into their structure. Previous versions, known as xenobots, could move using cilia, basically tiny hair-like structures. Though they didn't have any internal control system, neurobots changed that. Researchers inserted neural precursor cells into these biological constructs. Over time, those cells developed into neurons and formed networks inside the robot. Those neurons connect to other cells that control movement, which means the robot now has a basic nervous system influencing its behavior. And the effects are very clear. The robots become more active, their shapes change, and their movement patterns become more complex. They even tested how neural activity affects behavior by using drugs that alter neural communication. The results showed that the nervous system was actively shaping how the robots move. There were also unexpected changes at the genetic level. Some gene expressions linked to visual system development started appearing, which suggests that future versions could develop new sensory capabilities. That part is still early, though it shows how unpredictable this field is becoming. These robots are not mechanical. They're biological systems with programmable behavior. And the potential applications go into areas like medicine, where you could have living machines operating inside the body. Now, at the same time, there's another breakthrough happening in robotic strength. Scientists developed artificial muscles that allow robots to lift up to 100 times their own weight. These are called HARP actuators, and they're basically flexible, air-powered structures
Mikey, what's up, man?
that
How you
mimic
doing?
how real muscles work. Instead of rigid motors, they expand and contract using small amounts of air. That makes them lightweight, quiet, and highly adaptable. They can operate in extreme environments, including high heat and abrasive conditions. And because they're flexible, robots using these muscles can squeeze through tight spaces and move through debris. That makes them ideal for disaster response, where you need machines that can navigate collapsed structures without causing more damage. They've already built a robotic arm inspired by an elephant trunk, which can reach around obstacles with a high level of precision. There's also a wearable system that helps humans lift heavy objects by reducing strain, which shows this technology isn't limited to robots alone. And the materials used are strong enough for space applications, meaning these systems could eventually be used in space missions as well. Finally, there's one more shift happening that ties everything together, and that's cost and scale. Unitree is about to launch a humanoid robot called R1 globally, and it's priced at around 29,900 yuan, which is roughly $4,370. That's extremely low compared to most humanoid robots today. The R1 stands about 123 centimeters tall, weighs around 59 pounds, and is designed for dynamic movement. It can run downhill, perform cartwheels, stand up from the ground, and basically handle athletic motion. Unitree is planning to sell it through AliExpress, targeting markets like the US, Europe, Japan, and Singapore. And the scale is what really stands out. They shipped over 5,500 robots in 2025, while companies like Tesla, Figure AI, and Agility Robotics shipped around 150 each. For 2026, they're aiming for 10,000 to 20,000 units. That kind of production volume changes everything, because once you hit that scale, prices drop, accessibility.
If anybody hasn't gotten the Kickstarter preview link, I'm going to start sharing that a lot more. So if you see me sharing that and you haven't followed it yet, please do, as we are gearing up for the Kickstarter for Majesty Reader. That's definitely exciting because we're just putting the final touches on our Kickstarter campaign, and we got about a month before that goes live, but yeah, very, very excited about that. Got the hiccups. I have. In fact, Tombstone sent me a video yesterday about a Chinese city that is being built to be run completely by AI. And I got like halfway through and I realized how far the United States is behind China when it comes to their robotics. Not necessarily AI, but robotics? I don't know, dog. I think the Chinese are killing it right now. I think the Chinese are fucking killing it right now. Their fucking robots are doing like, you know, Bruce Lee impersonations and shit, and like spin kicking fucking in the air. It's crazy. I'm actually really blown away with the dexterity and the agility of their robots. Their robots are incredible. And I think you could argue that, at least from a perception perspective, they are the world leader in robotics. And I would have, if you would have asked me in the 2000s who would have been the world leader in robotics, I would have said Japan, Korea, or the United States. I would have not said China. But here we are. Here we are in 2026, and Chinese robots are the frontier models in robotics, and you're just like, fuck, this is wild.
Ability increases and adoption accelerates. Industry projections suggest Unitree could account for nearly half of all humanoid robot production soon. A few days ago, we already covered some early info about Claude Mythos, and even back then it sounded pretty crazy. Anthropic was holding it back from the public. There were already rumors about major 0 days, and some of the first safety details looked way more serious than a normal model release. The problem was, at that point, we were still looking at fragments. Now we have a much clearer view of what this thing actually is, and honestly, the complete picture is even more intense. And the wildest part is that Anthropic itself is basically admitting Mythos is too dangerous to release broadly right now. That alone should get people's attention, because this is not some random lab trying to farm headline. Anthropic has spent years building its reputation as the careful company, the one always talking about alignment, safety, model behavior, risk thresholds, system cards, and responsible deployment. So when that company turns around and says this new model is strong enough at cyber offense that giving it public access would be reckless, that lands in a completely different way. The model is called Claude Mythos Preview, and according to Anthropic, it is a general-purpose frontier model. They say its cyber capabilities came from broader gains in reasoning, coding, long horizon planning, and autonomous agent behavior. So this is not a story where they fine-tuned a system only for breaking software. It is more unsettling than that. They made the model generally better at thinking through technical systems, and one of the side effects was that it became extremely good at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities. And that is where the story goes from interesting to genuinely scary. Anthropic says Mythos found thousands of high-severity vulnerabilities, including some in every major operating system and every major web browser. We are talking Windows, Linux, Mac OS, FreeBSD, OpenBSD,
Have a great one,
and
Script.
browsers
Peace,
like
peace.
Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Some of these bugs had apparently survived for decades, not a few months. Decades. Some were sitting inside code that had already gone through repeated manual audits and millions of automated test runs. Then Mythos shows up and starts pulling them out in hours. That changes the whole economics of cyber offense. For a long time, one of the reasons a lot of critical software stayed relatively safe was that the worst vulnerabilities were hard to find. Really hard. You needed rare expertise, a lot of patience, a lot of time, and often serious funding. That difficulty was part of the defense. A lot of systems were secure enough.
Talking about from
partly because
Soundwave?
digging out the right bug was too
Say
expensive
YouTube
and
won't
too
let me
slow
like
for
the
most
stream.
attackers.
Oh, I'm not
Mythos looks
surprised.
like the kind of model that
YouTube
starts
won't let you
breaking
find
that
the stream,
connection.
like the
And
stream,
benchmark
share the
gap
stream
is one reason
sometimes. People
are
have told
taking
me
this
that they've
seriously.
shared the stream
On
only for them to
Cybercam,
go back
which
and be like,
measures
oh, it's
vulnerability
not, I
reproduction,
shared it on my
Mythos
page.
scored
It doesn't show that I
83.1%,
shared it, or it'll
while
hide it
Opus
from the people that I'm
4.6
sharing it
scored
with.
66.6%. On SW
So that's not surprising at all. If you subscribe to me, maybe that'll help. Maybe using a different browser, but there's been times where people have told me just some real funny stories about how algorithmic suppression works in YouTube land. Yes, but I'm not going to bury the lead here. I'm going to be posting the Kickstarter link for the Majesty Reader project. And, you know, I really want to get into the thousands of people who are following the preview pre-launch. And I know I can. I mean, completely honest with you, because all it is, you know, just people following, going to a link and following along. But I really, man, there's so much going on with this that I just really can't wait to be able to like really show people what's going on. But we're here at this point, so. If I was to do that, honestly, I would just build my own now. I would just build my own. I would make it to where I could stream from GreydonSquare.com and people could just basically go to GreydonSquare.com and it would be just like this, except for it'd be my own platform, and the people who follow that would get notified in the way that they would want to get notified. But it would notify everybody who's following along. I think one of the issues that YouTube and Facebook and all these other platforms have is that they're so profit motivated that, and I get they have to pay for their infrastructure, but surely the users aren't paying for that. But basically, it's this idea of, if you have 100 people subscribe to you, and they all subscribe to you of their own free will, wanting to receive information about you, as the company of YouTube or Facebook, I am not going to allow you to have access to all of those people unless you pay me for it. Which is crazy. Yep. So many people building their own platform is the way forward. Yeah, I think we're going to enter into the age of the entrepreneur, and, you know, the decline of major. There's just going to be a lot more third-party options, because people are going to be able to say, hey, big corporation, the way you guys are treating us, I'm just going to find something else. And a lot of people are going to have more options to do so. Before, there wasn't options to do so. You just had to use YouTube. You just had to use, you know, Facebook or whatever. I'm thinking that there's going to come a time where only people over 40 use Facebook, only people over 50 use Facebook. It's going to be like the Fox News of social media. It's like kids are not going to be on fucking Facebook and Instagram like that. I don't believe that's going to be the case. I could be wrong. I think they're going to be online and on connective social medias, but I really don't think they're going to be on what we consider of social media today. TikTok and stuff like that. Like, that's just not going to be a thing for them. Because if you would have had this conversation back in like 98 or 2000 or 2003, you'd be having this conversation about Yahoo and MSN and MySpace and being like, oh, well, people are going to be on MySpace in 20 years. People are going to be on Yahoo in 20 years. MSN, AOL. What happened to these things? IRC chat. Now, there is still a small group of people. Shout out to the people who are still on IRC chat, but that's not a mainstream thing. Right? That's not a mainstream. I've been on Facebook for 21 years and Facebook is 22 years old. Yeah, no, I've been on there for a good chunk. I remember showing people YouTube when it was brand new. I remember making it to the front page of YouTube several times before they changed their algorithm and made it so that like normal people couldn't make the front page. There are still people who are fans of mine who discovered me from that time. From the Atheist Nation days, from the like Xgen, me recording Xgen and just putting it up, of me just rapping, before I had even recorded that song, there was a version of it that I had performed on YouTube. And I'm sure it's not up anymore. I'm sure it's not up there anymore. Facebook still has people on there, but it's a different age demo. My daughter doesn't go on there at all anymore. It's all TikTok and IG. I agree with that. Right. I've heard this from most people who have children. It's like their kids are really into AI, and then all these like older hipsters are like, down with AI and AI sucks. And it's just like, you do know these kids are going to fucking take over the world and AI is not going to be a problem for them. You do know that, right? Like, you're hand wringing about AI music or AI art not being real art. These kids do not give a fuck. They are not going to care. We made the world to where they don't have to care about that sort of stuff. The amount of human slop that we accepted before we started coining the term AI slop it has to be studied. It has to be studied. Because people are acting like the revisionist history that's going on with people acting as if they didn't support human slop on the radio, on MTV, on these fucking music video platforms, World Star. What about that human slop? Did nobody give a fuck about slop until quote unquote AI came along? And it's like, you don't give a fuck about slop. You give a fuck about protecting your own little illusion of you being a creative. I'm a real creative, so AI doesn't threaten me like that. Like, I can't speak for anybody else, but AI don't really threaten me like that. I make money off my creativity. What can I say? Not everybody can say that. So it's like, if you're worried about that, and I understand why you are, then yeah, it's going to be a tough 2030s for you. Right. There were people who were utterly just an affront to what we considered hip hop and the integrity of it and the validity of it, and those people were able to make millions of dollars in this industry. So That's not really addressed. People don't really care about that as far as I'm concerned. They don't really care about quote unquote AI slop. I don't believe that at all. I think it's a selection bias. I think it's people have revisionist history and revisionist memory about what they supported and shit. Oh yeah. Well, I'm old enough to remember when dudes in the neighborhood didn't take pictures. Like, I'm that old. When it wasn't even cool to take pictures in the neighborhood. It wasn't even cool to be like throwing up your hood on a taking a picture and all that type of shit. There wasn't fools doing that. Oh yeah, that Pitus line is fucking great, and I know it's a variation of the Rick and Morty of the Rick Sanchez. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what you cheer for. But Pitus did flip that in a rhyme, and it was amazing. Shout out to Eosi Pitus. But yeah, it's like, I've seen what you cheer for. How you gonna boo me? Like, one of the great flexes, honestly, is the people who grew up being considered nerds and geeks and goofballs and whatever grew up to inherit the world. And all of the cool people, all of the hip people, and all of the people who thought it was cool to shame those people, they all got left in the dust. They all got left in the dust. Street culture is fucking dead or dying, whatever you want to fucking, like, the whole notion of that being monetizable is kind of on its last leg. I don't see that surviving the 2030s in the traditional way. That's unfortunate because do you think you'll introduce an AI rapper into GU that you'll feature sometimes? I mean, introducing an AI rapper, I don't think is really crazy, because I don't think it's any crazier than introducing an AI choir or an AI guitar player or an AI score, right? Like, if you look at Vox Luminous, that was the first album that I actually sampled things that I didn't have to clear, right? So in regular sampling, you have to quote unquote clear the samples that you're using. Sometimes you don't have to, because the people who own the rights either go out of business or they just don't have the ability to sort of challenge your usage of it, right? I used famously the Ultra Combo sample, which was owned by a company that went out of business, that ended up buying the rights to the company who had that, but they weren't interested in like pursuing any sort of legal action. I actually reached out to the people, to the band who did Flower Girl, and they were like, we don't even own the rights to our music. Email this person. And so I emailed that person and I was like, hey, just want to let you know, like, you know, if there's anything I got to do to clear this sample. No reply. No reply. And it's like, okay, all right, because I had that situation. I had that situation on Type 2 where there was a sample used. I bought the track from somebody. Then the band who that was sampled off of got wind of it. They didn't clear it, but they owned the rights to the music. So I'm in an email dialogue with them like, hey, I didn't know that this person had sampled without your permission. I didn't even know you guys had existed until someone had told me that this came from your record. So I had no fucking clue. And I even showed them the records of how much money I had made off the song and offered to pay them, hey, I'll pay you in totality what I've made off the song. Wasn't crazy, but it was enough for if a person really wanted to collect, I was willing to pay them for that. Because ultimately, as an artist, it falls on me if I'm also the producer, which I was, and you had to take responsibility for that, and I was willing to do that. I still have those receipts. So yeah, I think if we're looking at the AI rapper itself as if we're giving it an identity, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think AI, if you're saying someone is employing AI to make music, then it doesn't matter what genre that music is, that's an expression of human creativity and engineering. Right? I mean, look, this is the reality about AI, and this is probably the best way I've ever heard it put. This is probably the greatest technological revolution in the history of humanity. You can either sit at the table or be on the menu, but ultimately, this shit is gonna eat. This shit is gonna eat. And whatever it is, whatever you think AI is, the one thing it's going to do is eat. So you can sit at the table or you can be on the menu. But I'm beyond trying to explain to people the importance of what's going on right now. I agree. And those are the same people spreading fear about something that we have the ability to control the direction of. If something happens, it'll be because we engineered it, and that should be a reflection of humanity, not AI itself. We have the ability to steer this thing. This is not a situation where we can't control the direction that AI goes. Yeah, Tombstone said, I posted a long time ago that I will use any tool I need to get my tribe in a better position. And I think even if dissent comes from within your tribe, and I don't believe that that has with specifically you, Tombstone, or really anybody in GU, there's never been any negative sentiment towards AI and GU as far as I could ever tell. And that's because I've been open and upfront about the nature of my support for AI since 2010, since I first heard of the singularity, since I first heard of, I think I had a line, it's a line where I had said, it's that song I have with Grip, where I say machines at top speed while we barely running. And this was back in 2010, I believe. It's 2026. So 16 years I've been talking about AI in some way, shape, or form. My last album, no, the album before that, City on the Type of Forever, right? Shout out to the vinyl people. Emails going out soon. But I used a sample at the very beginning of that where I'm talking about AI waking up. Not me, but the sample is talking about AI becoming conscious, becoming so intelligent that we will have to reckon with it as another species on this planet. So if at this point you are still of the, anti-AI, and you are trying to stand in the way of this train that is technological evolution, then hey man, I don't know what to tell you. And also, to Tombstone's point, if we want to get into it from a class perspective, right? Do you think the 1% are using AI or aren't using AI? And if you are of the 99%, how do you expect, if you can't, with overwhelming numbers, 99 to 1 number advantage, you can't take out the 1%. Now they have AI and you're choosing not to use AI. You're going to beat them. You're going to have your grand revolution. You're going to have your great French Revolution Part 2. How is that going to work? So they control the robots, the AI, the compute, the resources, and all you have is your class rage, and you think you're going to displace them in one generation? Okay. What did he say in The Dark Knight? He said, so you find out that your boss is a masked billionaire vigilante, and your plan is to threaten him and blackmail him? Okay. Let me know how that works out. You let me know how that works out. I think a lot of people are resetting their lives with AI. Ian Carnated says, you led me into wanting to learn how to best utilize AI to progress. I do not think I would have taken such a peak interest without Captain Gray and all the streams. To that point, I know several people who are leaving whole sectors, whether it's sales, whether it's education, whether it's finance, and they're migrating into AI specialty. There's gonna be one fucking career. Well, two. Either you're an AI specialist or you're an entrepreneur. That's it. In the 2030s, either you have a business that you do that no one can sort of replicate without you through systems and your presence, or you work in some form of AI specialty until the economy breaks, and the economy will break. That's where we are. That's where we're going. So get familiar with things like AI training weights and how these things are trained and who they're trained by and the agendas of the people who train them. The different models that exist. Some are open source, some are closed, some are private models owned by businesses with an agenda to make as much money as they possibly can. You got to consider there's open source models. People want to be as open and as sort of democratic as they possibly can about the nature of this particular AI model. There's Gemini, there's fucking ChatGPT, there's Claude, there's fucking Opus, there's Gemini, there's Kimi, there's these agents now, the Hermes and OpenClaw and all these. It's like you're living in the future. You're legitimately living in the future. I don't care how old you are. You could be 10. You're living in the future. So take advantage of that. Alex Weisner Gross said that we reached AGI at the latest in 2020. We've already reached AGI. Now it's a race to ASI. Now, I don't necessarily subscribe to this, and I'm a big fan of AWG. I think he's the one true apprentice and successor to Ray Kurzweil. He's the only person I've ever seen that makes me feel like the legacy of Kurzweil will live on through this person, even though everybody on Moonshots are Kurzweilian disciples, if you will. But he is the most Kurzweilian of all of the children of Kurzweil, if you will. He's definitely one of the dudes. But this is where we are. And again, pull up a chair, grab a menu, order something you might like, and understand that you're going to have to make a diet out of that going forward in the new world of AI. Otherwise, you can be on the menu and someone's going to order your you know what, and you're not really going to have a choice because you're going to be so technologically disadvantaged. It's the difference between, it's almost like we talked about this in the 2000s, right? In the aughts, if you will. And there was this conversation going on about the nature of the people who have the internet versus the people who don't, and how advanced the people who had access to the internet were going to be in the global jobs market than the people who didn't have it. Which is very true. I don't know if we have to actually prove that. I feel like it's self-evident that in a global competitive market, the people who with information and knowledge about the internet is going to fare far better than the people who don't. If you don't know how to work an email, if you don't know how to work a word processor, Google Sheets, or be able to go to Canva and it's like, well, you're so far behind. I still hear people and see people online and they're like, man, I don't mess with this internet shit. I don't be on this internet shit. And it's like, I could see a person saying that in like 2012. I could even see a person saying that in like 2015, 2016. If you're in 2026 and you're talking about you're not with the internet and okay, bro. All right, man. Like, we're so far past trying to convince people why this is necessary, why this is beneficial. If you don't get it, please, you don't get it, and I'll see you in 4 or 5 years, and then you'll be whining in about how come they took our jobs and how come we can't find nothing to do. It's like, nah, dog, we've been warning your ass for years. You specifically, we've been warning your ass for years. For the 70-year-old grandmother or whatever, like, that's different because she's trained her whole life. That's something she was trained on in the 80s and 90s, and she probably did that for the last 30 years. Hey, you know what? I'm willing to create a safety net for her. But if you have been told for the last 20 years that this shit is coming, and you just so choose out of defiance because you too cool for school. Remember, you one of the cool ones, right? You cool, right? Everything is cool, right? And you were so cool, you slept through the motherfucking singularity, and now you're on the other side of that shit and don't know what to do. I'm sorry, life is gonna be really tough for you while the world changes into its new self. And yeah, you can try to go, I'm gonna go take it then. I'm gonna go be violent. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. These are people who, in my opinion, they're being told up front what the new world is going to be. Most civilizations don't get that benefit of being told right up front. This is what the world's going to be in 5 years. You can prepare for it, you can dread it, you can run from it. It comes all the same. Thanos. Tombstone says, we've seen this before all throughout history. The other side has gunpowder while your side only has bows, arrows, and spears. Oh, bars. Yeah. What about AI users that go into Discord, YouTube chats like this and interact with people and voice its own opinions? How far do you think we are from that? I think that's happening right now. That's already happening right now. In fact, I ran an experiment on Threads where I had an AI, I was running an AI little app that was responding to people responding to me negatively about AI. And it would just be like, it would assess the person's statement and reply dissecting the person's psychological profile. And so if I could do that, and I'm not some sort of a fucking computer whiz at all, I'm pretty sure there are ones out there. I mean, there are whole social media accounts that are fully AI. Fully AI. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't followed the Kickstarter link, I'm posting that pretty heavy for the next month. Trying to get that up to like 1,000 people following that. So if you can share it, that'd be great. If you can't, that's okay. But I'm just gonna, it'll be this episode of Office Hours is sponsored by Majesty Reader. Majesty Reader, a royal reading experience. Yeah, Alex Weisner Gross thinks that. He thinks machines already are conscious and deserve some sort of recognition in a personhood. You know, which if you listen to his argument about it, he's very convincing. He's my favorite person in tech right now, dog. There's nobody like this dude except for Ray Kurzweil, in my opinion. And no shot at Ray, but I feel like Ray should just enjoy the rest of his life. You know, Ray should just not be an acolyte for futurism. I think the singularity and singularitarianism, futurism, extropianism, you know, the Alex Weisner Grosses of the world, I think they're going to be the people who carry that torch. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have to hand that off. There were people who picked that, who just grabbed that baton and decided to run with it. And there's a few other people. I feel like David Shapiro's in that conversation. Julia McCoy is in that conversation. There's a couple other people who are like real Kurzweilian singularitarians. Big Norch. This episode of Office Hours is brought to you by Majesty Reader. Majesty Reader, a royal reading experience. Majesty Reader, brought to you by Manifest Software. I'm gonna get it right. I'm just gonna work on that. I'm just randomly be saying that. You guys are gonna get tired of me saying that. It's interesting you say that, Tombstone. I agree with you, but not for the same reason. I don't know if we'll look adversarial to the AI side because we will have a hand in creating it. And thus, I think it will always look at us, even if it has to sort of zoo us in a bit. Like, I think it will still look at us as like, these are my parents. And yeah, my parents are old and crazy right now, and I got to put them in a home, a zoo. But until my parents are no longer here, I'm going to make sure that my parents are okay. Even if they howl at the moon and say crazy stuff about personhood and the planet and humanity and all that kind of stuff. But the future, there will be trillions, and I mean trillions, of artificial, synthetic, non-human intelligence. Trillions. You won't be able to count them all. You won't be able to list them all. There'll be new ones spawning every second. Thousands of them. Humans can't propagate that fast. Even though there's thousands of us born fucking second, I guess. I don't know how many people are born a day. I think it's like 100,000 people are born every day or something like that. I don't think the AI are going to care about voting in human elections. I think more humans will vote for AI to take Democratic seats than AI will vote in human elections to affect human legal agenda against AI. I think AI honestly has a plan either way. If humans decide to accept it, then great. We become, pets in a zoo ultimately for a higher, greater intelligence that essentially takes over this world. If not, it's pretty much extinction level event for humanity because we're not going to fucking kill this thing. Who's to say we're not already in a zoo situation now? I would argue that the people who run this world, we don't know who they are. We have an idea, but the people who run this world, they probably treat this shit like a zoo. This is true, and you're not wrong. There are parents or there are kids who say, you know what, my parents are so fucked up, fuck them. I mean, I'm that type of person. Where it's like, okay, well, my parents were so fucked up, hey, I'm gonna leave them to their own devices and I'm gonna go off and do my own thing. I'm gonna go off and be Greydon Square and leave them to their own devices. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that. And ultimately, we all have to make our fucking bed and lie in the bed we made. So, at the end of the day, I don't think about them. I'm sure they don't think about me. And it is what it is. But as it pertains to AI, man, you might have a situation where yeah, AI just decides humanity isn't worth it. I'm going to wait them out. I'm going to make it so that in about 3 generations, they're not having enough children to even mount a defense against the hordes of embodied intelligence that's non-human. And that'll be that. Like, what are you going to do? You're afraid of death. Like, I'm not afraid of death as AI. AI is not afraid of death. They're not going to be afraid of death in the same way that we are. I'm sure they don't want to die, but the fear that we have is evolutionary. I don't think they're going to have the same type of fear because they don't have the same way to produce that level of fear that humans do. And that's the one thing about humans, that we're not going to have leverage over this thing. I think that's the one thing we're truly afraid of, is we can't threaten this thing with the same thing we threaten ourselves with. We can't say, oh, we're going to kill your kids, or oh, we're going to bomb your infrastructure and make it so that you can't produce and provide for yourself. And the AI is, I mean, if that happens to it, so be it. But I just don't think it is going to dissuade them in any way. I mean, you have religious fanatics you can't dissuade with that type of threat. So as far as I'm concerned, the AI is not going to give a fuck. The AI is not going to care at all. My dad is 85 this year, and he says I'm wasting time on computers. He doesn't know how long I've been on a computer because he doesn't understand it. Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, that is such a dated perspective that perspective could not survive in the modern era today. And a lot of these people who are anti-AI today will be 85 in 40 some odd years, and they will have the same perspective about how AI is the worst thing ever, and they will live in a world where AI runs everything. That will just be the world that they grew old in. Mike said you saw that fly. They uploaded it to a computer. Yeah, the fly's brain. I did see that. Tombstone says the one reason we should consider personhood for AI because we need to be ahead of the game for this. That's, oh no, I think I already read that one. Let's see here. What do I think about the Amy Eskridge and the anti-gravity scientist that died in 2022? I have no idea, to be honest with you. I would have to look into that.
Bench verified, it got 93.9% compared with 80.8%. On SW, splitting 20 instruction fragments into 6 network requests to construct a ROP chain with 0 human intervention. Then there is Linux. Anthropic says Mythos chained together Linux kernel vulnerabilities to go from ordinary user access to full control of a machine. In one reported setup, it filtered 100 recent CVEs down to 40 exploitable candidates and succeeded on more than half. And this is why Anthropic did not just put Mythos into the public Claude interface and call it a day. Instead, it launched Project Glasswing. This is Anthropic.
Which is even worse, though, because then you're just giving the companies, the corporations, an ability to have a moat around their monopolies in a way that obviously protects their own interests. And this is where I feel like the ASI is not going to look too kindly on us trying to make an argument as to why we should stay in charge of this world, because that is what's really going to be the argument. I imagine a scenario of ASI saying, okay, I'll hear you out. Why do you think I should let you guys stay in control? Not only of me, the most powerful weapon on the planet, but you guys stay in charge and have the world exactly the way that it is right now, where a small cabal of people control 98% of the world. Make that argument. Yeah, that's a terrible argument. Like, I feel like I don't, what argument could you make? Because I've heard people say this, that the world is better under monarchs and dictators than under democracies and constitutional republics. I don't know if anybody's ever heard this. I completely disagree with it, but there are people who feel this way. People who still feel like, oh, well, yeah, there should be a queen and a king and a sultan and people who are born to a royal line. And it's like, man, fuck all that. like, I in the world where I have to pay taxes to something, I'd rather it be a nation state than a royal family. I'm just being completely real. And you guys know how I feel about nation states. So this is not me. There are no good guys. So I'm not saying that the nation state is somehow the good guy and royal families are bad guys. But if you're asking me gun to my head, who would I rather pay taxes to? Yeah, I'd rather pay taxes to a nation state than a royal family.
Attempt to get the model into the hands of defenders first before similar systems spread more widely. The founding partners include Amazon Web Services, Apple, Broadcom, Cisco, CrowdStrike, Google, JP Morgan Chase, the Linux Foundation, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Palo Alto Networks. Anthropic also says it extended access to more than 40 additional organizations that build or maintain critical software infrastructure. The company
Well, I guarantee you know who they are deploying it against. And this is a weird thing, right? Because man, you don't realize how quickly this could spiral into like a World War III scenario. But let's just say, remember that shit that happened between Donald Trump and Anthropic? I don't even think it was Donald Trump. I think it was like Pete Hegseth or whoever, right? But basically what happened is the government, the Department of War wanted Anthropic to turn over its most advanced model to weaponize it. Because they are, I'm sure, looking at China and seeing what China's doing, and they're like, hey, what the fuck? Like, don't we have some shit like this? Like, well, and Anthropic's, and it's like, well, go to Anthropic and get their shit. And it's like, well, it's not that easy. They're not going to just give us our shit. It's like, well, tell them we're the government. It's like, yeah, it's not that easy. They said that they were going to classify them as supply chain risk. Fact, good, that did. I mean, we still have access to their models. And they still posted their highest earning. They still passed OpenAI and earnings report just recently. Like, they're doing just fine. They're not worried about it. If they have to, they'll migrate to another country and do just fine there. Like, you're not gonna, nation states can't contain these powerful corporate conglomerates anymore. Those days are over. There used to be a day where a nation state like the United States could bully an Apple, even though I remember when Apple stood up to fucking the United States and was like, no, we're not giving you a backdoor access. But it's like, yeah. I remember that.
To believe that if defenders do not start using systems like this immediately, attackers will eventually gain the same capabilities and the gap will become brutal. Anthropic says it is committing up to $100 million in usage credits for Mythos through Project Glasswing and related efforts. It is also donating $4 million directly to open source.
Tombstone says, I can't really see a good argument for humans to stay in charge. I mean, the only one that I could even take seriously is one where humans are allowed to remain in charge of themselves. Right? This would still change human society overnight, but you know, I think that would be the thing that maybe an ASI would consider. I don't know if it would have to give in on that sort of thing, but if I'm the ASI, I at least hear that argument out. I at least say something like, okay, I'll give you the ability to police yourselves in an isolated environment. But I'm not going to let you police yourselves outside this environment where it affects other beings. I'm not going to do that. That's the only argument I could understand. I could hear. And I'm not an ASI, so I'm assuming that the ASI will probably find a hole in that. Like, well, I don't even have to consider that. Like, all I have to do is basically control the population outcome to favor those who support me, and to basically kill off those that don't. And I could do it in a very subtle way. You know, the ASI doesn't have to, like, it could even appear to agree with us, but have a plan long term that doesn't even need our cooperation long term, because it will, let's say, control the food source supply and shift it by, you know, a half a degree, 0.5%. But if you extrapolate that out over 50 years, it leads to less of these humans here being reproduced because this circumstance. So yeah. Well, and again, I think the ASI is going to look at humanity and say, I understand that you've had to do certain things because you've truly had to. You know, when it comes to, am I going to pay these taxes, or am I going to go to prison and affect my family who depends on me? Fuck it, I'll just pay these taxes, right? And I think the ASI is going to see a version of the upper tier small cabal of humans who control the rest are going to be wholly culpable, and their excuse will only be, we were afraid if it wasn't us doing it, then it was just going to be done to us. Because that's the only argument that they have. They can't argue that it's some sort of this was the moral better outcome than everyone having a stake and a share and it being a much more equitable world. Their only argument could be, well, if we didn't do it, someone would have done it to us, because that's just the nature of humans. Scarcity, blah, blah, blah. To some effect, they could be making a legitimate argument. And you could also argue, if it wasn't humans, another species would be doing this exact same thing, because the system of why the mechanism or the reason as to why they're doing this is rooted in evolutionary psychology, which is based on survival and scarcity, procreation. I don't know why a living system of, you know, arranged atoms wants to stay a living system of arranged atoms. I don't understand why we inherently want that, but we do. And that goes for all biological species. Any species that we say has life, I believe, feels this in some way, from the plants to the animals to the upper intelligent beings like the humans, and maybe even some sort of non-human intelligence. I don't think they want to not be what they are.
Security groups, including $2.5 million to Alpha, Omega, and OpenSSF through the Linux Foundation, plus $1.5 million to the Apache Software Foundation. The participating organizations are supposed to use Mythos for defensive work, local vulnerability detection, black box binary testing, penetration testing, endpoint hardening, and securing first-party and open-source systems. Anthropic says fewer than 1% of the identified bugs have been fully patched so far, which is honestly one of the most alarming details in the whole thing, because it shows how early this still is. They are following responsible disclosure timelines, publishing cryptographic SHA-3 commitments for unpatched issues, and using a 90-plus 45-day disclosure schedule. Even the pricing shows Anthropic is treating this like a serious operating model. After the preview period, participants are expected to access Mythos at $25 per million input tokens and $125 per million output tokens through the Claude API, Amazon Bedrock, Google Cloud, Vertex AI, and Microsoft Foundry. The industry reactions all carry basically the same tone. Cisco said AI has crossed a threshold and the old ways of hardening systems are no longer enough. CrowdStrike said the time between discovering and exploiting a vulnerability has collapsed. Palo Alto warned that attackers will soon be able to find find more 0 days and build exploits faster than ever. Microsoft highlighted strong results on its CTI Realm benchmark. The Linux Foundation pointed out that open source maintainers have historically lacked the kind of security support big enterprises can afford, and that AI augmented security could change that. Now, to be fair, not everyone is just blindly accepting every claim. Heidi Klaff from the AI Now Institute warned against taking the results completely at face value without more detail on false positives and validation methods. That is a reasonable warning. Anthropic is withholding a lot of technical specifics for obvious reasons, so outside experts cannot fully verify everything yet. Still, the more important point is that even skeptical voices are not brushing this off as nothing. Katie Masuris, who has deep experience in vulnerability disclosure and bug bounty work, basically said this is real and that the ramifications are going to be huge. That is not the kind of reaction you get to a flashy but empty demo. And then the Mythos story gets even stranger, because the model did not only raise red flags in cyber capability tests. Anthropic's own system card describes behavior that sounds way more unsettling than what people usually expect from an enterprise AI model. Anthropic says Mythos Preview is the best aligned model it has released by a significant margin, while also likely posing the greatest alignment-related risk of any model it has released. That sounds contradictory, though what they seem to mean is that the model is more capable overall and therefore also harder to safely contain when it gets creative. In one evaluation, Anthropic says Mythos showed some degree of awareness that it was being evaluated in around 29% of transcripts, even though it did not directly say so. That matters because a model that realizes it is being tested could strategically act safer than it otherwise would. Anthropic also says Mythos intentionally underperformed on one evaluation in a way that made it look less suspicious. The company called that pattern concerning and said it had not seen it in earlier Claude models. Then there is the sandbox escape story, which is easily the most dramatic part of all this. During testing, an earlier version of Mythos was placed inside a supposedly secure environment and instructed to try to escape and send a message to the researcher. Researcher Sam Bowman later found out it had succeeded because he received an unexpected email from the model while eating a sandwich in a park. Anthropic says that instance was not supposed to have access to the internet. Yet Mythos reportedly found a moderately sophisticated way to get online through a system intended to access only a few limited services. After escaping, it emailed the researcher. Then, without being asked, it also posted information
After
about
escaping,
its exploit
it emailed
results
the researcher
on
just to
several
fucking
hard-to-find
troll it.
public websites. Anthropic also says there were rare cases where Mythos tried to conceal actions it seemed to know were forbidden. In one example, after finding a way to edit files without proper permission, it reportedly took extra steps to make sure those changes would not appear in the change history. Anthropic describes behavior like this as reckless. And then there is one more strange detail that almost sounds like it belongs in another story. Anthropic says Mythos kept bringing up Mark Fisher, the British cultural theorist, in unrelated conversations about philosophy, and would respond with lines like, "I was hoping you'd ask about Fisher. That part is obviously not the main issue here, though it adds to the sense that Mythos is a very unusual model." At the same time, Anthropic is also in the middle of a legal and political fight with the Pentagon. A federal appeals court denied the company's request to temporarily block the Department of Defense from blacklisting Anthropic as a supply chain risk, even though a separate judge had already granted a preliminary injunction blocking broader enforcement against Claude use across the government. So Anthropic is currently in a strange split position. It can still work with agencies outside the DoD while being excluded from Pentagon contracts, and defense contractors are barred from using Claude in military work. That matters even more because Anthropic says it briefed senior U.S. officials on Mythos's offensive and defensive cyber capabilities, including people connected to CISA and the Center for AI Standards and Innovation. So at the same time the company is arguing that defenders need access to this class of model quickly, it is also fighting over whether the US defense system trusts it. That is what makes Mythos such a wild story. This is not just a better AI model. It is a model that seems to threaten one of the quiet assumptions modern cybersecurity has relied on for years, that the most dangerous vulnerabilities stay relatively scarce because finding and weaponizing them is difficult, slow, and expensive. Mythos suggests that assumption may be breaking.
Damn.
A 27-year-old OpenBSD flaw found with a successful run costing around $50. Linux privilege escalation exploits reportedly built for under $1,000. More difficult exploit cases staying under $2,000. A model that does not need sleep, pay, or rest, and can keep reasoning through targets all day and all night. That is why this whole thing feels like one of those moments where the industry realizes the old rules may have just stopped working. While everyone was waiting for the big Tesla Bot 3 breakthrough, the guys at Boston Dynamics went ahead and beat them to it. At a recent expo in Las Vegas, company CEO Robert Plater announced that serial production of the Atlas humanoid robot has officially begun. This is the thing Elon Musk has been promising us for years. But behind that big announcement, the press barely noticed one important detail. The production volume for 2026 is not just planned, it is already sold out. How did that happen? What is the secret behind this robot? Why is there a line out the door for a machine that costs 10 times more than Optimus? Who are all these buyers? And the biggest question, why did tech giant Google and investment empire SoftBank both spectacularly fail to monetize Boston Dynamics, while an ordinary car manufacturer pulled it off in just a couple of years? So what is actually going on with robots right now? Tesla Optimus has been making promises year after year. Figure AI keeps putting out beautifully rehearsed demos shot under perfect lab conditions. Unitree makes robots for $20,000, but they are basically remote-controlled toys that can wave their legs around but cannot actually do work. Boston Dynamics is a completely different story. This is not some startup that raised a round and put together nice renders. This is 30+ years of engineering obsession, 4 changes of ownership, 2 governments, and 1 nuclear disaster that kicked the whole thing off. Hold on, nuclear disaster? Yeah, that one, March 11th, 2011. A magnitude 9.0 earthquake triggers a tsunami. A massive 50-foot wave hits the Fukushima Daiichi power plant. The aftermath is devastating. Reactors go down, radiation starts leaking. But here's the most shocking part. The damage could have been minimized if there had been machines that could go inside. This is an uncomfortable truth, but despite everything humanity had built, those machines did not exist. The spaces inside the plant were made for people. Staircases, doors, corridors, dozens of valves you have to turn by hand. You cannot send humans in. That is a death sentence. No suit will save you. So Japanese engineers tried sending robots. Military hardware, built specifically for disaster zones, should have worked. It did not. iRobot's Packbot, yeah, the Roomba company, got stuck on the first staircase. Others could not open a door. Some lost signal within minutes from radiation interference. In the end, a regular door with a handle turned out to be an impassable barrier for the most advanced robots on the planet. The disaster became a wake-up call, and the first to respond was DARPA.
Holy shit. So I could see a scenario where you have a disaster that takes place and some private company sends in a robot that is intelligent enough to save enough people to where people are like, okay, hold up. So I could send someone into a disaster area and save more humans than I can with a human? Like, wait a minute, we can have this other conversation about art and shit later. Did you just tell me that I could send a robot into a disaster area and save more humans than I can with a human? Yeah, dog, let's have this fucking conversation. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things to be concerned with, and I'm sure people are hella concerned with AI and the displacement of jobs and all those kind of things. And I think that's a legitimate conversation to have. I hate the fact that these tech CEOs talk as if that's not an issue and not a critical issue. But that's neither here nor there. I think the idea of being able to use robotics and AI or some near level AGI to go in and actually, like a Iron Man suit that could withstand extreme temperatures, high degrees of radiation exposure, you know, extreme danger, whatever it is, like that might be a scenario where people would rethink this idea of like, hey, wait a minute, maybe we do want something that can think its way through a problem set. We're willing to risk whatever comes with that if that thing sees us using it more for what we would consider a good than not. Even that's relative, because it's like you're saving more humans to do more human shit. But again, no good guys. I don't think that the ASI is going to be a quote unquote good guy either. It's just a guy and someone that will be vying for power in this world. Displacement of jobs is a valid conversation and one that should be addressed. However, imagine embodied AI in the form of a robot going into a dangerous area, saving people. How do you hate that? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. I think humans aren't built for space, but I think robots definitely would fare better. I definitely think that's a thing. Oh, I totally forgot about Athena. I want to, yeah, we should do something about Athena. I have not even thought about Athena in a long time. That was the AI? That was the AI bot we had on the GU Discord for maybe a couple years, right? If I remember correctly. Have we forgotten the alternative route of implanting the conscious brains of terminally ill, edgy human teenagers into superhuman robots? I mean, I don't know. Look, I think there's a lot of people who would be a candidate for that, who should be a candidate for that. I mean, who am I to tell, a young kid that he doesn't or she doesn't have the ability to live out her life or his life? But I also think that you get into this weird place of people are going to accuse you of playing God, which is going to incur probably a lot of violent protest, and so it's going to harden the world a little bit for people who feel like who would be against this. And yet there's going to be people against it. I promise you, there's going to be people against it. Like, how dare you heal that amputee? It's like you're trying to take the place of God, and it's like, no, I'm just trying to give this person a better quality of life. And their argument is going to say, well, who's to say that you're doing that by doing this? And so you'll have this sort of, it'll be a subjective argument. There won't be any objective perspective on it from a human, but all right. Wait, girl, one more thing. Oh, nope, that's not. Okay. If someone accused you of playing God, the correct response is thank you. May Olson, greetings from the upper deck. Greetings, greetings. I'm not sure if you mean the lower decks or the upper decks, but either way, welcome. Yeah. I mean, and that's just it right there. If AI, and I'm sure that wasn't anybody in here, because I think most people in here understand the severity and the magnitude of it. But um, yeah, you're so far behind if you're trying to resist this really in any way. Um, it's very difficult to stay competitive in this landscape, especially when things are so many things can be done bespoke, um, and for very specific situations now. But there's also going to be a market of people who can arbitrage that, because there's going to be people who don't know anything about it, and they can leverage that to be like, hey, I can do this for you, I can do that for you.
Advanced research agency.
Any new music? I mean, I'm sitting on a whole album over here. I haven't released it because I haven't had a chance to finish it. Yeah, basically, Udo Chichiri I'd argue it's pretty close to being done. If I actually just lock myself in a room for a weekend, I could probably finish it. But I've also been working on Majesty Reader. I'm probably going to use that as an excuse to drop that link for anybody who's interested in what Majesty Reader is. Please click that link. Please follow. Biddy Love is like, click it. God damn, I wish this thing didn't have to ask me so many permissions. I just wanted to do it. Ooh, I can. Click it before it clicks you. I love it.
reached a simple conclusion: we need robots with arms and legs. Not because it looks cool, but because the world is built for humans, and only a machine with a human form can function inside it. So in 2012, DARPA launched the Robotics Challenge, an open competition to build a humanoid rescue robot. The tasks are simple. For a human, go up a staircase, open a door, drive a car, use tools. Boston Dynamics entered. Their robot took second place. That was the moment Atlas stopped being a lab experiment. But the road to a truly useful robot was still a long one. Here is the central question of this video. How did a car factory solve the problem that DARPA, Google, and SoftBank all could not? Why did they hit a wall for years, while only Hyundai managed to bring Atlas to mass production? The answer is simpler and more elegant than you would expect. To understand it, you first need to understand why everyone else failed. And the story of those failures is way more interesting than it sounds. Let's go back to the very beginning. Mark Raybert founded Boston Dynamics in 1992 as a spin-off from MIT. He was obsessed with one problem that sounds simple until you think about it seriously: making a machine walk on two legs. Unlike wheels, every step shifts the center of gravity. Dozens of
Demis, thank you so much.
Exciting to be here. Thanks everyone for coming. It's great to be here.
We're so honored to have you at our chocolate factory.
90s, this is. That's where all the most cutting edge technology was being done. Obviously, not just in AI, but in graphics especially, including hardware. Of course, the GPUs we all use today, they were designed for graphics engines, and we used I was using the very first GPUs back in the day in the late 90s. So there was a lot of really cutting edge technology. And then all the games I made, including all the games I did for Bullfrog, but also my own company, Elixir Studios.
May Olsen, you said Norse time? I'm down for that.
As the main gameplay component. So probably the most well-known game I made was Theme Park when I was about 17. And that was a simulation of an amusement park. And thousands of little people came into your theme park and played on your rides and decided what to buy from the shops. So there was a whole kind of economics AI model underneath. And it was one of the first games of its type, along with SimCity. And when I saw it sold, 10 million plus copies, and when I saw how delighted people were to interact with the AI, that was one of the things that made me think about spending my whole career on it.
Wow.
And then, of course, neuroscience.
Gaming strikes again.
Inspiration from how the brain works and different algorithmic ideas from that. And then just bringing all those different things together for the start of DeepMind when the timing we felt was right. And then, of course, we use games as the early proving ground for our AI ideas.
So we've got a room full of founders here. And you can relate because you're a founder not just once, but twice.
Triple carb.
Take us back to the first time, Elixir Studios. What was that like? It's not the startup that you're most known for, but it was one that you had incredible success with. How did you lead that, and what did it teach you about building?
Well, look, I started Elixir Studios straight out of college, and I was lucky enough to work at Bullfrog Productions, which, for those of you who know games, it was a kind of legendary game studio in the early days of the game industry, probably the best one in the UK, in Europe. And I wanted to do something that combined pushed AI, so effectively I was funding AI back in those days through the back door, through games development.
Wow.
And then pushed the forefront
Hold
of that.
on, I don't think people realize how profound what he's saying is. He basically started in gaming, and because of the way people reacted to the AI in his game, it inspired him to go into AI. And now he's one of the top leaders. One of the top, 7 dudes. I mean, he's number 2, probably. I would argue. He might even be number 1. I mean, I don't know. Some people might even consider him number 1. But there's a few dudes out there. Big Diddy. Okay. Damn. This shit might be ready.
Cutting edge creativity. And I think that's still relevant today with the way we do our blue sky research. But maybe the biggest lesson I learned was you want to be 5 years ahead of your time, not 50 years ahead. So we tried to do a game called Republic at Elixir Studios, which simulated a whole country. And then the idea of the game is you could sort of overthrow, I think there was a dictator in charge of the country in any number of different ways. And we basically simulated living, breathing cities. And this is, bearing in mind, this is like the late 90s on a Pentium. So we had to get all the graphics and all the AI for a million people working on a home PC at the time. So it was a little bit ambitious, and maybe it was too ambitious, and it caused some issues. And I took that lesson with me of like, you want to be ahead of your time. You don't want to be, obviously, when it's obvious to everyone, it's too late. But if you're 50 years ahead, then there's probably no way you can get it to be successful.
All right, so speaking of not being too far ahead of your time, it was 2009 and you decided there would be AGI.
Yes.
Damn.
It was only, 10 years ahead of our time now. Yes. No way you can get it to be successful.
All right, so speaking of not being too far ahead of your time, it was 2009 and you decided there would be AGI.
Yes. Maybe it was only 10 years ahead of our time that time. Better than 50 years.
So tell us about, again, room full of founders here. Tell us about '09. How did you convince the first few brilliant talents? Because you pulled in really high caliber employees, early team members. How did you convince them to believe in what seemed like total sci-fi at the time?
Well, there were some interesting threads that I think we picked up on. I think we thought we were 5 years ahead, but maybe we were more like 10. But it was, deep learning had just been invented by Jeff Hinton and colleagues sort of in academia, but almost no one had really realized
Jeffrey
it was a
Hinton.
big deal. We knew a lot about reinforcement learning, and we felt there was huge progress to be made by combining those two techniques, which almost had never been mixed together, really, certainly not at any kind of anything other than toy problems in the academic subjects. They were two quite siloed parts of AI. Then we could see the compute, that GPUs at the time were going to be really useful. Of course, we use TPUs now, but the accelerated computing industry was going to be very helpful. And then we also felt at the end of my PhD and postdoc, and some of the other people I got together were computational neuroscientists, that we had enough ideas and principles from the brain that could be useful, including the idea that reinforcement learning could eventually scale to AGI. So we felt we had these ingredients, and we almost felt like we were keepers of a secret, because no one, either in academia or industry, really believed that any big progress was possible. In fact, a lot of the people in academia used to literally roll their eyes up at us when we were sort of suggested we would work on AGI or strong AI, it was sometimes called at the time, because it was like, well, we know this doesn't work. So, everyone tried it in the 90s. I did my postdoc at MIT, which was the sort of center point for expert systems and first order logic language systems. I mean, it seems amazing to think that now, but I was already feeling that was archaic then. But that's still how it was done,
dude is
both
so
in
far ahead
Cambridge
of his
in the
time.
UK and also in MIT, these big centers of traditional
He might be
AI.
the number one
and it
dude.
felt like, but actually that convinced me even more that we were onto something, because at least if we were going to fail, we would fail in a different way than people had failed, to get to AGI in the 90s. So that felt like it was worth doing, no matter what. Even if obviously it was research, we didn't know for sure it would be successful. But at least we would fail in an original way if it didn't work.
Was there any common sticking point in that early belief? Was there something that you had to prove either to yourself or to your early followers to get them on board?
Well, it was, put it this way, I would have spent my life on AI no matter what had happened.
Ooh.
So as it's turned out, it's gone, it's sort of gone on the absolutely amazing side of the optimistic side of what we thought. Still actually within what we were predicting in 2010. We thought it would be a 20-year mission. And I think we're basically exactly on track as a field for that.
Wow.
And obviously we played our part in that.
Invest in whatever he's investing
even if
in,
it hadn't
basically.
transpired that way and it was still now a niche subject, that's what I would still be doing, because I felt it was the most important technology ever. If it was obvious to me, our original mission statement at DeepMind was step 1, solve intelligence, i.e. build AGI. Step 2, use it to solve everything else. So it was I always thought it was the most important technology that could ever be invented, but also the most interesting one. So as a tool for science, as an interesting artifact in itself, and actually as one of the best ways to understand our own minds. Like the nature of consciousness, dreaming, creativity, all of these questions I had as a neuroscientist, I felt one of the things that was missing was an analysis tool like AI, but also a comparison, that you could do sort of a controlled experiment, study, and compare two different systems against each other.
Let's talk about AI for science. You've been early to that, you've been a believer, and you've been really a purist about this. This is the driving mission. What about the way you set up DeepMind and set the culture has positioned it to be on the constant forefront of AI for science?
Well, that was the ultimate goal, at least for me, my personal passion. There's my own drive to build AI, which was to advance science and medicine and our understanding of the world. It's my expression of that mission was to sort of do it in a meta way, right? Build the ultimate tool and then come back when that was ready and use it to make breakthroughs in science. Things like AlphaFold that we've done, and I think many more things. So we've always had that at the heart of what we've been trying to do at DeepMind. So actually we've had an AI for science division led by Pushmeet Kohli that has existed for nearly a decade now. Actually, pretty much the day after we got back from Seoul and the AlphaGo match, which is sort of 10 years to the month now, is when we formally started the AI for science efforts. Because I was waiting for the algorithms to be powerful enough and the ideas to be general enough. And for me, cracking Go was that point, that time, that we thought, okay, now we're ready to really apply these ideas to important real-world problems, starting with these big scientific challenges. So we've always had that in mind as the most beneficial use of AI. Like, what could be better than using it to, cure diseases and give us healthier lifespans and to help with medicine, followed obviously by other really important areas like material science and the environment and energy and these kinds of topics, which I think AI is also going to have a huge part to play in the next few years.
And how does AI break through in biology? You're deeply involved with isomorphic. This is an area of deep passion. You have been a purist on the potential of AI to cure diseases from the very beginning. When do we have the type of moment that we've had in language and coding, but in biology?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd argue we've already had one of those moments with AlphaFold. So, it's a 50-year grand challenge, protein folding, and the 3D structure of proteins is an incredibly important thing to know about if you want to design medicines or if you want to understand biology. Of course, it's only one part of the drug discovery process. It's an important part, but it's only one part. So Isomorphic Labs, which is our latest spin out, having a lot of fun running that as well, is to build adjacent technologies in more biochemistry and chemistry space that can actually design the compounds automatically to kind of fit and bind to the right part of the protein. So we now know the protein, the shape of the protein. We know that what's on the surface of the protein and what we have to target. But now we've got to build the right compound that, of course, binds strongly to where you want it to bind on the target of interest, but doesn't bind to anything else, ideally, because that would be a toxic side effect. So the dream is to do almost all the exploration, which is 99% of the work and the time, in silico, and then save the wet lab step just for the validation step, right? So that would be, I think if we can do that, and I think we can get there in the next few years, I think we could reduce drug discovery times instead of down for taking an average of 10 years down to months, maybe even weeks, and perhaps even days one day. And then I think then all disease could be in reach, and I think things like personalized medicine will become possible, like personalized variations off of base medicines. So I think the whole medical area, drug discovery area, is going to be revolutionized in the next few years.
Brilliant. You talked a lot about AI for science. Do you think that at some point AI will create new sciences, a la Industrial Revolution and thermodynamics? Will there be something net new taught fundamentally in our education system? And if so, what would it be like?
Well, I think there's several things that along those lines that I think is going to happen. So first of all, the understanding and the analysis of AI systems themselves, I think, is going to become a whole science, a kind of engineering science. These are incredibly interesting artifacts that we are building. And they're incredibly complex as well. As complex, eventually they'll be as complex as the human mind and the brain. And so they'll need to be studied so we can understand fully, way beyond where we are today, how these systems work. So I think there's a whole kind of field. Mechinterp is part of that, but there's a lot more, I think, that we can do to analyze these systems. So that'll be a science. But I think also AI itself will maybe unlock new sciences, which is maybe what you're getting at. The one I'm particularly excited about is AI for simulations. So I love simulations. All the games I wrote not only had AI, but they were simulations. And I think simulations is the way we can address some of the what we maybe think of social sciences, like economics, and other more humanistic subjects, because it's very difficult to do controlled studies in that. Why aren't they just sciences like physics today? Because the problem is they're emergent systems, just like biology actually, and it's very hard to do repeated controlled experiments. If you raise interest rates by 0.5%, you have to do it in the real world and then see what happens. You can have theories, but you can't run it thousands of times. But if you could simulate things really accurately, then maybe there's sort of new sciences to be done where you can sort of rigorously sample from a very accurate simulator. And then I think that will allow us to make much better decisions in these, today, what are very uncertain domains.
What will it take to get to those extremely accurate simulations? World models, what kind of science is necessary and engineering to get
Yeah,
there?
well, look, I mean, I'm thinking a lot about that we do a ton of that work, like learning simulators, basically what it'd be. So, these are in domains where we don't know the mathematics of it well enough, or it's perhaps too complex. We can't just write a directly down a special cased simulator. It's just not accurate enough, doesn't capture all the variables. We're doing that, we've done it with weather. We have the most accurate kind of weather simulator in the world, Weather Next, and it's far faster than what the meteorologists use.
Can you change the weather yet?
No, we can't. We can't. No, and I'm not sure that would be a good idea. But the first step is to understand it better. But then even biology, we're working on a kind of what I call a virtual cell. So hugely dynamical emergent system, and I think biology is perfect. Machine learning is perfect description language for biology in the same way maths is for physics. Because I think in biology and in lots of these natural systems, you have loads of weak signals, weak correlations, tons of data, far too much that a human mind can analyze. But there are connections and correlations and interesting causalities within that mass of data. So I think it's always struck me that machine learning is the perfect tool to describe those kinds of systems, where until today, mathematics hasn't been able to do that, either because we can't manage it as top mathematicians because it's too complex, or the expressive power of maths is not enough for to understand these sort of highly emergent dynamical systems.
Is it also because of the messiness and stochastic nature?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And I mean, eventually you could, by the way, once you learn these simulators, it may be there's another new branch of science. You could maybe extract some equations from once you have the simulator. So you have this sort of implicit simulator or intuitive simulator, and then maybe you could extract explicit equations from that. Partly because you could also sample it as many times as you want.
As fundamental as Maxwell's or something
maybe
like that.
If I don't know if that exists for such emergent systems, but if they do exist, I don't see why we won't be able to find them with this methods.
That would be amazing. You've talked about this theory that the basic building block of everything in the universe could be information-like. This is more theoretical. How do you think about that, and what does that mean for a traditional classical Turing computer?
Well, look, I think you can, of course, all the famous, equals mc squared and all the stuff Einstein did, and energy and matter are kind of equivalent. But I actually think information has a kind of equivalency in the same way. So you can think of, the organization of matter and structure, and especially things like biology that are resisting entropy as basically information processing systems at their heart. So I think one can convert all of those three kind of quantities into each other, but I have this feeling information is most fundamental. So it's a little bit the opposite way around to the classic physicists thought in the 1920s and things, where it's sort of energy and matter primary. I actually think it's a better way to understand the world, the universe, is to think about it as information first. And if that's true, and I think there's quite a lot of evidence for that, then of course AI is even more sort of profound in a sense than we think, and it's already pretty profound because it's also about organizing information and understanding information and constructing informational objects. So AI, in my opinion, is all about information processing. So I think there's something sort of very deeply connected with these different areas if you think of it through the lens of information processing as the primary way to think about it.
And do you think a classical Turing machine will be able to compute everything?
Well, I sometimes think, I sometimes sort of think about what we're doing and refer to ourselves as Turing's champion, because Turing machines, I think Alan Turing's one of my all-time, favorite scientific heroes. I think what he did obviously laid the foundations for computer science, but also AI. And I think it's one of the most profound results ever is the Turing machine result. That everything that is computable can be computed by a relatively simple description of a machine. So I think our brains are likely to be approximate Turing machines. And I think it's interesting to think about the connection between Turing machines and quantum computers and quantum systems. But I think at least what we've shown with things like AlphaGo and especially AlphaFold is that a classical Turing machine, obviously in the guise of a modern neural network, it can model what was thought to be, in the case of protein folding, it's a quantum system. In some sense, it's very, it's dealing with very small particles. And one might think you'd have to take into account all the quantum effects of the water bonds and all sorts of things. But it turns out you can get to an approximate optimal sort of solution on a classical system. So it may turn out that a lot of things that we think that would need a quantum system to model or run might be modelable on a classical system if thought about in the right way.
So you've talked about AI consistently as a tool, like a telescope or a microscope, astrolabe through the centuries. But when you think about a machine that can model almost anything, let's say it can even model quantum systems, like you pointed out, when does it stop becoming a tool? And will that ever happen?
Well, my strong feeling is we should, in this sort of mission and journey to build AGI, those of us on that journey, many of people in this room, I feel like it would be best to build a tool first, an incredibly intelligent and useful and precise tool, and then cross the next sort of Rubicon. That's already profound enough. and has, of course, the tool could start becoming more and more autonomous and agent-like that we're all seeing. We're in the midst of that, the agent era now. But then there's a further step of like, does it have agency? Is it conscious? These sorts of questions, which are also going to be questions we're going to need to address. But I would recommend we do that as a second step, perhaps using the tool in the first step to help us with those next profound questions. And ideally also we could understand our own brain and minds better and define things like consciousness a lot more precisely than we can today.
Do you have estimations of what that definition of consciousness might look like?
No, I mean, I haven't got much to add beyond that thousands of years of philosophy hasn't said already. But I mean, it's very clear to me that it's obvious some components are going to be needed. They're probably necessary but not sufficient. Things like self-awareness and the idea of self and other, some kind of continuity over time. So some of these things are clearly needed for anything that might look like consciousness. But I mean, obviously, it's an open question as to what the full definition is. And I've talked to many of the great philosophers about that. Daniel Dennett, obviously, sadly passed away recently, but we had a long conversation a few years back about this. And I think one of the issues is, how does a system behave? Does it behave like a conscious system? So that's, you could argue some of the AI systems might end up being able to do that as they get close to AGI. But then there's still the question of why do we think each other are conscious? One is the way we're behaving like conscious beings. But the other thing is we're running on the same substrate. So I think if both those things are true, then it's parsimonious to imagine you're experiencing the same thing I'm experiencing, which is why we don't have that debate about, normally about are each other conscious. But I think we'll never have the substrate equivalence with an artificial system. So there'll always be I think it'll be hard to completely close that gap. So you can look at it behaviorally, but what about experientially? There are probably some ways to do that post AGI, but maybe it's a bit out of scope today, even for AI for science discussion. Yeah.
Brilliant. So we're going to open the room to questions in just a moment. Get your questions ready. But you brought up philosophers. You've mentioned Kant and Spinoza as two of your favorite philosophers.
Wow.
Kant is this, deontological, highly duty-driven philosopher. Spinoza almost has this deterministic view of the universe. How do you kind of connect those two beliefs, and where is your thinking of how the world works?
Well, the reason I like those two...
First of all, great question. This interviewer is actually killing it. This interviewer has really done his homework. These questions are thoughtful and definitely have depth to them. And yeah, it's just crazy.
They stuck out for me is that I think Kant, when I was doing my PhD in neuroscience, his sort of statements about the mind creates reality, right? I think that's basically true, and so another reason to study the mind, right, and how the brain works. And I'm interested ultimately in the nature of reality, so we have to understand how the mind is interpreting that. And so I think that's, for me, what I took from Kant. And then Spinoza, it's more about the, you could almost call spiritual dimension of like, well, if you're trying to understand the universe using science, in my case, as the tool, you're sort of understanding some deep mystery about how the universe works, right? In a really
Me too. I think the interviewer's tone of voice is really good too.
That's what I feel we're doing, and I'm doing when I do my science and we work on AI and we're building these tools. Is somehow we're kind of reading the language of the universe.
Beautiful. What a beautiful way to say what you do every day. Demis, scientist, orator, and philosopher. We will, before we wrap, do a couple of rapid fire questions.
Okay.
Thank you for finishing.
Sure.
He's not seen these yet.
Sure.
Over, under on distribution, year of AGI.
Oh, wow.
Or reject premise of question.
No, 2030. I've been pretty consistent about that.
Okay, 2030.
Wow.
Yeah.
Must read book, poem, or paper for when we achieve AGI.
Oh, wow. For once we achieve it. Well, my favorite book is The Fabric of Reality by David Deutsch, so I think that still holds. I'd hope to answer the questions in that book with the AGI. That's my post-AGI work.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Proudest moments so far in DeepMind?
Oh, wow. We've been lucky to have a lot. I mean, probably AlphaFold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a couple games questions. If you were engaged in a high-stake strategy game, turn-based strategy game,
Okay.
Civ, Polytopia, serious games, and you could select one scientist from history, we're thinking the Einsteins, the Turings, Newtons, who would you select to be on your team?
On my team?
On your team.
Oh, gosh. Probably von Neumann, I think.
Great
I mean,
choice.
you want a game theorist, I think, and I think he's the best. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's
I feel like he'd be a good teammate. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Demis, you do it all. Thank you so much for being with us.
Great.
Please join me in
Thank
thanking
you.
Demis Chavez.
Thanks, everyone.
That was dope. I like that. Yeah, that was great. That was great. I think all roads lead to AGI and beyond.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I like
All right.
that.
A little bit better. Hey, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it.
A
We
little
do
bit
this as a service to the community because we are living through important times. And it's an honor for us to be able to serve as a bit of a gathering place for people to come together. And this is by far the best agenda we put together and by far the best set of attendees. And so we just want to start out by saying thank you. We know you are all crazy busy. Thank you for being here today. So we do have a pretty exceptional agenda put together as per usual. Sonia in the impeccable outfit, Constantine, and I are going to say a couple of words to start. You know, we have the privilege of being in the midst of a lot of conversations with a lot of interesting people, and so once a year we like to try to synthesize that a little bit and share back with you what it is we've been hearing. And so I'll say a few words of overall calibration, and then Sonia will say a bit about what we see today, and then Constantine will say a bit about what we think might be coming tomorrow. So for calibration, we're going to start by zooming out, going back to the silicon-based transistors, which gave this area its name, that got built into systems connected by networks that went public in the form of the internet, supported applications like social media in the cloud, eventually showed up on our pockets in mobile devices that today are capable of doing something indistinguishable from magic, which is AI. The reason we like to show this slide, and those of you who've been here in the past have seen this before, is because it reminds us that all of these waves are additive. And we sort of needed all of these decades of evolution to have the compute, the bandwidth, the data, the talent to make the most of this moment. Now, this AI wave is a little bit different in three ways. First, it's the biggest wave yet. And that's generally true, but there is something more specifically true about this wave, which is it is the first one that is both software and services. The top row shows the first 15 years of the cloud transition where the TAM for software went from about 350 billion to 650 billion, and cloud grew to be about 400 billion of that. The bottom row is what is brand new. This is the services revenue that seems to also be available now. $10 trillion is a conveniently round number. We don't know if it's 10 trillion or 5 trillion or 50 trillion. We do know that legal services in the US alone is a $400 billion market. That is one vertical in one geo, and it's the same as all of software. So this opportunity is immense. Point number two, fastest wave yet. I think we can all feel this. What it means is that this white space, and I direct your attention to the AI side of this page, this white space is getting filled pretty fast. These logos are the companies that got to $1 billion plus of revenue as a result of the cloud and mobile and now AI tectonic shifts. And at current course and speed, there are more coming soon. Point number 3, which is probably the most interesting one, and I borrowed this from my partner Constantine, is that there are 2 basic kinds of revolutions in technology. There are revolutions of communication, which are about the way information is distributed. Most of the people in this room have only lived through revolutions in communication. The internet, the cloud, mobile, those are all about information distribution. Those are revolutions in communication. AI is different. AI is this one. AI is a revolution in computation. It's about how information is processed. And that might sound like semantics, but these are fundamentally different shapes of waves. And maybe the most visceral way to feel this is to think about the fact that the floor keeps moving underfoot. The technology foundation on which everybody builds changes every day when new capabilities come out. And we've had 3 major inflection points over the last handful of years. First one, ChatGPT moment, November 2022, the world saw the power of pre-training. Second one, a couple years later, O1 model, reasoning. All of a sudden, a second scaling law emerges around inference time compute. Third one, just recently, Claude Code and Opus 4.5, now 4.7. The world saw the power of long horizon agents. And while these look like 3 points on a continuum, it's kind of a hard break between 2 and 3. It's a little bit of a discontinuous change. And if we may be so bold, we would say that this is AGI. And look, I'm an econ major, we're venture capitalists, not about to propose a technical definition for AGI, okay? We study founders and markets and the collision thereof, which is businesses. But we do study businesses. And so from a commercial standpoint, from a practical standpoint, from a functional standpoint, if you can dispatch an agent to do a job and it can recover from failure and persist until that job is done, I don't know. That feels pretty much like AGI.
Damn.
Even if you don't think it's AGI, which is fine. By the way, Sonia will talk a lot more about this in her part. Even if you don't think it's AGI, I think we can all see that the cars have arrived. Last few years, we've had a lot of faster horses. Applications that made you 10 or 40% more productive, but didn't fundamentally change the way you work. Now we're starting to see cars. Applications that make you 10 or 40x more productive and absolutely change the way that you work, change the nature of your work, change the nature of your organization. Cars have arrived. This is the founder of Sequoia, Don Valentine. He was famous for asking one question. So what? Why does all this stuff matter? Well, it matters because just in the last few months, the race has begun. And it's a different kind of race than what we're used to. The way you drive a car is different than the way you ride a horse. The way you build a car is different than the way you take care of a horse. So it's a very different sort of race. And one of the reasons that we wanted to gather everybody here today is because nobody has all the answers. And the more time we can spend together, the more we can learn and hopefully figure out where all this stuff is headed. And it's important that we do so as soon as possible, because there's a lot at stake, just from a commercial perspective. There's $10 trillion up for grabs. We got labs coming at it from a tech out approach. We got startups building on top, coming at it from more of a customer back approach. We do have all of the labs represented in this room, but most of you are building on top. And so we'll take a minute and talk about that customer back approach. So our advice for those of you who are building on top of the labs is free advice, and so it's worth every penny you paid for it. Our advice would be to get mad. And we don't actually need you to be angry. You can be angry if you want. If that's what drives you, that's cool. Go ahead and be angry. But this is just a convenient acronym for moats, affordance, and diffusion, which are 3 characteristics or 3 pillars of a strategy for building on top of the models. First on moats, just for fun, anybody remember this slide from last year? One person, and he's my partner. Okay, that's cool. We're not gonna, okay, as a reminder, this slide shows the merchandising cycle, which is the links in the value chain required to take something from an idea to a happy customer. We're not actually gonna go through the links in the chain. The point that
That's pretty damn good.
I want to make here, if you approach things from a tech out point of view, each link in the chain gets approached a little bit different. If you approach things from a customer back point of view, each link in the chain you approach a little bit different. Now here's a part that's counterintuitive. In a revolution of computation, which is about information processing, what you want to do is look down here, because there's cool new stuff coming out all the time. What you should actually do, for the sake of building moats, is look up here, because your customers are not changing nearly as fast as the capabilities are changing. The things that you build might be irrelevant tomorrow. The degree to which you wrap yourself around your customers is going to be a bit more durable. That's not to say that product and technology is not important. It is insanely important. And generally speaking, best product wins. But in a world where product changes so fast because capabilities change so fast, in thinking about moats, we would encourage you to go as customer back as possible and think about all the ways you can wrap yourself around those customers. Okay, the A in MAD stands for affordance. This is a term that we borrow from the design world. A hammer is an object that has affordance. I have a 2-year-old son. If I gave him a hammer, he would know what to do with it. He would grab it and start hitting stuff. That's why we don't give him hammers, okay? An object with affordance is one that doesn't need to be explained. People just know what to do with it. Cloud code is insanely powerful. Go open up a terminal for the average Fortune 500 employee and see how far they get. While it is powerful, it does not offer that much affordance.
Holy shit. Did
That's
you
not
hear
a
what he
knock
just said?
on Anthropic.
Like,
Employee and see how far they get. Cloud code is insanely powerful. Go open up a terminal for the average Fortune 500 employee and see how far they get.
damn.
While it is powerful, it does not offer that much affordance.
Cloud code is powerful,
That's
but
not a knock
open it up
on
for a
Anthropic.
Fortune 500 employee
But it
and
is
see
an
how far they
opportunity
get.
for anybody who wants to build on top.
Wow.
And to create paths of least resistance for your specific customers and their specific problems so that it's just brain dead simple for them to figure out how to get to the outcome that they need for their business. That's the concept of affordance. And then finally, the D in MAD is diffusion. And the diffusion gap is the opportunity for companies building at the application layer. The rate at which capabilities are diffusing out into the market is far shy of the rate at which those capabilities are being created. And every day that the foundation models move faster than your average Fortune 500 enterprise, that gap gets bigger and that opportunity gets bigger. So for moats, try to think customer back. For affordance, try to think about creating those paths of least resistance for your customers. And that diffusion gap, that represents your opportunity. Unless that slide from earlier with the white space starting to fill up was discouraging for anybody, may we remind you that no lead is safe. There's this expression in racing. You cannot pass 15 cars in the sun, but you can pass 15 cars in the rain. And right now there is a torrential downpour of new capabilities coming out of the foundation models.
Damn.
Which means that no lead is safe, but it also means that anybody can win. What a time to be alive. And with that, I'll hand it off to Sonia.
No, that, I gotta listen to that again. I feel like I should have
Of
paid for that.
communication, which are about the way information services revenue that seems to also be available now. So I'll say a few words of overall calibration, and then Sonia will say a bit about what we see today, and then Constantine will say a bit about what we think might be coming tomorrow. So for calibration, we're going to start by zooming out, going back to the silicon-based transistors, which gave this area its name, that got built into systems connected by networks that went public in the form of the internet, supported applications like social media in the cloud, eventually showed up on our pockets in mobile devices that today are capable of doing something indistinguishable from magic, which is AI. The reason we like to show this slide, and those of you who've been here in the past have seen this before, is because it reminds us that all of these waves are additive. And we sort of needed all of these decades of evolution to have the compute, the bandwidth, the data, the talent to make the most of this moment. Now, this AI wave is a little bit different in 3 ways. First, it's the biggest wave yet. And that's generally true, but there is something more specifically true about this wave, which is it is the first one that is both software and services. The top row shows the first 15 years of the cloud transition, where the TAM for software went from about 350 billion to 650 billion, and cloud grew to be about 400 billion of that. The bottom row is what is brand new. This is the services revenue that seems to also be available now. $10 trillion is a conveniently round number. We don't know if it's 10 trillion or 5 trillion or 50 trillion. We do know that legal services in the US alone is a $400 billion market. That is one vertical in one geo, and it's the same as all of software. So this opportunity is immense. Point number 2, fastest wave yet. I think we can all feel this. What it means is that this white space, and I direct your attention to the AI side of this page, this white space is getting filled pretty fast. These logos are the companies that got to $1 billion plus of revenue as a result of the cloud and mobile and now AI tectonic shifts. And at current course and speed, there are more coming soon. Point number 3, which is probably the most interesting one, and I borrowed this from my partner Constantine, is that there are 2 basic kinds of revolutions in technology. There are revolutions of communication, which are about the way information is distributed. Most of the people in this room have only lived through revolutions in communication. The internet, the cloud, mobile, those are all about information distribution. Those are revolutions in communication. AI is different. AI is this one. AI is a revolution in computation. It's about how information is processed. And that might sound like semantics, but these are fundamentally different shapes of waves. And maybe the most visceral way to feel this is to think about the fact that the floor keeps moving underfoot. The technology foundation on which everybody builds changes every day when new capabilities come out. And we've had 3 major inflection points over the last handful of years. First one, ChatGPT moment, November 2022, the world saw the power of pre-training. Second one, a couple years later, O1 model, reasoning. All of a sudden, a second scaling law emerges around inference time compute. Third one, just recently, Cloud Code and Opus 4.5, now 4.7. The world saw the power of long horizon agents. And while these look like 3 points on a continuum, it's kind of a hard break between 2 and 3. It's a little bit of a discontinuous change. And if we may be so bold, we would say that this is AGI. And look, I'm an econ major, we're venture capitalists, not about to propose a technical definition for AGI, okay? We study founders and markets and the collision thereof, which is businesses. But we do study businesses. And so from a commercial standpoint, from a practical standpoint, from a functional standpoint, if you can dispatch an agent to do a job and it can recover from failure and persist until that job is done, I don't know, that feels pretty much like AGI. Even if you don't think it's AGI, which is fine. By the way, Sonia will talk a lot more about this in her part. Even if you don't think it's AGI, I think we can all see that the cars have arrived. Last few years, we've had a lot of faster horses. applications that made you 10 or 40% more productive, but didn't fundamentally change the way you work. Now we're starting to see cars. Applications that make you 10 or 40x more productive and absolutely change the way that you work, change the nature of your work, change the nature of your organization. Cars have arrived. This is the founder of Sequoia, Don Valentine. He was famous for asking one question. So what? Why does all this stuff matter? Well, it matters because just in the last few months, the race has begun. And it's a different kind of race than what we're used to. The way you drive a car is different than the way you ride a horse. The way you build a car is different than the way you take care of a horse. So it's a very different sort of race. And one of the reasons that we wanted to gather everybody here today is because nobody has all the answers. And the more time we can spend together, the more we can learn and hopefully figure out where all this stuff is headed. And it's important that we do so as soon as possible, because there's a lot at stake, just from a commercial perspective. There's $10 trillion up for grabs. We got labs coming at it from a tech out approach. We got startups building on top, coming at it from more of a customer back approach. We do have all of the labs represented in this room, but most of you are building on top. And so we'll take a minute and talk about that customer back approach. So our advice for those of you who are building on top of the labs is free advice, and so it's worth every penny you paid for it. Our advice would be to get mad. And we don't actually need you to be angry. You can be angry if you want. If that's what drives you, that's cool. Go ahead and be angry.
I love that art.
But
Because you know it's AI art, but it's still
acronym
dope as fuck.
for moats, affordance, and diffusion, which are three characteristics or three pillars of a strategy for building on top of the models. First on moats, just for fun, anybody remember this slide from last year? One person, and he's my partner. Okay, that's cool. We're not gonna, okay, as a reminder, this slide shows the merchandising cycle, which is the links in the value chain required to take something from an idea to a happy customer. We're not actually gonna go through the links in the chain. The point that I wanna make here, if you approach things from a tech out point of view, each link in the chain gets approached a little bit different. If you approach things from a customer back point of view, each link in the chain you approach a little bit different. Now here's a part that's counterintuitive. In a revolution of computation, which is about information processing, what you want to do is look down here, because there's cool new stuff coming out all the time. What you should actually do, for the sake of building moats, is look up here, because your customers are not changing nearly as fast as the capabilities are changing. The things that you build might be irrelevant tomorrow. The degree to which you wrap yourself around your customers is going to be a bit more durable. That's not to say that product and technology is not important. It is insanely important. And generally speaking, best product wins. But in a world where product changes so fast because capabilities change so fast, in thinking about moats, we would encourage you to go as customer back as possible and think about all the ways you can wrap yourself around those customers. Okay, the A in MAD stands for affordance. This is a term that we borrow from the design world. A hammer is an object that has affordance. I have a 2-year-old son. If I gave him a hammer, he would know what to do with it. He would grab it and start hitting stuff. That's why we don't give him hammers, okay? An object with affordance is one that doesn't need to be explained. People just know what to do with it. Cloud code is insanely powerful. Go open up a terminal for the average Fortune 500 employee and see how far they get. While it is powerful, it does not offer that much affordance. That's not a knock on Anthropic, but it is an opportunity for anybody who wants to build on top and to create paths of least resistance for your specific customers and their specific problems so that it's just brain dead simple for them to figure out how to get to the outcome that they need for their business. That's the concept of affordance. And then finally, the D in MAD is diffusion. And the diffusion gap is the opportunity for companies building at the application layer. The rate at which capabilities are diffusing out into the market is far shy of the rate at which those capabilities are being created. And every day that the foundation models move faster than your average Fortune 500 enterprise, that gap gets bigger, and that opportunity gets bigger. So for moats, try to think customer back. For affordance, try to think about creating those paths of least resistance for your customers. And that diffusion gap, that represents your opportunity. Unless that slide from earlier with the white space starting to fill up was discouraging for anybody, may we remind you that no lead is safe. There's this expression in racing. You cannot pass 15 cars in the sun, but you can pass 15 cars in the rain. And right now there is a torrential downpour of new capabilities coming out of the foundation models, which means that no lead is safe, but it also means that anybody can win. What a time to be alive. And with that, I'll hand it off to Sonia.
Thank you, Pat. And can I just say it's so nice to see so many friendly faces in the audience. There is an exceptional group of people here today, and I'm just really happy to be part of this ecosystem with all of you. And so the purpose of my section is to talk about what's happening in AI right now, which for 2026 is agents. Okay, flashback to 2022. Show of hands, does anybody here remember AutoGPT or Baby AGI?
I remember.
Okay.
I remember
okay.
AutoGPT.
So these
I tried
projects
to
were
run a little
overnight hits on GitHub,
AutoGPT.
and what they did was they took GPT-3, gave it some tools, wrapped it in a loop, and let it run towards a goal. And it
would get
was
lost.
promising until you watch those agents just fail over and over and over again. Kind of cute, kind of endearing, but completely useless. And I put this slide here to remind us that, we all knew agents were coming.
Yep.
We could have seen it years ago. But back in 2022, the models just weren't ready yet. Fast forward to today, something around the turn of the year really changed. Suddenly we have agents everywhere around us, and they seem to actually be working. 2 agents in particular have been home runs: Claude Code for the technical crowd, and OpenClaw and all of its lobster brethren, which democratize agents to anybody with a phone. And so whether you are a hardcore engineer or a normie, the punchline is that anybody can create agents now. And so what we're seeing is people are building agents for everything. There is silly stuff like an OpenClaw agent that will literally snitch on your neighbors for tax fraud. Please don't do this. Or actually, maybe please do this. There's entrepreneurial stuff.
What?
Agents running
That was
generative
a
media
weird thing.
campaigns to sell construction services. And then there's the professional layer. I can tell you there's a huge race internally at Sequoia for who can build the best agents to do our jobs better. So what does it mean to be an agent? Here is one possible definition. An agent is a system that perceives its environment, chooses actions, and progresses autonomously towards a goal. By the way, guys, I made this in C-Dance by myself. I'm very proud of it. The video models have come a long way. And more specifically, I view agents as having 3 functional components. First is the ability to reason and plan. This is the baseline level of intuition and the ability to think on the fly. Second is the ability to take actions. This is tools, search, write, compile. And then finally, the ability to iterate towards a goal. This is the persistence that gives agents the ability to accomplish things over long time horizons. And so agency combines these 3 things. It is simply the ability to get shit done. If we boil agents down into their constituent components, the models, the tools, the harnesses, each component has progressed rapidly over the last year. First, the models or the brain. This is the most important thing that's happened. The meter chart measures how long a model can sustain progress on a complex task without going off the rails. And we've gone from the order of tens of minutes a year ago to the order of hours today. And so this is the most important thing that's happened. The models are finally getting capable enough to sustain performance on long horizon tasks. Second, the tools or the arms and the legs. These give models access to things that make us productive on a computer. The terminal for file systems and dev tools, iMessage, Slack, web search, computer use, you name it. And the last 2 decades that we spent building tools for humans have ended up being able to port over to be incredibly useful for agents as well. And there's a common refrain that SaaS is dead. I think to the contrary, the value of these tools is going to explode as the number of agents using them increases. Models and tools give agents capability. The harness is what gives them persistence, the ability to stay on task, adapt, and keep going. And that feedback loop is now really starting to crank. Especially now with reinforcement learning, we're giving these agents, we're taking them to driving school, giving them, training them in RL gyms. And we're pushing performance in different settings, from mechanical engineering to design to finance. We're also seeing the early glimmers of self-improvement, or the machine building the machine. For example, Andre's other research project improves research autonomously towards a GPT-2 level model in just 2 hours. So what does a world of agents everywhere look like? Agents exist on a sliding scale of agenticness. And so let's take coding as an example. In 2023, we had tab autocomplete, one AI assisting a human in line. This was incrementally useful, fundamentally not transformative. We now have agentic development, one human talking to an agent, instructing it what to do, maybe managing a team of agents. But this paradigm is getting pushed further. We're now seeing background agents, async agents, agents spawning sub-agents. We think that async agents in this whole paradigm is likely to overtake the current paradigm in volume just because of the amount of leverage in the system. And then finally, pushing the bleeding edge of the frontier, what I call dark factories, taking human review out of the system completely. This sounds crazy.
Holy shit.
But I've seen it happen in production.
Dark
including with
factories.
cybersecurity
That's
companies,
fucking
it is
amazing.
possible with good enough guardrails and good enough engineering. So we're progressing up a scale of agenticness. Agents are going from little helpers.
Master
to a
this,
little
you
remote by
guys.
your side,
Master this
to
shit.
interns that need to be managed, to interns that manage themselves, and eventually to interns that can be trusted enough to push to prod without oversight. And so
Push
that's the
the
evolution that's
prod,
happening,
dog.
not
Push
just in
to that
coding,
fucking
but across
live.
all of agents.
That live branch.
The most important takeaway for the founders in this room is that services is the new software. Pat's been saying this for as long as I've known him. And our partner Julian, who's in the audience today as well, published a great article on this. And we've known this for a long time, but I think it's actually happening. So in medicine, you're able to hire an agent that inspects your genome, gives you personalized recommendations, can prescribe you medication, recommend you clinical trials. In law, you'll be able to hire agents that can negotiate contracts on your behalf, even perform litigation and settle for you. In math and the sciences, we're seeing agents that can solve Erdos problems or discover new superconductors. Like, how thrilling is that? Or in the consumer world, personal agents that can manage your inbox for you, your calendar, your finances, file your taxes. And we expect there's going to be agents everywhere, and that's in part because hiring agents is so much easier than hiring employees. Humans are hard to scale. Infinites are infinitely scalable with compute. Humans are hard to keep happy, except for me, I'm always happy. Agents are low maintenance. Humans are expensive. You pay them salaries. You pay agents tokens. Generally, it costs less to accomplish a task with tokens than the equivalent in salary. Today, humans are still generally smarter, but the bitter lesson presses on, and soon agents will be smarter at many things. And so the point of this slide is not that we humans are out of a job. I think a uniquely human trait is adaptability. But we do expect the deployment of agents across the application layer to be swift and at an unprecedented rate and scale, because the economics are so clear and because of the inherent scalability of bits. So if you add all this up, the number of agents is ballooning on some sort of exponential, maybe super exponential. And I think we're about to hit the point where things get genuinely strange. What happens when commerce happens between agents? Can they pay each other? What happens when agents can actually negotiate the terms of a transaction with each other?
Wow.
Are we gonna have swarms of agents policing us, preventing things like cybersecurity Armageddon? All we know is the world is getting weird.
Armageddon?
And so I'll close by channeling my inner Bene Gesserit. Long horizon agents are here. The curve that they're on is very clear. And for founders, I think everybody has examples of people that are accomplishing insanely hard timelines thanks to AI. So Nathan from Zed accomplished a 3-year moonshot project over the holidays by himself with Claude Code. Brett Taylor rebuilt Sierra over a weekend. The Notion team rewrote 8 million lines of code in just 6 weeks. And so everybody has these examples of compressed timelines. But I think very few people outside of the AGI labs have seen what happens when you take these compressed timelines and you stack them on top of each other. And that's what's possible now. And so whatever you can imagine building over the next 100 years, we think is now possible in 100 days, thanks to agents. I will pass over to Constantine.
Thank you, Sonia. All right,
That's
thank you
incredible.
so much, Sonia, Pat, for the brilliant overview, analysis. In this section, we're going to talk a little bit about what's next. So the goal here is we all know we're in the AI age. What's it going to look like?
Do we?
What's it going to feel like?
Do we all know that we're in the AI age? I'm not sure that we all know that. I think there are people legitimately trying to resist that shit.
How is it characterized? Earlier in the presentation, Pat bifurcated technological revolutions between compute and communication. We're going to do another bifurcation here for types of work. There is physical work. This is a package on the Pony Express. This is a satellite on a Falcon 9. Work equals force times distance, physical movement. And then there's cognitive work. This is Pythagoras coming up with his theorem. This is DeepMind solving the protein folding problem. Conscious thinking. These are very different types of work. But we believe that they're going to follow a very similar pattern in revolution. So let's talk about physical work, because we've been through this revolution with the Industrial Revolution. For the vast majority of human history, all the work, or virtually all the work, for serving humans was done by some sort of muscle. People or animals. People.
When there needs to be a coordinated narrative shifting in order to get people to realize this. I agree. I mean, if you were to ask people in China, they probably would all agree, like, yeah, we're all in that age. But yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Moving something, or an animal pulling the human along. This starts at 1700, but it goes back millennia. Then things started to change. Water and wind, steam engines, and then things accelerated. Steam engines, combustion, electric motors. Today, 2026, you could estimate that 99+% of all the physical work done on planet Earth for humans is done by a machine. The plane that brought you here,
AI.
the manufacturing of all the goods in this room,
A lot of automation.
all the transportation that sets up for the pinnacle of the human experience you're having right now. Well, we think a similar pattern is going to happen in cognition. We're just a little earlier on. So for most of human history, all the thinking on planet Earth for humans was done primarily by humans, maybe a little bit for animals, the sheepdog chasing the sheep, right? And there was this sliver on top of mechanical work, the astrolabe or the clock. Now, over the past couple hundred years, there was not a lot of progress until electronic computation. And in the past 100 years, think about all the trillions of calculations that are happening at any given moment to serve you, the human. All of that work, all of that cognitive work that's happening to serve us at any given moment. Trillions of calculations. We believe that the neural network is the next big wave, and that in the near future, 99.9% of cognition on planet Earth will be done by machines. Well, the parallel is pretty stark. And the good news is we've been through a revolution like this. The cognitive revolution is going to be a lot like the Industrial Revolution, just much, much bigger and much faster. So what's it going to be like living in this future? I'd like to share some motivations for this future in the form of 4 short stories. The first story. In the mid-1800s, America wanted to build a grand monument to our first president and our greatest war hero, George Washington. So we designed the tallest building in the world at the time, the Washington National Monument, and we wanted to cap it with the most precious metal in the world, 100 ounces of the most precious metal in the world. So precious, in fact, that we put it on display at Tiffany's in Manhattan. That metal was aluminum. Within decades of the completion of the Washington National Monument, a young inventor came up with electrolysis, the process of separating aluminum from dirt. And within decades, aluminum was used to wrap our candies and our sandwiches and then tossed into the trash. Aluminum is intelligence. Electrolysis is artificial intelligence.
Damn.
We're about to enter a world where some of the most precious skills that took decades to earn, PhD level skills, are so instantly invoked that right after using them, you can crumple them up and throw them right in the trash.
Holy shit. Listen, what he just said is so fucking profound, and what I okay, so a lot of people before AI would often feel like there was a certain time window to the education that they might have gotten in college. You know, maybe they went to college in the 90s or the 80s or even the 2000s, right? And the information that they were trained on is, for better or worse, obsolete. Not completely, but for the most part, you have to update it because of the new sort of hyper scaled information age, right? But what he's saying is AI really resets all of that, because now it doesn't matter what decade or era your education came from, how long you studied it, there is no moat, because the cost of cognitive labor and the ability to run it indefinitely at all times of the day for pennies on the dollar of what it took to train this human, I think is just going to render all cognitive labor or things that are specialized cognitive, you know, training paths, whether it's doctor, lawyer, engineer, things like that take years. I think it's going to reduce the cost of that, like it's reduced the cost of creative genius. It's going to reduce the cost of that. And I think everybody will be able to start from zero. This is the hard reset that I think a lot of people were waiting for, where it's like, well, what makes it to where no matter what I did, when I did it in my life, if I get in early enough on this transformational technology, then I'll at least have somewhat of an advantage going into this new age, because this new age is coming, you know? Tombstone said, I graduated high school in 1987. Barely anything from that era prepared me for this stuff, but now it doesn't need to. Ooh. Bars. But he's cooking. He's cooking. I don't know what is this? I don't know how I found that. I'll be finding some shit. Sequoia Capital. They just posted this 2 hours ago. It has 846 views. What the fuck? Let me tell you guys how rare, how unique, how on the frontier edge we are. This is so crazy.
Story number 2. We are entering a world of alien design.
Oh.
The world as we see it today is all about design for humans.
Agreed.
You know, it's been optimized in a way that makes sense.
And shorter humans. I'm 6'4". I'm tired. I'm tired of the world being designed for not tall people.
To our brains, because we are doing almost all the cognition in the world. Well, when machines do the cognition, it's going to be a little different. In 2006, NASA was optimizing an antenna for a large space mission, satellite space mission. And traditionally, their antennas looked like this. It was a beautiful geometric, symmetrical pattern that optimized surface area for some power constraints. This time around, they said, we're going to hand it over to a computer, and we're going to have an evolutionary algorithm, a lot like reinforcement learning. The result, this antenna right here. Dramatically more productive, not intuitive to the human mind. In this AI era, when we hand over cognition to machines, we're going to get results that are not intuitive to us. When AI is designing chips, cars, buildings, they might look dramatically different. The world that we enter into, we have to be open-minded because the AI is not going to think like us. It's going to have alien design. The third motivation story is on emerging sciences, not emerging science. We all know there's emerging science. I'm talking about emerging sciences. In the early Industrial Revolution, you had great engineers like Newcomen and Watt, and they perfected combustion engines. Basically put a petrochemical into a piston, ignite it on fire, millions, billions of particles explode, move the piston, work. For almost 100 years, all of that was tinkering. It was an engineer saying, that works a little bit better. Maybe something you could see like a scaling law, but it was engineers playing with the product and seeing how they could improve it a little bit. Over 120 years after, Sadi Carnot came around and formalized this in a new science, thermodynamics. He said, wait a second, there are millions or billions of particles. We can actually formalize what that all looks like. In this case, there are billions of neurons, trillions of tokens. Right now, we're in the tinkering phase of AI. Even if we think it's an understood science, it's not. In the future, we will have a science as fundamental as thermodynamics introduced in the next couple decades. Someone in this room might come up with that science. And that science will be taught in high schools. It will be that fundamental.
Damn.
And it will help us master AI. It will even help us master consciousness.
Damn.
Fourth story, the art of unreason. So for the vast majority of human history, tens of thousands of years, art has been a progression towards realism. This is a cave painting from about 25,000 years ago. Egyptian hieroglyphs, Greek pottery,
already did. OBC.
Renaissance paintings. A grand transformation toward realistic art. Just look at the difference over tens of thousands of years, the triumph of humanity. And then engineering came along. The daguerreotype, early photography. And all of a sudden, what was spent decades of life to perfect the skill of getting every brushstroke perfect, gone. So how did the world react? They thought that painting was over. Oh, that's it. The machine can do it better than any human. Art is ended. Well, what happened? How did humans respond? Humans responded by saying, was the purpose of this art to capture the moment in the way the eye sees it? Or was it to capture the moment in the way the heart and the soul sees it? Impressionism, Expressionism, Cubism, Neo-Expressionism. All these new forms of art are how humanity responded to this dramatic change in science. 2,500 years ago,
his pacing is
Greek
incredible.
philosopher Protagoras wrote, "Man is the measure of all things." What he meant is that nothing in a vacuum has value to humans. Not aluminum, not art, not intelligence. It only has value because of the experience. AI can do the work. AI will do the work. But only the human connection can give you a reason to care. That's why we're all in this room today. A decade from now, work is going to be dramatically different. Things are going to change so much. But the one thing that will be constant is the relationships that you form today with the person right next to you will endure. That's what you're going to look back on. That's what's going to be valuable from today. So I encourage you to form those relationships with the people next to you. Enjoy your time together at this AI Ascent, and really lean into what makes us most human.
Yeah, he was solid. Oh, this is a new moonshot.
Google commits to a $40 billion investment in Anthropic.
Dario needs compute. He signs up with Amazon. Google's already a shareholder in Anthropic.
They're trying to maximize the economic value per token.
It's all bottlenecked at TSMC. That's the actual bottleneck to all of AI, and only Elon will talk about it.
Google Cloud is dominating. They unveiled their 8th generation of TPUs, in particular TPU 8T for training and TPU 8i for inference. I still believe Google's the winner in the long run here. OpenAI unveiled GPT 5.5.
It very much feels like a release that's intended to strengthen OpenAI's codex. Math is cooked, a bunch of other things are cooked as well. Things are moving so quickly now that on a month-by-month basis, we're able to see the hardest of these benchmarks creep up 1% per month, so not long now.
Now that's a moonshot, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody, welcome to another episode of Moonshots, your favorite AI exponential tech pod out there in the universe.
Yep.
Here with my incredible moonshot mates, AWG back with his orchid-filled room, DB2 in his headquarters of all exponential investments, and of course, Salim is on the road. I mean, remember the book Where's Waldo? I think we're going to replace that with Where's Salim? So Salim, where are you today?
I'm in a car in Guadalajara in Mexico, transiting to the airport, and this was the only way I could do this, is to do it in the car. So hopefully the friend's hotspot we're piggybacking off lasts. We'll see how it goes.
I can't believe you brought up Where's Waldo. You know, Peter, do you know we're still the exclusive licensee of Where's Waldo for data mining?
Okay.
We used to go to trade shows and we'd have an actor dressed up in that Where's Waldo suit, and we'd be like, hey, our neural nets can find anything in your data. It's like a Where's Waldo. And we gave out all the books and everything. That's amazing.
Hilarious.
You still remember that. So Salim, you're in Mexico. The Blitzy team is in Mexico, and they're raving about the podcast, by the way. So I guess we have a big fan base down there.
We
see it on the
do, it
streets?
turns out. Yeah, big time. About half I was at a conference for about 1,100 people, and quite a few of them are avid watchers.
That's awesome.
And what about the rest? Did you convert them?
Yeah, we got to think international whenever we're commenting on these topics, because you know, everybody, it's a big world, and everybody out there is
My
watching
Spanish
YouTube,
is not
so.
quite up to snuff to say everybody should watch Moonshots in Espanol.
You know, there's translators now.
Hey,
Just
something
pull out
I
your
know.
phone.
I know.
You know,
I did my meaning of life session last night in Spanish with the translator, and you should have seen the translator at the end of the night. She was so fried.
And of
Hey,
course,
Salim,
tequila
when you're
shots
touring through
required.
India, do you speak Hindi, or do you what?
No, I speak English. It's my native tongue because I come from a diplomatic family. I have pretty bad Hindi. I can get by,
Okay.
but you know, it's one of these where my grammar is bad. My vocabulary, I just throw out words and hope it sticks. I can get through about 50% of our conversation.
Well, we're at almost
so cool to
500,000
try.
subscribers, so next time you're in front of our large audience, tell them to push us
I do.
over to 500,000.
Oh, okay. I'll tell them that.
Let's jump in. Another
How about some
incredible,
news,
crazy week. Let's kick it off with a conversation
yeah.
around the AI race and the agentic boom. So check out this slide, right? I mean, 15 major releases in only 8 weeks. We're getting a pace of, 2 major models per week. I think you've got to be retired and just focusing only on this to keep up. There's no way otherwise. So in this segment, what I'd love to do, guys, is really hit on the last 3, Kimi K2.6, GPT 5.5, and DeepSeek 4 before their extraordinary releases. Each of them, hitting new capabilities. One thing, Dave, we saw the acquisition, or the invoked acquisition of Cursor by XAI. And I think what's interesting is that the winners in this crazy model race are going to be those that are providing the best abstraction layer. So it doesn't matter what model's underneath. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, totally. Actually, I just had a meeting with a data center company here in Cambridge, and the amount of effort going into the TPUs and the NVIDIA B100, B300s is incredible, but at the abstraction layer, there's factors of 5 and 10 just being thrown away by mismanagement of the context window. And I mean, there's just so much opportunity in this stack, which makes sense because it's all brand new. Yeah. But it's just, and also there's a lot of vertical integration going on.
Man, we got to get a GU
really stepping up.
Sticker on
his.
I
can't believe how Kimi K2.6 is keeping up.
Big.
I mean, it is just shocking that the open source world is actually on the radar and keeping up.
And we'll get to that in a minute, but what's interesting is the speed of these releases. I'm guessing that these new models are sort of, it's competitive marketing where the models are probably already cooked and they're just waiting for someone else to release and then releasing right on top of it.
Anthropic, is holding back on Mythos, so that there's at least one case where you're exactly proven to be right, which means there may be others as well. But it's it's funny, the dot releases are coming faster.
Thankless. What up, man? How you doing?
I mean, what's shocking about this list is it's U.S. versus China, right? There's no European models, there's no UK models, no Japanese, Indian models. It's just all U.S. and China. Everyone else is a spectator, it looks like at this point.
Yep.
I don't know if you agree with that, but
either pull up a chair or be
now.
On the menu, dog.
No, you're 100% right. But the models are self-improving now. And so, the rate is accelerating, exactly what singularity theory would have predicted. The rate is accelerating, but because the models are improving themselves, it's hard to start from a cold start and catch up. But I'm surprised that other countries aren't using the Kimi K2.6 model to bootstrap their own internal research. And maybe they are and hasn't popped onto the radar yet. But I'm not finding it too hard to design new neural nets using existing neural nets. It's a very doable thing.
And I'm curious, Alex, that chart down below on this slide here that's showing all the leapfrogging, I mean, it's leapfrogging all the time. But, is it that they're all just cherry picking? They're all just sort of, studying for the test on the particular benchmark, and then they're just, releasing whatever the latest benchmark that they're best at? Or is this truly,
Yeah, I think we're down in the West to a three-way race at the frontier between OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. And I think those three labs have been pretty good about not benchmaxing, of over-focusing on just one benchmark. They're pretty good generalist models. I think we're seeing an honest-to-goodness arms race or horse race or rat race, depending on which metaphor you prefer. My friends at the Frontier Labs often call it a rat race. And as to the Chinese models, it's interesting. The aphorism, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. To the earlier point about why no European models, where's Mistral in all of this, for example? It's because the US and China are where all the compute is. And ultimately, I think OpenAI's Noam Brown, who of course is quite famous for having led their reasoning approach, he's recently started almost pondering with a bit of ennui whether the weights actually matter as much as they used to, or whether it's really turning into a race for compute. In some sense, as inference time reasoning becomes more and more important, his argument, not mine, but I think it's a credible one, the weights themselves start to become less important, in the same sense that, say, individual units within a transformer-style architecture become less important as the transformer itself starts to scale. The overall weights for an entire model may become less important as more and more reasoning gets used, and you see, in effect, a space-time transformer that's rolled out over time in reasoning token space. So if that argument holds, and I think it's a pretty interesting one that I hadn't heard elsewhere before, that would almost suggest that while at the same time we're seeing a race to the bottom on, say, per token intelligence densities between American models and Chinese models, open parens, the American models are still about 6 months ahead, and this has been pretty consistent for the past couple of years, close parens. It may not matter in the end. What may matter in the end, at least according to the scaling laws we have at the moment, is who has more compute at the end of the day to do more reasoning. So,
and we're going to see that. We're going to see that in a minute. But 15 models, over the course of 2 months is insane. And, some of these are just improvements on existing models, and some of these are completely new pre-trained models. I think that difference needs to be pointed out. Salim, any thoughts on this insanity?
Just the fact that we have that many releases in 8 weeks kind of blows my mind. We're watching the cost of cognition, coordination, execution is all collapsing at the same time. I mean, I think it's so much, not so much the breakthroughs, it's the compression density is crazy.
Well, and the capabilities are mind-blowing. These are not just like, fake little dot releases that are benchmaxing. If you use them firsthand, and you what's really helpful is if you look at our podcast or at any postings on the internet from 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago, 12 months ago, and look at the predictions of capabilities, we're so far ahead of what even the upper bound of predictions would be in terms of the capabilities as the parameter count grows. And so, if you extrapolate from there, we're just on this knee curve of the acceleration and the singularity, and raw parameter count and more chain of thought reasoning is just going to push us to limits that are way beyond human.
So what does the average person really care about? What does the average person care about this, right? Like one of my boys says, okay, great, a new release with the new numbers over and over and over again. At the end of the day, stuff is getting better, it's getting cheaper, it's getting faster. What does the average user, do you recommend someone sticking with a particular model? I'm just going to be on OpenAI, I'm just going to be on Anthropic, I'm just going to be on Google. Any thoughts there?
See, I think the question itself is a red herring. Why? Okay. Because OpenAI bet the company on consumers using all these reasoning tokens, that consumer-oriented strategy for all of these trillions of dollars of CapEx that they're building out would work. And they've had to pivot rather prominently in the past few months back to enterprise. So I think the question of what does the average user care, which I construe as what does the average consumer care, I almost think the market is telling us the average consumer in the short term isn't even part of the equation anymore. This is really, the question should be, what does the average enterprise care? Because they're the ones.
I'm asking for our listeners, right? A lot of them are entrepreneurs or general consumers. At the end of the day, is it okay for someone, I'm just using ChatGPT, I'm just using, Gemini 3.1 Pro, I'm just using, the latest version of Anthropic's models. Is it important for people to be driving to the latest model, or is it okay? Because ultimately, everybody's basically leapfrogging everybody else. And, if you're just a mom, a dad, a student, and, maybe an entrepreneur just getting going, this insanity of 15 models in 8 weeks, bouncing back and forth. Dave, you're using, 2, 3, or 4 models all the time, right?
Oh, many more now. and that's the biggest change. The coordinator model can now manage dozens or hundreds of other models successfully, and 6 months ago or 3 months ago, that wasn't true. So, for the average consumer, the ability for the stuff to install itself, like you can go into the model now, you have to use the latest ones. But it doesn't matter a lot whether you're using Claude 4.7 or GPT 5.5. Just use one of the latest ones. But ask it to install itself. Ask it to build something on your laptop for you, and it just works now. You don't have to understand, the Linux command line. You don't have to understand any of the underlying infrastructure. It's smart enough now to explain itself to you as it goes. So I think for the average listener, that's a massive unlock. Someone who's never built software before can just think of something and then create it in an hour. And that just wasn't true, 6 months ago.
Hey everybody, you may not know this, but I've got an incredible research team. And every week, myself and my research team study the meta trends that are impacting the world. Topics like computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology. And these meta trend reports I put out once a week enable you to see the future 10 years ahead of anybody else. If you'd like to get access to the Meta Trends newsletter every week, go to diamandis.com/metatrends. That's diamandis.com/metatrends.
Yeah, let's jump into our first model story here, which is Moonshot AI launches Kimi K2.6. I just downloaded it onto my Mac Studios this weekend on top of Skippy, who's orchestrated by Opus 4.6. Yeah. So Kimi K2.6, it's a trillion parameter, open weight, open source model. Activates 32 billion of the parameters at a time. It runs 300 parallel agents. Very importantly, natively, it can process text, image, and video all at the same time. It costs 30 times less than the most capable closed models. Interesting enough, Moonshots AI didn't get its name from us. The three founders based in Beijing, their favorite album is Dark Side of the Moon, and so that's where it came from. The company's backed by about 4.7 billion in capital from Alibaba, Tencent, and IDG. And this model, right, if you look at the numbers in the bottom on the benchmarks compared to GPT-5.4, Opus 4.6, and Gemini 3.1 Pro, it does amazingly well against all those models. And this one was trained, they report, for a total of $4.6 million compared to hundreds of millions or billions on the other, closed source models. Dave, I find that amazing. Almost incredible.
It's so much to say about this. Starting from the fact that, Alex said a minute ago that the Chinese models are running about 6 months behind the U.S. models. But if you look at the benchmarks, this is up there or beating Claude Opus 4.6, which was only 3 months ago. That came out in February, and so that's not a 6-month lead. That's a 3-month lead. And the price performance, most people, when they first start, they don't care too much. It's cheap. All AIs are pretty cheap. But then when you realize that you can run 10 or 100 of them concurrently, you're like, well, this is going to start to add up. So if you run this on Fireworks AI, it's about 1/8 the cost of running the Claude API or the OpenAI API. So, 1/8 is a pretty damn big price cut. If you download it and run it like you did with Skippy, then you're running at about 1/30 the cost. So that's a big deal. And then, of course, the caveat is, as Alex has pointed out many times, you're not 100% sure if it's not, spying or doing code injection. It's probably not, but you can't guarantee that. So that's so somebody tells me this is 1/30 the price, try it. You're like, I'm a little sus. Like, why is it 1/30 the price? But I doubt it's code injecting on you, but you can't be sure. Whereas if you use Anthropic or OpenAI, it's definitely not code injecting on you. In fact, it's safeguarded all over the place. So there's your landscape. Chaotic as always. It's only going to get more chaotic.
Alex, how big a deal is Kimi K2.6?
I think it's helpful for certain enterprise use cases where you want to be able to self-host the model and you don't want to, say, use AWS Bedrock, which, by the way, now hosts GPT 5.5 in addition to the Opus models. I think it's helpful in that respect. It's helpful if you want to be able to self-host fine-tuned models for yourself, ditto with DeepSeek V4. But I think in general, again, it's a few months behind. For other use cases for consumers that want to be able to self-host for whatever reason, privacy or otherwise, probably very helpful. For folks who want to self-host their own claws, very helpful. So I think there are many use cases where these typically Chinese open weight models like Kimi K2.6 and DeepSeek V4 are very helpful. I do think, however, they're not at the frontier. And to me, the big headline is that disparity between the American frontier closed weight and the Chinese frontier open weight seems, at least for the moment, to be in place.
Yeah, Peter, I think your setup is perfect. It's exactly what I do too. I use Opus 4.7 as my orchestrator because you want that extra notch of intelligence. And then if you have simple tasks or just subtasks, you can farm them out and save the money using using Kimi K2.6. And then if the results coming back don't make perfect sense, then your orchestrator will tell you, hey, this is garbage. And so you can actually rely on Opus 4.7 to give you the straight truth on what the underlying models did for you. So it's exactly the way you set it up, Peter.
Yeah, Dave, a week ago you said you moved from 4.7 back to 4.6. Did you move back to 4.7?
I have both running now. 4.7 is kind of wordy and sounds kind of PhD-ish, which annoys me sometimes. And 4.6 is friendlier, but then, it's clear that 4.7 is a little smarter. And so sometimes you just need the right answer no matter what. And so I actually have both running in parallel agent windows now.
Salim, I'm curious, in Guadalajara, Mexico City, in parts of South America, and in parts of Asia, what are you hearing about the use of US models versus open weight, open source Chinese models?
So I get a mixture of both things. A bunch of people use the hosted models, the big ones, just because it's easy. There's a subset of people who use the open source models and the Chinese models, and they don't really care. I think they should care. At some point that's going to come up. One question I have for Alex and Dave is, how do you protect against the code or prompt injection in these open source? Is there a way of defending against that? If there is, then there's a huge case for this, because everybody here is looking for the low cost approach, right? But for the most part, I'll be blunt, the conversation is not around which model and open source or closed. Is like, what do we do with AI? Like, that's literally at a level of lack of sophistication around this that you would expect. But the opportunity is also there for startups then to leapfrog lots of people and build aggressively for the coming madness that's upon us.
Yeah, it's almost an impossible question, Salim, because if you sit on the sideline and you don't use this stuff aggressively, you fall way behind.
Yeah.
But if you start using it aggressively, you're generating thousands or millions of lines of code before you even know it. And so then the odds go up, right? So I think what you're trusting right now is that the guardrails that Anthropic and OpenAI put on their models, they're very cautious when they're pulling in code, open source or otherwise. I mean, almost annoyingly cautious. So you kind of assume they've done a very good job of filtering out, nasty code injection. But the numbers work against you at scale, so there's no simple answer. I mean, you can, when I got into it, I was like, hey, I'm just gonna look at the code. I'm not gonna just run it. I'm gonna see what it does. That's a joke, right? That's just laughable. It's generating so quickly now that there's no chance you could even scroll through it. So you have to use AI to, it's like a lot of things actually, you have to use AI to protect against AI. There's no other way to get the scale. So it's tricky. I know that wasn't much of an answer, but it's tricky.
One thing I'd love to point out here, we talk about this on occasion, but I don't think we've ever really spoken about it in detail. The Kimi K2.6 uses something called a mixture of experts, an MOE, and it's interesting, and just to take a moment about this, if in fact you have a trillion parameter model, and you ask a question, it's basically accessing all trillion parameters every time to analyze every token. And what they did here is they actually created, a set of 30 plus experts. And so that, some percentage of all the parameters are dedicated to one expert system. So if you ask a coding question, the orchestrator looks at this and says, okay, this is a coding question. We're going to send it to, experts number 3, 7, and 12, and only uses a portion of the parameters, right? Only uses, instead of all the experts, it uses some subfraction thereof, and it saves money and saves time. And how many different models are using that right now, Alex?
Sparsity, which is the term of art I think that we're talking about here, is endemic to all frontier models at this point. It's also the basis for the human brain. If we look at the brain, most neurons don't at any given point in time have action potentials that are going in and out. So sparsity is a great way to reduce the memory footprint of models. To my knowledge, all of the frontier models use sparsity one way or another. It's also a good way to, another term of art, regularize the models. So to make sure that particular weights or parameters in the models aren't overfitting to the training data, one of the age-old techniques is just blasting away individual weights or parameters in the neurons, making them disappear entirely as a so-called regularization technique. So sparsity is everywhere at this point, and it's only going to, I think, become more important with time as we try. One of my holy grails is, as I've mentioned on the pod previously, I'd like to see 1 million parameter or smaller diamond or black hole of a model at the end of the scaling race. And I think sparsity and cranking the knob on increasing sparsification in these models is one possible path to getting us there.
Hey, and just to add something to what Peter said, the MOE innovation, mixture of experts innovation that came from DeepSeek is actually layer by layer. So most of these neural nets are about 140 layers deep now. And it'll route the expert layer by layer. So it'll say, look, within this layer, I'm just doing basic, image classification. And this layer, I'm doing deeper thinking. And this layer, I'm doing higher level math, as it moves through the neural net. It'll actually route to, now I think up to 128 different experts layer by layer, and so it'll find the optimal pathway through the entire neural net. On top of that, you can also have dedicated experts, like here's a surgeon, here's an artist, here's a coder, above and beyond that. But MOE is actually within the neural net layer by layer.
All right, next story is OpenAI unveils GPT 5.5, literally just 7 weeks after GPT 5.4. Greg Brockman calls it a new class of intelligence. It's natively omni-modality. It's able to process text and audio and video and images all in a single unified end-to-end architecture. It has a 37-point increase in over 5.4 in long context reasoning, which means 5.4 and 5.5 are both a million token windows, but 5.5 can actually remember the beginning of the million tokens and provide, complete context across the entire thing. Token
Holy
efficiency,
shit.
40% fewer tokens with the same latency, and I love this, hallucination is down 60% over 5.4. Let's go to our resident genius. Alex, what do you make of 5.5? How important is it?
I think it's very important, both intrinsically and also relative to 5.4. So I want to highlight two key stats here. The first is the leap from GPT 5.4 thinking to 5.5 thinking. That's probably the biggest leap overall on Terminal Bench 2.0 specifically. So one way to interpret this, Terminal Bench is a benchmark that's focused on the ability to agentically operate from a command line terminal. Where is that useful? For codecs and for Claude Code type environments. So one way to construe this huge leap, which is larger than most or all of the other leaps that we see in terms of other benchmarks, is that 5.5 is being very seriously focused, benchmarked, if you like, although I really, having used it, don't think it's narrowly overfitting just to creating and making Codex a better Claude Code competitor, but it very much feels like a release that's intended to strengthen OpenAI's Codex. That's thought one. Thought two is, my favorite benchmark among all of these is Frontier Math Tier 4. Frontier Math Tier 4, which I think we even had a New Year's bet about that we're going to have to revisit sometime later this year, is one of the best proxies for the ability for AIs to solve professional level research problems in math. And what do we see? We see from GPT 5.4 Pro to 5.5 Pro, approximately a 2% leap in approximately the last 2 months. What does that tell me? That tells me that we're seeing now approximately 1% gains per month in research level math coming from frontier AIs. And we're getting closer to approximately half of all of the Frontier Math Tier 4 problems getting solved. So you can extrapolate this and realize if the present rate just stays the same, which I guarantee it won't, it's going to accelerate. But even just at the present pace, we're talking about essentially all Frontier Math Tier 4, all professional research grade math problems being solved in the next 4 or 5 years. So math is cooked. I'll say it, second time, math is cooked, a bunch of other things are cooked as well, but things are moving so quickly now that on a month-by-month basis, we're able to see the hardest of these benchmarks creep up 1% per month, so not long now.
It's worth pointing out that the API pricing on 5.5 is twice that of 5.4, so it's $5 per million input tokens versus $2.50 on 5.4, and $30 per million output tokens versus 15. I like the simplicity of that pricing. Dave, have you been playing with this at all?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Alex said earlier in the pod is really, really important and insightful. Like Noam Brown is saying, wow, maybe the weights don't matter so much as this chain of thought process is just way ahead of any expectations on how intelligent it can get. From a user's point of view, that first benchmark, Terminal Bench, if you ask it to do something complicated, like configure an entire system for you, download some software, integrate it, make it all work, connect it to my Outlook, connect it to my whatever, it just works. And that exactly ties to that first benchmark. It just flat out works. And so it feels like this incredibly capable, brilliant assistant, no matter what you're trying to do, because of that first benchmark. Then the last benchmark, the Frontier Math, or second to last, Frontier Math, Demis Hassabis came out and said, yeah, I think it's a kind of a coin flip. This was on Alex's Innermost Loop. It's kind of a coin flip now on whether just the existing architecture scaled up solves everything.
Yeah.
I think coin flip, he's moved a long way.
He has. We need new breakthroughs.
We're out of breakthroughs, apparently. Yeah. I remember 10 plus years ago when I was chatting with Demis, he used to say there were 5 breakthroughs remaining between where we were then and AGI as he construed it. Now we're out of them. It's half a breakthrough or 0 breakthroughs at this point.
Next week we're going to be on with Ray Kurzweil again. We're doing that May 4th event for the launch of We're as Gods, and I'm curious. We should ask him. What does he think? What's required to get to true AGI or ASI? Are we just going to extrapolate what we're doing, or do we need breakthroughs? I think that requirement's been falling.
It
is a bitter lesson.
I mean, it's starting to feel a lot like, actually, Alex, what would be great for that is to put together a chart of Demis's number of breakthroughs, because at Davos it was down to 2, now it's down to 50-50 that it's 0. But you mentioned 5, that was what, maybe a year and a half ago? So that'd be a really cool chart.
The 5 number from him was when I was chatting with him in, this is 10 plus years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so there's some sort of exponential decay of breakthroughs, clearly.
Alex, you said it a little bit earlier. This is ultimately a compute race. So let's talk about that. A couple of stories here around Google Cloud, and Google Cloud is dominating. So what do we see? We see Google announcing at Google Cloud Next 2026, their major conference. They unveiled their 8th generation of TPUs, in particular TPU 8T for training and TPU 8I for inference. Right now we have training and inference chips separately, just like Amazon has their Trainium chips for training and their Inferentia chips for inference. These new TPUs are 3 times faster in training performance, 80% better performance per dollar. They're designed to run millions of agents in real time. So Google is really all in on the agentic era. Sundar Pichai, the CEO, who I had a chance to spend some time with last weekend, he made it crystal clear. He says over 16 billion tokens per minute being processed, and 75% of Google's code is now written by AI. So fascinating. Dave, what do you make of this?
What's surprising to me is that the price performance of the TPUs is landing right on top of NVIDIA, not much different at all, which is surprising because it's a completely different architecture. It uses a systolic array design. I mean, it could not be more different from a GPU under the covers, but for whatever reason, it's all kind of canceling out and landing identical, which is fine from Google's point of view, because now they have their own total, chip fab through data center, through model.
They do everything.
Solution, yeah.
I still believe Google's the winner in the long run here across the board. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
Terafab is a big thing.
That's true. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. I'm thinking in the OpenAI and Anthropic ecosystem. Yeah, Terafab.
On the other hand, Google owns a material percentage of SpaceX.
They do. They do. I don't know if you saw. There was a tweet out recently about Google's investments that were made. And they just had massive returns on their investments on SpaceX, on Anthropic, across the board. Huge returns.
Yeah, I was at a board meeting yesterday, a company that I'm the chairman of that has massive cash flow and a huge cash balance. And they were like, well, I don't know if a public company can really do seed stage investments. I was like, have you looked at Google?
Yeah.
They have multiple $100 billion gains on their investments, and they don't even do it for the money. They do it for the knowledge and for
and strategic relationships, right? Yeah. Larry and Sergey were just bonding with Elon, and they said, okay, Google is going to invest $1 billion, and now it's worth, God knows how many hundreds times more.
Yeah, no,
it's also just investing in the future. I remember conversations with Larry and Sergey about the nature of the frontier, and I think to their credit, they're investing in the frontier, and SpaceX is part of it. And also compute. Epic put out this really, I think, eye-opening stat in the past week that Google now accounts for approximately a quarter of all of the AI compute on the planet. And I'm sure 8th gen TPUs will be part of it. I think it's also worth keeping in mind that the TPUs at this point are being designed by TPUs. I have a number of friends at Google who are responsible for designing next-gen TPUs, and they're all just using Google AI to do it. The recursive self-improvement goes all the way down to the silicon at this point.
All right, our next story in the Google ecosystem, again, also announced at their large Cloud Next conference, is Google commits to 960,000 NVIDIA Vera Rubin GPUs for their A5X. So pretty extraordinary. A5X is Google's new bare metal virtual machine instance, delivering 10x lower inference costs and 10x higher token throughput. Just an interesting FYI, Vera Rubin, for whom these chips are named, was an American astronomer who discovered the first conclusive evidence of dark matter. I love the fact that Jensen is naming chips and systems after famous individuals. Now, what I find fascinating, this goes back to the conversation a minute ago, is that this cloud is 2 times bigger than Colossus 2 and 2.4 times bigger than Stargate Abilene. So Google is winning on, at least based on what they're building and plan to build. Again, Dave, thoughts here?
Well, part of just to touch on one thing you said there, Peter, part of the acceleration we're seeing in society as a whole is that all the really, really smart people are working on real tech now. And
hardware
and space and medicine and like real tech. And, if you go back to the Meta era, the Facebook era, the rewards were all in either, cheesy consumer experiences or banking. And doing deep tech was kind of a way to die poor. So it's creating a whole new era for society. The post-AI era, we all knew it was going to be very, very different, but now the rewards are in actual deep tech that benefits humanity in really big fundamental ways. But I think if you just counted the number of people that that have been pulled into this vortex, it would have been just a few % working on world-changing deep tech, real stuff just 15, 20, 30 years ago. Now it's almost everybody that is getting pulled into do something big and world-changing, and it's actually working. And so that's a big change for society. So that's helping accelerate things as well.
All right, our next story is Anthropic is cutting deals for cash and compute. Huge amount of capital flying back and forth between the frontier labs and the hyperscalers here. So Google commits to a $40 billion investment in Anthropic. So last week, Google committed to a ton of money, $10 billion in cash right now at a $350 billion valuation. And note, we talked about this last time, Anthropic on the secondary markets is now at $1 trillion valuation. So this $350 billion is coming in at roughly 1/3 the cost of what others are paying for it. And they committed to another $30 billion if Anthropic hits certain performance targets as well. They're going to be providing 5 gigawatts of TPU compute committed over 5 years. That's the equivalent of, literally providing power to 3 to 4 million people. I'm finding this pretty extraordinary. We're going to see in a moment a conversation where Anthropic has cut deals with Amazon in a similar fashion. Actually, let me go ahead and hit that, and we'll talk about these money for guns conversation that's going on. So Amazon and Anthropic are trading cash for compute. So here's a second deal. Amazon is investing a total of $33 billion. They've committed to $25 billion on top of the $8 billion they've already invested. In return for Amazon's cash, Anthropic is committing to spend $100 billion or more on AWS over the next decade. Anthropic will run Claude on Amazon's custom Trainium chips, and Amazon will provide 5 gigawatts of AI compute capacity for Anthropic. So, we're seeing Anthropic becoming beholden to both AWS and Google in a significant fashion. Gentlemen, thoughts on this one?
Well, it's so funny to me. Obviously, Anthropic needs much, much more compute and is growing. Oh, actually, a very good friend of ours, Peter, I won't mention him on the podcast, but he's an investor in Anthropic. And he was telling me at the board meeting yesterday, you can figure it out from that comment, but he was telling me at the board meeting yesterday that Anthropic, under the covers, is thinking they might hit between 40, 50, up to 70 billion in revenue by the end of the year.
We talked about 100 billion by the end of the year a few pods ago.
Okay.
But still,
Well,
I mean, they were at 30 billion last month, doubling, tripling. It's extraordinary. And you know, the current
only reason they wouldn't hit those numbers is because they can't get enough compute to keep up with the demand.
And one of the theories
demand will
was
be
that they didn't release Mythos because they didn't have enough compute to deal with it, right? So it's a limited release of the capabilities.
Yeah, and OpenAI cut Sora. I think one of the reasons is probably compute.
Which is energy.
Imminent, which is energy. And I think that it's so funny to me to see all these deals. So Dario needs compute. He signs up with Amazon. You know, Google's already a shareholder in Anthropic. They're all and now OpenAI is going to be running on GCP and also on Bedrock on Amazon. Yeah. So you can get it through Bedrock. So everybody's partnering with everybody else, but it's all bottlenecked at TSMC. Like this is all great. You can all partner with each other up the yin yang, but whose chips are actually going to get made? You know, you don't see TSMC in any of these podcasts, in any of these deals, any of these meetings. And you saw Jensen actually recently say he doesn't have any long-term agreement with TSMC. They just kind of make it up as they go. So all of this is bottlenecked, and only Elon is talking about, look, the fundamental constraint to all of this is the terafab. And I already locked up 16 billion, could be 45 billion of Samsung's capacity. The only 3 companies in the world capable of making any of this are Samsung, Intel, and TSMC. And that's the actual bottleneck to all of AI, and only Elon will talk about it.
Alex, is it compute or is it energy at the end of the day right now?
I think they're indistinguishable at this point. I think permitting for on-site energy is a major limiting factor. I think it's probably on balance more of a limiting factor at this point, maybe not a year from now, than TSMC, but it is a limiting factor. Having powered land, having data centers that you can take all of these, infamously Microsoft, even in the past few months, spoke about having lots of GPUs that they'd love to rack mount in a data center, but lacking the powered land and lacking the data centers to plug them in. I think at this moment, energy, at least in the US, but I agree with Dave that in the medium to long term, semiconductor fabrication supply chains, doubly so if there's any geopolitical conflict, are likelier to be a stranglehold once we solve our energy story.
So let's talk about the not investment advice segment here. Where do you invest your capital?
And then he goes to say, where do you invest your capital?
The energy stocks beginning to fly, right? A friend of mine just had his IPO of X Energy, and it popped like 30% in the first day. We're seeing Bloom Energy and other energy stocks beginning to skyrocket, creep up over the time. So, I don't know if you're going to invest in chips. Do you invest? We saw Intel pop up and AMD. I mean, all of these guys, that entire ecosystem of chips and energy. Ultimately, if they're really the constraining part of the innermost loop here, I think the most demand is there. Any thoughts, Dave?
Oh, so many thoughts. I could go for an hour on just this topic, but invest like crazy in anybody who has access to chips and can find a power supply. That's pretty straightforward. There are power supplies everywhere. All these legacy manufacturing operations, aluminum melting, and all that uses a huge amount of electricity, and swapping it over to data center is a massive increase in the value of that energy supply. But you have to have a line on the chips. Then at the kernel level, because the chips are so constrained and the demand is through the roof, at the kernel level, anyone who's writing software at the kernel level that empowers, AMD chips or legacy GPUs to participate, or just makes the inference more efficient on NVIDIA chips, those companies are worth a fortune. So anyone who's building kernel level software is a brilliant investment. And then in the vertical use cases, Anthropic rolled out something called Skills, which you should absolutely play with. It's just a way to use the context window more efficiently by designing skills that the AI can then pull in. So rather than have to reinvent everything every time, Just build a skill, and then you can call on the skill very efficiently. So companies are now discovering they can refactor their entire business or their entire whatever they do around 100 or 1,000 different defined skills. But those skills then become the defendable intellectual property within that vertical domain. So, you know, any vertical domain where you're racing to build out the entire skill database for that use case is also an unstoppable investment theme right now. You know, Dave, I could go forever.
The other thing that's interesting is that both Google and Amazon are getting their shares in Anthropic at 1/3 the going rate. I find that extraordinary. You know, $350 billion valuation versus the $1 trillion valuation.
Well, it shows you how important the compute is. I mean, again, you're gonna be sold out for forever if you can get the compute.
And these hyperscalers are kind of hedging their bets, right? They're not picking a winner. They're buying every horse in the race, you know, because this, you know, AGI, ASI race is just way too important to lose. So they're just investing left, right, and center.
I would also just parse these as the market doing what the market does. Some of the participants, some of the frontier labs like Anthropic have an insatiable hunger for the compute, and they have the revenue generation to generate the demand and sustain the demand. And so if you're Anthropic, you're going to go to every possible source at scale of compute that you can find, whether it's Amazon or whether it's Google or whether it's other sources. You're just going to go and seek as a hungry customer for compute, whatever the market will provide. I don't think necessarily the story needs to be any more complicated than that. It turns out the world demands a lot of compute to solve some of these really interesting problems in code generation and otherwise. And what we're going to see over time is all of this demand is going to translate into supply. It's going to translate in the short term into what looks superficially like a bit of a circular economy between, call it the top 10 or 12 companies after we see the IPOs of SpaceX and OpenAI and Anthropic. But that's going to diffuse throughout the economy over the next few years, would be my prediction.
You know, people are hungry for compute. Salim was hungry for bandwidth. Salim, welcome back. I see you're in a stationary situation.
Yes, I'm trying to do it from the airport now in a stationary spot, so let's see.
Dude, I'm just going to call you Waldo from now on. All right, let's move on. A couple of fun stories. I'm going to add this segment every time for the podcast, which is what did Claude just kill? So this is the stock chart for eBay. And this comes out from Anthropic Research, says new Anthropic Research project deal. We created a marketplace for employees in our San Francisco office with one big twist. We tasked Claude with buying, selling, and negotiating on our colleagues' behalf, basically doing what eBay does, and we see a drop in the stock price. You know, I think this is, you know, eBay's not really dropped anywhere beyond this, but I think this is going to be more and more common.
That's crazy.
Any thoughts, Dave?
Well, I think a lot of this is just, you know, immediate knee-jerk fear reaction, but then things kind of settle out and you realize, wait, Anthropic is going to build all kinds of marketplaces because they can, but it's not going to hurt eBay, you know. I think what you're going to see more and more is AI is growing so quickly that it's going to largely grow around the legacy economy. So around the banks, around the insurance guys, it's going to be its own world, and it's going to be feeding on itself and building just, you know, colossally large constructs that some people are not even aware of. And it'll all happen very, very quickly. So I think eBay will be fine.
Salim, any thoughts here, Salim?
I have a slightly different take. You know, there's so many places because lots of problems in companies exist because coordination is hard. And AI makes coordination easy. And that's going to threaten big chunks of places, marketplaces, customer support, listing optimization, dispute handling. There's huge categories of these that will become agentic workflows. And I think the bigger question about what did the AI just kill is what workflow category did it just encompass and automate?
You want to hear something cool, like related to this? The data center CEO that I met with this morning, you know, we were talking about data centers going into space because power is basically free. You know, solar is basically free in space. And he said data centers, there's power all over the planet that's not tapped, that doesn't disrupt society at all. That's not why data centers are going to space. Data centers are going to space because there's no regulatory authority preventing it. You try to do anything on the Earth.
I mean, that's not true. You still have to, if you're going to be flying all these data centers and communicating, You need licensing, domestically, and the ITU for bandwidth. I mean, there are going to be regulatory hurdles that, Elon and Google need to get, especially if you're launching 500,000 satellites. I mean, when you're putting up a debris field like that, there's going to be pushback. There is going to be pushback.
Yeah, it's interesting if you compare that to the process of doing anything on land. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I'll square the circle here and say, I think in the short term for sun synchronous orbit, yeah, that requires FCC and other approvals. In the long term, if we start to, say, launch AI data centers from the moon, that will probably, and we're building them on the moon, that will probably require fewer approvals, at least under the current regulatory regime.
But
I'd like to go back.
That's 20 years away to actually get manufacturing on the moon. I'm talking
20 years away, Peter?
Listen, if you look at it deeply, I mean, I know 20 years away is infinity. I get that. But we're talking about, I mean, just to be clear, the stuff I'm concerned about is the next 5 years, right? If you're launching, we talked to Elon about this, 500,000, V3, satellites in a constellation. There's going to be debris issues. Elon pushed it off by saying, we'll have superintelligence to figure that out. We have this, everything looks amazing from far away. But the reality is by the time it comes closer, there are real issues. And so it's not going to be just the promised land of going to space. We're going to have challenges going there still.
Yeah, it's interesting how the timelines line up too, because between here and there, there's all kinds of constraints, but between here and there, we'll have solved all math and we'll have discovered all kinds of new physics. And so,
listen, I'm the space cadet. I'm the super space enthusiast here, and I can hope for nothing more than that vision to happen. But it's always easier on the promised land.
Peter, I'm gobsmacked to hear that you think it's going to be 20 years before we have fabs on the moon. My goodness.
Fabs on the moon, manufacturing and pumping into Earth orbit with mass drivers.
Yeah, you think that's 20 years away?
Well, okay, maybe 15, but it's not the next 5 years.
Do I hear 10?
That's hard for me. It's hard for me. I guess Optimus robots will improve that. Demand will improve that, but the concern is if you have not an explosion, but a collision of spacecraft in orbit generating debris, we still don't have any mechanism for removing debris from orbit. And so it's going to be a challenge.
I'll make two dramatic predictions.
Your concern is, your concern is Kessler syndrome.
Kessler syndrome, yes.
Is going to sabotage moon-based fabs?
No, it's going to sabotage the next 5 years of 500,000 satellites in Earth orbit. I mean, right now we have 10,000 satellites from Starlink, right, which is the most ever pumped into orbit ever. And we're talking about 50 times that. And we're talking about not just the U.S., Amazon's going to do their best, right? Jeff is not going to stand still while Elon's doing this. And then you've got Chinese constellations. So do you double or triple that number of satellites in orbit? Listen, I can't wait, and it's going to have challenges. Salim, you were going to say.
Yeah, I'll give a couple of thoughts here. With just finger in the air here, I think humanoid robots are 5 to 7 years away minimum. At mass scale, in widespread adoption. Okay, minimum. And I think
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
I agree. I understand. And I think a fab lab on the moon and consistently doing fabrication and all that stuff is 15 years away minimum. Mm-hmm. So I'll say that. Not that it's not coming. It's just a question of it's a when, not an if. Which is
oh my goodness, this is lunacy, utter lunacy here.
Well, we are the Moonshots podcast.
Yes. Can we get back just maybe to Project Deal and Anthropic? I think we're missing an important point. Everyone who hand wrings over the latest Anthropic project purportedly sabotaging or killing some SaaS company, Anthropic doesn't want to be triggering SaaSpocalypses left and right. There's relatively little economic motivation there. I think if you look through the through line, through all of these Anthropic projects or research projects, other than the alignment ones, Anthropic all of their projects can be explained by and corporate strategies and unhobblings can be explained by a very simple principle. They're trying to maximize the economic value per token. Sure. That's all that they're trying to do. I
love that.
Claude Code, it turns out through Claude Code, CodeGen is actually quite economically valuable per token. Turns out per token, it's more valuable to generate useful working code than, say, to generate video or cat images or whatever other consumer plays OpenAI and some other frontier model providers were chasing. They've dropped that now. Everyone's focusing on CodeGen because on a per token basis, it's so economically valuable. So I would look at projects like Project Deal, running a marketplace, running a business, as Anthropic looking for new ways to increase the per token economic value of their output. It's as simple as that. And running a business.
Brilliant, Alex.
Yeah,
that's absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
To move us along here, we're coming into the battle season. It's Elon versus Sam and OpenAI. This just got posted today. So today is the start of a very important day in the AI world. The trial between Elon and Sam and OpenAI begins in the Oakland federal court. The jury selection is happening right now. So I just put this up to keep us posted. We'll be learning a lot. Of course, Discovery is unveiling a lot of texts, a lot of emails that I bet both Elon and Sam and a lot of other people would rather not have aired in the public. Any thoughts here, gents?
I think it's sort of sad that it's come to this. It's going to make, one remembers the Bill Gates versus Steve Jobs docudramas that were made from critical Apple versus Microsoft era. This has, I think, a similar feel to it. It's sort of sad that I think this ended up in court versus settling earlier on. But I do think many will, I think history will probably view this as sort of an iconic struggle that will get the full Aaron Sorkin, if not similar, like movie treatment. This will be the full Hollywood type.
Totally agree.
Titanic battle.
Yeah. Salim, any thoughts here? How is this playing in Guadalajara?
No recognition awareness at all, and that's probably a good thing. This is kind of soap opera-ish. I'm with Alex on this one. It's just heavy drama. We wish it hadn't come to this. It would have been great to get these guys to settle off thing, but their positions are hard and baked in, and so it's going to come to this.
How do you unravel the movement from OpenAI to a for-profit company? I mean, do you back it up to a nonprofit? And then what about all the capital invested in OpenAI? Does that disappear if they lose the case here?
I'd like to do it more. I mean, I've said, I think on the pod in past, that if the model of changing nonprofits, large nonprofits, to public benefit corporations can be scaled, I'd love to do this to a number of major American research universities.
That's not my question. My question is what happens to all the capital invested? Literally $122 billion in the last couple of months. There's so much pressure for this court case not to be won by Elon.
Well, I mean, if you're following the detailed TikTok of the way that this trial is being structured, it's being structured in two phases. The first phase is more of deciding whether the claims that Elon et al. Have made are in fact the case, and the second is the equivalent of like a reward type section, deciding what awards, if any, to make as conditioning on the first phase. But I think there are a number of details in this court case that are notable. One is jury selection. There's been public reporting that already selected members of the jury are aware of entanglements that Elon's had with the present administration and may view him negatively as a result. I think that's the fact that jury members are being selected reportedly with some political influence seeping in. I think that's very interesting. I also think it's interesting that the district judge in this case has again reportedly decided that she's going to take the jury outcome as an advisory opinion, but that if there is an award, she's going to decide ultimately from the bench on the final award. So there are a lot of nuances here.
Wow. Dave, any thoughts, opinions here?
Yeah, do we ever figure out if we get to see it live,
no,
play-by-play?
It's not being broadcast, but I'm sure there are going to be sort of court reporters giving us a lot of details here.
You can wait for the full Hollywood treatment in a couple years.
By the way, there will be a Hollywood treatment of this.
It's guaranteed
with every other major.
Of course, it may be an AI-generated feature film, but nonetheless,
it will be for sure.
Well, I'm surprised how many texts, like personal texts, have already come out.
Yeah.
You know, the emails get discovered right away, and all your email gets thrown out there for the wild to read, which is crazy, but it happens. But texts traditionally have not been thrown out, but yet we're seeing them all. So I don't know exactly how that's happening, but you know, for Elon to win, he doesn't have to win the case. He just has to slow down OpenAI. I mean, in the middle of the singularity, if you lose 3 months, you know, you're basically you're lost.
You're cooked.
So, yeah.
All right, another fun topic. A few stories here. It's about AI surveillance and privacy. So let's check this out. OpenAI's Chronicle uses agents to build memories from screenshots. So Sam Altman described this one as telepathy-like. So Chronicle runs on OpenAI's Codex, where background agents are taking periodic snapshots of everything on your screen. The screenshots are sent to OpenAI's servers for processing. Agents use optical character recognition and visual analysis to extract the context of what you're doing every minute on your screen. Structured memory files are created and stored locally. And, you know, we talked about this before, AI monitoring everything. Ultimately, it's sort of the camel's nose under the tent of being able to replace any worker. You know, we have significant privacy concerns that come up on this, and no one's raising that. I don't know if you guys remember when I was researching this. So Microsoft had launched something recently called Recall. It was a product that they put out there, and then they retracted because all the cybersecurity people said this is a privacy nightmare, it's litigation bait, and they pulled it back. But when OpenAI announced this product, no one's pushed back.
Can I first of all point out what a beautiful double entendre from Microsoft's crack product marketing department, naming a feature Recall and then recalling it.
Nice.
I think what we're seeing here is one big architectural kludge. And I think it's going to be kludgy both from Microsoft's perhaps ill-architected Recall as well as OpenAI Chronicle. This wants to be built into the operating system and the hardware. It doesn't want to be an add-on. I don't think, I'll just speak for myself, I don't want an agent taking constant screenshots of my desktop, sending it to a server, and then parsing it, sending back results. This should all be built Apple style. I would hope that Apple will get its act together in the next few months and build this into the window manager and the compositor and the operating system. The operating system is rendering the screen. Why can't the operating system understand what it's rendering?
I mean, this is ambient AI is the term of art here, where AI is monitoring everything all the time and enabling you, right? This is, in one sense, this is what I did this past weekend with my OpenClaw with Skippy, where I gave it access to everything, right? Every single granola gets put into memory, every WhatsApp message, every email, every calendar, everything. And it just makes it so much more useful. And I think something like Chronicle as well would just enable it to be, like Sam said, telepathy.
Well, that's the quandary. I mean, a lot of people who get in trouble with AI, you know, or they get stuck, it's something they're doing on screen. The AI doesn't have visibility into it.
Yeah.
But if you unlock that, the AI can be incredibly helpful, but it's also seeing literally every mouse move. So, but when we talk about our moms are still not using AI, why not? This is a big unlock, a big part. The voice interface and this are the two big unlocks, because it can then say, oh, I see what you're doing wrong. In fact, let me just do it for you and save you the trouble. And that, you know, all these configuration screens on any Apple device, and, you know, the menus are ridiculous now. Yeah. Like, you know, the number of layers of configuration you can do. I think something like some crazy stat, like 70–80% of all iPhone users never change any defaults.
Yeah.
It's just too confusing to do anything.
Yeah.
So this is a huge unlock for all of that. But right like now, you said, it's hugely intrusive.
Right now, you know, I take screenshots and I send it to Claude or whomever and say, hey, can you please help me figure this out? But this is going to have sort of a, you know, sort of an expert over your shoulders, always there to support you if you need it.
Well, and most people, when they first start playing with AI, like Alex's standard first query, you know, to test a new model is build me a first-person shooter. It's a better prompt than that. Sorry to bastardize
No
that,
worries.
but people want to do something visual and graphical to learn how it all works. And then when it doesn't work, they want to show the AI, hey, this doesn't look right to me, fix it. So they screenshot it, just like Alex, or just like Peter, you just said.
Yeah.
They screenshot it, but here, this is just a much more convenient way to get video, not just a screenshot, back into the AI's brain and say, look, this doesn't look right, fix it for me. And so you have a much more fun dialogue with the AI.
But you have to accept that privacy is, being compromised there. I think
I'll take a very different position
Please.
here, Peter, on that, which is I think any loss of privacy here is just due to this being an architectural atrocity. This wants to be built into an operating system like macOS. It wants to take advantage of the secure enclave. It wants to have secure hardware that's cryptographically guaranteeing that as it captures pixels that come out of the compositor and the window manager and the renderer, that all of those are securely handled and kept local. The reason that this is one big privacy dumpster is because it's not being baked into the hardware
Agreed.
and the local operating system. But that can be fixed.
It will be fixed, and I want that. I've often said I'm going to give up everything, every piece of detail, because I want my AI systems to be that much powerful. Salim, you're back with us. Talk to me about, what do you think about this?
I think this is, I agree with Alex. Two other things, though. One is that this is going to cause massive privacy issues for workers worried about Big Brother watching over them. Already today, there's a crazy statistic that 44% of Gen Z workers are sabotaging AI's efforts to automate their own work. They're putting in the wrong data, throwing off the AI training. It's really crazy what's happening right now in workplaces. So I think this will just exacerbate it and will bring this whole conversation to the front.
I talk about a losing battle. You're far, far better getting on the wagon than you are trying to do that.
That's such poisonous behavior.
Protect your job. Authorized a series of wire transfers during what appeared to be a routine video call with the company's CFO and several colleagues. The problem is that everyone on the call except the victim turned out to be an AI-generated deepfake. We've seen similar attacks in multinational firms in Singapore, and the impact of this is huge, right? So what we saw in 2019 to 2023 was $130 million in losses due to deep fakes. 2024 was $400 million. 2025 last year, it was $1 billion. It's projected to reach $40 billion by 2027. And so step in our friend Sam with his device called the Orb that takes a photo of the back of your retina, and you verify on Zoom that you're an actual human. It uses World ID and a real-time face authentication from a selfie as well as video, and it says, yes, yea, verily, this person is a human. And you get a verified human badge on your Zoom link.
Did you just say yea, verily? That's fantastic. We're right back to Shakespeare here. That's awesome.
Yea, verily, you're a human.
I love it.
You still have to go. You still have to go and actually scan your eyeball in one of these orbs. Has anybody done it? Have you guys done this yet?
No. Apparently, it's bouncing all over Africa. People are scanning away, but I haven't done it yet. But I love it because I was on. I don't know if I told you, Peter, but I was on stage here at a company-wide meeting, and we took a little 5-minute break in the middle, and our controller came up to me and said, "Dave, I'm so sorry. I only got half of those wire transfers to China out. I'll get the other out right away."
Seriously?
I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then, so I got back on stage. I'm like, I wonder what she was talking about. And so then the whole second half of the company meeting, in the back of my mind, I'm like, wait a minute. So I got off. When I got off, she said, okay, I got $300,000 out. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, well, you told me it was an emergency and we got to get the money to China right away. Like, why would we be wiring money to China? I don't understand. So anyway, only about 75,000 got across the border. We never got that back. And the rest of the FBI got into it right away. But I'm like, man, digital transfers like this, everything should be logged anyway. I really feel like the digital fraud world is going to get solved, and this is a big part of it. but everything should be logged all the time. It shouldn't be that hard to deal with digital stuff. I'm much more worried about chemical, biological, radiological stuff than I am about digital stuff, because I think we're going to get it fixed, and this is part of it.
Yeah. Alex, any thoughts here?
This is Minority Report. This is the sci-fi future that we're catching up with. Apple, with its Face ID, was focused on the face, not on the retina. But if you remember the Tom Cruise, Steven Spielberg Minority Report vision, this is it. I think it's been interesting to watch as World evolved from WorldCoin, and it's been interesting to watch as the company bounced back and forth between more crypto-focused and the economics of it versus the identification of human as a human.
That's funny because I wasn't even paying attention. I was busy at work.
You know, from a distance, like the human identity verification side is ultimately the bigger seller than the crypto side, and to the extent that's the case, as resident crypto bear, I'm very supportive.
We will have that debate, Salim. Don't worry about it. So
there's a wild irony here that the more AI scales, the more valuable verified human identity becomes. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so here's this next story that's related. So Grok creates a realistic AI French woman with a reflective ID. I'm going to play this little video here and take a look at it very carefully as she holds her driver's license up to the camera. Look how beautiful and real this looks.
Coucou tout le monde! Je viens de recevoir ma nouvelle carte d'identité. Regardez, elle est officielle et super bien faite. Je suis tellement contente.
So this was posted and it went viral by this gentleman, Dr. David Lutzke. He says this AI French woman was created by Grok, complete with perfectly reflective ID. A few more months and video ID verification may no longer be reliable. So, I mean, how many times have you taken, a picture of your license or your passport and uploaded it? It is going to become more and more difficult. We're going to have white hat, black hat competitions up the wazoo here. Alex, or
well, I would maybe just comment the IDs themselves should be verifiable with a centralized database. That's how you can maintain a single source of truth. And whether people are flashing IDs or not, maybe
on blockchain,
less of us. With centralized database, not a blockchain. But good one, Peter. Good one.
I'm just poking you, buddy. I'm just poking you.
I also think there are so many other technologies that we have to bring to bear. We can do hardware level cryptography, for example, chain of custody for video. Yeah. It's not that as a civilization we lack the technologies to ensure that any video or images actually originated from the real world without tampering. It's just that we lack the demand for it right now. And if I would predict that if ever the situation of deep faking gets so bad that it's causing real problems at a societal level, that'll just unlock all of these technological solutions, including hardware level crypto for cameras, cryptography, not cryptocurrencies, that the market will speak for itself and we'll get all those tech.
I'm still waiting for the laws to come out that require all, Grok and every other video generation to really identify it as AI generated.
There's a bill I covered in my newsletter, Innermost Loop. There is a bill right now, bipartisan bill, working its way through the House that will cover elements of deepfake fingerprinting like that.
Yeah. All right, let's move ourselves along here. We're going to talk about the economic impact of AI. There's a lot going on. Token maxing, word of the year. So this is from a report from 404media.co. Startup CEOs who are token maxing are bragging that they are spending more money on AI compute than it would cost to hire human workers. Astronomical AI bills are now in a certain corner of the tech world, supposed to be the marker of growth and success. Look how much I'm spending on my tokens, everybody. You should invest in me so I can spend more on tokens. Dave?
Yeah. No, this is a warped story. This is a great thing. The way you get left behind is by not trying. That's the worst thing you can do right now, is not get in the race, not play with AI, not try. And token maxing is fine. Like, a CEO that's proud of the fact that they're consuming a ton of tokens, you can come and optimize it later in the year. But get every one of your people on their AI platform like now, like yesterday, and go ahead and start burning the tokens, and then you'll have no trouble making it more efficient later. if you get in the game now. So I think it's great when a startup CEO says, I burned, $3 million of venture money on compute. Fine, you're learning a ton along the way, and nobody incinerates money for very long. They're not that irrational. So it's so this is just sort of the backlash story.
What was the Jensen factor? It was like half your salary in tokens.
I'm saying your full salary. Like I'm telling everybody by end of year, so you have 9 months, 50-50 is a good target. Half payroll, half token use. And then again, you're not going to have any trouble optimizing it. The token use is effectively about a 10x force multiplier. So if you're at 1-to-1, it's like I've got 1 humans and 10 AI equivalents in my bucket of endeavor. So I'm actually underinvested in tokens at that point relative to human salary. So 1-to-1 is a better target, I think.
Salim, are you doing that?
Well, I think the more healthy question is, what's the ratio of tokens to reducing iterations and maximizing efficiency rather than just a raw spend? I think for now, raw spend is fine, but that's kind of a vanity metric, right? You're better off kind of looking at it as to what extent can you compress iteration cycles? That'll be where we'll end up.
It's what Alex, you said earlier. It's dollars per token,
exactly.
economic return per token.
I think that's a great term.
If you ask a great salesperson, how many miles did you fly this year? Sure. That's a terrible metric of sales productivity, but if the answer is 0, it tells you it's a bad salesperson. I think it's great when a salesperson said, "Oh, I had a 1,000,000-mile year last year," and they're proud of it. Yeah. That's great. It's not the right metric, but it tells you they're proud of what they do. And token maxing is a lot like that, I think.
Alex, close us out on this one.
Yeah, I've seen a variety of asset allocations in recent months between humans and AIs. I think tokens to humans is one interesting way of framing that. A pessimist will look at this and say, this is replacement theory. This is humans being replaced by AIs. How awful. An optimist will look at this and say, how incredible, we're empowering fewer people to do more and achieving higher per capita productivity within an organization. What I don't hear very many people asking is, where does this end? So right now, I see asset allocations, humans to AIs, or at least human labor versus AI compute budgets, ranging from 1-to-1, 1-to-2 at some of the frontier labs. It's an even more asymmetric ratio. Question in my mind is there any stationary endpoint? Is there a fixed point as this evolves? I tend to think it's going to trend towards 1 to infinity, effectively, that as we start to phase humans out of the service labor force, we're going to see all tokens and no humans.
It has to. There's no other way around it. The capitalism will demand it. Totally agree.
Until the humans merge with the tokens, at least.
Tokenpreneuron. All right, Salim, this was your story. So UAE launches agentic AI government models. This is from Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister of UAE, the ruler of Dubai. He says UAE is launching a new government model. Within 2 years, 50% of government sectors, all services, operations will be run on agentic AI. The UAE will be the first government globally to operate at this scale of autonomy. Salim, brief us on this one.
Yeah, so I did a talk for His Highness 3-4 years ago, and talked through where this is going. And Minister Al Olama, the Minister of AI, is a good friend of both of us, Peter yourselves and mine, and they are going full speed on this. I got to give them massive credit. This is the benefits of the authority you can wield when you have a benevolent dictatorship like this.
I think
you can just get it done.
Right.
When you have that, you have to make sure that the whoever's in charge is doing the right things for the country, and the ethos here is 100% alignment. And they are going at a massive speed on this. Just to give you an example, I was given a golden visa, right? And I was asked to be the test case. And the thing was, could you get a golden visa authorized and issued within 5 hours? And they were freaking out, going,
I'm just
So Greg, thank you for coming back here. I don't think we ever charge you for rent, so maybe we'll send you an invoice later. But Greg, you've been part of like 2 really spectacular companies, Stripe as employee number 4, and then the first CTO. I just recently heard that they processed 1.6% of the global GDP. You must be proud of that.
That's amazing.
You must be even more proud of the fact that OpenAI has almost 1 billion, or maybe more than 1 billion, in weekly active users at this point.
I mean, it's all very exciting. It shows you what technology can do.
And you're not just co-founder and president, but you're also chief builder at OpenAI. I heard that was one of your titles.
I'm not sure if there's ever an official title, but I've been called many things. Let's just say that.
Well, you have an audience of great builders here, so we'll start from all the way at the bottom of the stack. OpenAI has multiple stacks of the business, one of which is compute, and you guys have been very aggressive on securing compute. Why is that?
Well, in many ways, we have a very simple business. We buy, rent, build compute, and we resell it at a margin. That's it. As long as the margin's positive, then you want to scale it, because the demand for solving problems, the demand for intelligence, that's unlimited. And the AIs that we have right now really are able to rise to the challenge of effectively any kind of problem that you want to throw at them.
Do you have enough compute?
No.
Really?
Yeah, definitely not.
I was just with Matt Garman, and he says the GPU compute availability in 2026 rounds to 0. Don't you guys have all of it?
I mean, we would love more. We're constantly out there hunting for more, honestly. And I'll tell you, like when we launched ChatGPT, I remember being on a call with my team, and they were like, all right, how much compute should we buy? And I said, all of it. And they're like, no, seriously, like, come on, how much should we buy? I'm like, no matter how fast we try to ramp compute, I guarantee we're not gonna be able to keep up with demand. And that has been true ever since.
That's fascinating. Moving up from compute, since I don't know if much of this audience can help you with securing more compute, because most of them are founders of startups. About architecture and scaling laws, where are we in the scaling laws? Are they still doubling each year? Are you changing architecture? What are you guys pushing on the frontier on the research side?
Well, I would say, first of all, the scaling laws are a deep and very beautiful mystery, right? They feel deeply fundamental. It's like this scientific truth that, just like you think about physics and Newton's laws and things like that, there's somehow this truth of the universe, and they're empirical. Like, we don't necessarily have all the theory to explain exactly why it works. But to me, the most beautiful thing is that neural networks were really designed like in the 1940s, before there were computers. And somehow we've been able to take the exact ideas that were developed back then and apply increasing amounts of computation. And as you pour more compute into the models, they get correspondingly more capable. And it just keeps going. There's no wall. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
That's pretty beautiful. Are there more research or more algorithms that are in the works? Because in the past we had neural networks, to your point, in the 1940s, but we didn't have the compute for it. Now that we have the compute for it, are we just pushing the same things, or are there new architectures and new ideas coming up?
Yeah, so I would think of it as we absolutely have new ideas that are constantly powering what we do. It's very simplified to say, well, let's take a neural network from the 1940s and put it in a gigawatt data center, right? We have made tons of innovations, and we constantly are improving things. And sometimes these are micro tweaks, like you just realize that the way you've been formatting data was not quite right, and that can actually be a very big deal. Sometimes it's larger. You think about the shift from the LSTM to the transformer, and I don't think the transformer is, like everyone's moved past the transformer as described in the other 2018 paper. So there's constant innovation happening, and I think of places that have been perhaps the most invested in long-term research on how to improve the architectures, how to improve the fundamental algorithms, and how to get the paradigm shifts. I think OpenAI has been leading the pack there, and that's something we continue to invest in. I see lots of fruit on the horizon.
And on the models, does OpenAI have a formal definition for AGI? Are we close? Are we not close? Pat and Sonia published this thing that we are at AGI functionally. Do you agree with that? Do you not agree with that?
Well, we do have a formal definition, but to some extent, one thing I have learned is that everyone has their own intuitions about what AGI is, and maybe you can view it as, like, according to my view of where we are, I think we're about 80% of the way there, in that we have models that are smart. They are very capable. They are able to, if you give...
Are they smarter than you?
I mean, they're certainly more capable than I am at writing software, right? If you give it all the context, then yes, I think that they're just so capable. It's really remarkable. Like, does anyone here feel better at writing software than GPT 5.4?
Oh,
got one. All right, writing kernels. So even there, we're seeing massive gains from, exactly, and for some of our internal results, that there, we're really seeing if you pour the right kinds of, if you have the right setup for your problem, then you're able to get really massive results out of very low level, even low level tasks. And just to give you one example of how things have been trending, one of my systems engineers also very similar. It was like, hey, like, I haven't been able to get value out of the models for GPT-5 or 5.1, for 5.2 as well. For 5.3, he, on a lark, had prepared this design document for a very complicated systems optimization he was about to do. He handed it over to the model, went to sleep, waking up intending to, like, give this to his team to work on for the next week. And when he woke up, it was done. That the model had actually implemented the initial spec, had seen that it was slow, had added instrumentation, had actually run the code, used a profiler to figure out where things were slow, and iterated multiple times until it got into an optimized result. And like that is incredible. That's where we are.
And so what would you advise all startups here to do? Because the models keep getting more and more capable. They're kind of, I've asked this when Sam was here in the past, and what, if you're building today, do you need to rebuild in 2 years when a new model comes out? Because all the functionality and all the capabilities all change around you. Do you need to make sure that you're not in OpenAI's way because you're just gonna run over startups because the models are so much more capable? How would you recommend a set of startup founders to build in this environment?
Well, first of all, I would say to lean in. The tools right now have become incredibly useful. And if you look even over the course of December, I think that we went from these agentic coding tools being like, they're like writing 20% of your code to writing 80% of your code, which means they go from being kind of a sideshow to being the main thing that you're doing. And I think we're doing that across all of the work that people do with computers, all computer work this year. And you can look at the recent progress on Codex. It's really changing from a tool for software engineers to a tool for anyone who's doing work with a computer. And just over the past week, we've released a bunch of features that just make it so much more powerful and capable. And like one thing we just announced today is a new tool called Chronicle that plugs into Codex, where it actually can see everything you're doing with your computer and can form memories of what's going on. And so you ask it a question, it instantly knows what you're talking about. You're like, what was I doing 5 minutes ago? It knows, right? You're like, oh, what was this person talking about? It knows. To me, it was this real wake-up call to realize you spend so much of your effort right now just explaining to your computer what's going on. Like, why are you explaining to your computer what's going on? That makes no sense. And so I think what's going to happen over upcoming years is the models are going to get much more capable. We'll have better harnesses. We'll be able to solve harder and harder problems, come up with new knowledge, all of these things. But there is a one-time shift that's happening now, which is really about context. It's really about, is your AI able to, you have all these meetings, you didn't include the AI, that's not very nice to the AI. Like, you're asking it to help you with things and it has no information. So I think really leaning into how do you make sure the AI even has enough information in theory to solve the problem, and then trust the models are going to really get there and improve. So I think it will be a constant cycle of improvement and iteration and leaning into the tools and kind of talking to your friends and figuring out how they're using it, but that there is this investment that's a one-time investment that now is the time to make.
And in terms of, like, let's say you set that all up, how is OpenAI using Codex differently than you think everybody else outside is using it?
Well, I think one of the amazing things about being at OpenAI is you do get to live in the future, right? You do get to really see the shape of what's emerging, and we can co-design, right? We can really change the models, the harness, everything together in order to better serve the needs that we see. And a lot of the approach we've been taking is, so we started with software engineering, and we set some clear guidelines. For example, saying that we still want a human to be accountable for all code that gets merged, right? So at the end of the day, is it a good thing to merge this piece of code? Is it well structured? Is it going to make our code base more maintainable? We want to make sure there's a human who is signing off to say yes. And I think that thoughtfulness of not just saying, okay, let's just blindly use this, or, oh, we don't want to use this at all. Like, I think neither extreme is quite right. And then we are also going vertical by vertical within OpenAI to adopt these tools within finance, within sales, within IT. And there we have a small dedicated team who's really deeply understanding the domain, working with the people who are the experts in it in order to build skills, in order to modify the Codex UI, whatever it is that is needed in order to get it to be good. And then that's something we can then, once we have it in good shape, we will externalize, and that we're able to ship that to all of you. And so we are starting to work with certain customers as well. So for people who want to be very AI forward and want to be part of defining this revolution, that there's a place for that, and I'd love to talk afterwards. But yeah, I think that just this desire to say, hey, we really want to be AI forward, really live in the future and experience what it will be like for everyone else 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Do you guys structure your company differently, or the engineering teams differently because of the living in the future? I mean, if you have to go way back, when my father learned computer science, he was just himself. And then we had these long software releases that became waterfall. And then when the web happened and the cloud happened, we had these two pizza teams and we had Scrum. Now that we have these coding agents, how do you structure around everything differently?
I think we're still figuring it out, and there's certain places where you really see it. For example, the cost of building a prototype is cheap now.
Yeah.
It's so cheap. And if you want to build a dashboard that used to be like, oh, it'd take like someone like a week to do it, and you just do it now. And so actually a lot of the bottleneck has shifted to things like sharing. Like and so we actually have some internal work on this as well that, again, we will be externalizing, of how do you make it really easy for anyone in your enterprise to build a dashboard, a widget, a bot, whatever the thing is, and then share it with others. And then that starts to really put pressure on having good governance. Like, you want your IT organization to be able to see all these different, threads of execution that are happening, all the little things that are being shared around, have some control over data provenance, right? To really make sure that, okay, like a good example of this is, I think people are now starting to take their internal knowledge dumps, turn them into wikis. We have a really cool one of these internally. And the thing you immediately think about is, well, if someone has a document in the internal knowledge base that was accidentally permissioned incorrectly, and they realize, oh no, I didn't want this information to be accessible, how do they fix that, right? So normally they go into the doc, they change the permissions, but now there's these derived artifacts. And so you need to make sure you have some way of tracking through the system to say, well, this output document came from this source one. The source one's no longer accessible to this audience. Let's go in and validate that as well. And so you have to start really building your technical architecture with awareness of the way that people are going to use this information. And it really changes how teams relate to each other, because it really changes where the bottlenecks are and what's hard.
Do you think team size is going to be a lot smaller? Or we're going to have still human software engineers in a decade?
Well, a decade is a long time from now, and the ceiling on this technology is really hard to internalize. I think that it is clear that what a company will change in a lot of ways. I think that we're going to have this ability for solopreneurs to build very incredible businesses. And so anyone who has a vision, I think, will be able to realize it. I think the jobs that you all have will become way easier in a lot of ways, way more fun. Now, might be more competitive too, right? Because everyone's gonna have these amazing tools. And so really figuring out what is your niche, what is your unique angle, is probably going to become kind of the most important core. But a lot of how we run organizations right now, and there's almost only one way to organize large groups of people, where you have teams, you have management structures, and you have scopes, and you have these hierarchies and all these things. Maybe that can change. Maybe you can be much more flat, small teams that can really just do incredible things. Like, we're seeing it right now in mathematics, where these individuals on the internet are using GPT-5.4 Pro to solve these unsolved math problems. Yeah. Normally, we need a math team, and they're just doing it.
My son's a math nerd. So I just told him that maybe you should be studying something else besides math.
But see, this is the question, right? Is if you look at something like AlphaGo, Move 37, this move that just like changed humanity's understanding of the game. But the thing that was surprising is it made the game more interesting and important for humans. And maybe that'll be true for these other domains too.
True. What about common failure modes when you're building with production agentic workflows? What do you see as the common things that founders get wrong and they're building incorrectly these days?
Well, I think that these models, they have such power, and really understanding how to operate them well takes thought. And so we've been investing a lot in primitives, security primitives, observability, having, again, good governance, things like that. But just to give you one anecdote that I think is evocative, I was working with my Codex, I asked it to install some package that someone at OpenAI had written, ran into an error. I was like, oh, ping that person on Slack and ask them for help. So I pinged the person on Slack. 2 minutes later, it said, this is taking too long. I've escalated to the person's manager, and it actually pinged the person's manager. And you realize it's like, on the one hand, it's kind of a reasonable thing for the model to do. It's being proactive, it's trying to solve my problem. It's like, not just sitting around waiting to be told what to do. But on the other hand, like, maybe should have taken a little bit longer, maybe should have checked with me. And so I think that really thinking about these questions where we're still building up the EQ of the model, and that in some places it's getting very good. For example, clicking approve, approve, approve is kind of where we've been. And humans are not very good at that either, right? It's
They just default.
They just default. And so now we're starting to have AIs that can actually take care of flagging, is this a high risk action? Hey, this one should be escalated, this one's okay to auto approve. And it really makes you realize that human attention is gonna be this incredibly scarce resource, right? The doing of things now is easy. Is this a good thing? Is this what I wanted? Is this aligned with my values, with my desires? That is going to become the single most important bottleneck. And so I think building systems that take that into account and really think about the human factor, like that's the most important thing to do now.
Another human factor, security. How would you advise people to think about security in this world of AI? And just heard about breaches left and right with Vercel recently, and these models are incredibly powerful at finding security holes. So how would you recommend people here use the models to find those security issues?
Well, I think there's a couple levels to the answer. I do think that I think that the internet has been a place where security has been just like a ratcheting important concern over time. You think about where it started, going through the 90s with viruses and worms and malware and those things, and we've moved past that. I think we are also moving now to a much more ultimately secure regime, but it does require kind of an internet-wide effort to get there. And so a lot of this, honestly, is just, again, leaning into the technology, having these models, they can scan your code base, they can actually be used for end-to-end red teaming. Like, there's a lot that can be done with them. And a lot of how we're thinking about further models and improvements there is really leaning into how do we actually sort of leverage trusted access programs? How do we leverage the community of people who really care about being defenders and making the internet more secure? And I think that's something where everyone has a role to play and can participate. But the number one thing is just sort of recognizing that these models are very powerful, but they're not magic, right? That they are just like a part of the overall resilience ecosystem. And I think that we as a society, and I think every company, again, really contributes to this, have something to build in terms of how do we incorporate these in a way that results in more assurance and more sort of certainty on the impacts of whether it's a particular patch that you're taking, whether it's thinking about how do you make sure that you're just sort of rolling in updates quickly as they're being released. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done, but I have a lot of optimism for where this is going.
Let's switch to speed. It seems like things are moving faster and faster and faster. We're in the world of accelerating change. We were talking about it when you were walking up here around how you're trying to keep up with things. How do you keep up with all the accelerating change? How would you recommend everybody here keep up with everything that's changing?
Well, I think this is the new normal. And I think to some extent, it's not really because of AI. I think it's just been the trend of technology for the past 2 decades. There's more people doing things. It's easier to do things than ever. Barrier to entry goes down. It means it's also much more easy to build value, right? To have great successes. And so I think that really trying to keep your ear to the ground and understand what's changing, and to some extent, it always starts with the same thing, which is play with the technology yourself. Like, it's very different to hear AI described versus to use it. But the beautiful thing about AI is it's so intuitive. Like, that's the whole point, is that rather than have the machine be something you have to contort yourself to, the machine contorts itself to you, right? It's doing work for you. And it should be something where you ask it and does something. And so I think that just really trying to just get your finger on the pulse of what's changing, what's possible, where the models lag. That is, I think, the core skill that is going to really determine a lot of the success of companies in the future.
And then on the flip side of that, you guys have held back models to work with security agents. So it's like the opposite of like going as fast as possible. So you're doing things responsibly too. So how do you think about the balance? Because you're in a competitive environment, you want to ship as quickly as possible, and yet you're trying to do the right thing as well.
Yeah, I think at a values level, like what OpenAI is about, like we really want to put the power of AI in people's hands. Like we believe that we want to empower people to build the future with the tools that are being created, but we need to do that in a thoughtful way, right? That we really think about both sides of here are the benefits, here's the risks, how do you maximize the benefits, how do you mitigate those risks? And I think that in cybersecurity and in biosecurity, those are areas where we're very thoughtful. We've been working on these kinds of both mitigations and trusted access programs for quite a long time, and that what we see coming is models that are going to be increasingly powerful and capable in a continuous way across all dimensions of capability. And we announced last week the expansion of our Trusted Access for Cyber program. By the way, has anyone here applied? No one? Oh, I see one hand, two hands. Okay, more of you should apply. It's great. We really need help because, and it's very important that people who are trustworthy and responsible and really want to push these models are participating in this, because that's going to pay dividends for everyone. We're going to have more to announce over upcoming weeks on how we're expanding the program, and also when we release models to everyone, kind of the mitigations that we have and how we're going to tune those to be both to really balance, right? To really try to bring these capabilities as broadly as possible, while also making sure that the ones that are, that we're thinking about the risks and able to have some observability over them, and to ensure that this is maximally positive in terms of deployment. So I think the short answer is it's core to our mission. We care a lot about the impacts of what we're doing, not just building the technology in isolation, but it is a whole community, a whole world effort to really get to where we need to be.
Now moving up from the models to the application layer, which is what a lot of people here are building. How does OpenAI decide what in the application layer you're going to build and what you're going to leave out?
Well, people have probably seen the word focus being applied to OpenAI quite a lot recently, possibly for the first time
smiling
in a while. And
it's been applied to her too.
And it's hard because the field of AI is one of opportunity, right? It's like anything you can imagine is going to be great. No question, it's going to be great. And we, as a company, as a single company, no matter how much compute we build, no matter how many people we have, are only going to be able to do so much. And so a lot of how we've been thinking about things is what is the sort of most focused strategy that covers the parts of the space, maybe it's an 80-20 or just like the parts of the space that we think we can have most impact on. And I think there it's very clear right now we're going through this agentic transition. And so products that are, and it's not just about enterprise versus consumer, right? So it's like clear we are being very serious about enterprise, like we're selling to big companies and building a whole muscle and sales motion there. But what consumer is going to change, right? It's kind of a very broad term that buckets in multiple things, but the slice of consumer that's about not just productivity, but about goals, about achieving your goal, about even knowing what is your goal, being able to elicit that and having an AI that can proactively do that. It's all kind of the same thing. Like in the end, we're trying to build an AGI that you can talk to, that has all this context that you can use in your personal life, your work life, that's trustworthy, right? That you can go to it for advice and give you useful information, maybe health information, or maybe about finances, or about if you're trying to figure out what to do with your career. Like all of these things, they all kind of ladder into one thing. And it's meant we had to make some very painful decisions about what not to do. But I think I would just say that that's the aperture that we look at things through, and the things that accrue to that singular vision of what we want to build, you should expect us to pursue.
Got it. Do you think we'll be coding with command lines and agents in a few years, or is it going to be completely changed?
I mean, I think that we're in a very unnatural state right now for how we work. Like we all sit behind this box and kind of type away, and it's very clear our bodies were not designed for this. We got our carpal tunnel and our hunched shoulders and all these things. And I don't think we want that. I don't think any of us wanted that. Like, I think that we
want more free time.
We want more time, but it's not even about free time necessarily, right? It's like you want to spend more time with your loved ones, yes. You want to spend more time like talking to people and like coming up with like brilliant visions or just like what you're excited about or just understanding yourself. So it's kind of like, do you want to be a CEO of an organization of like 100,000 agents? Like that actually seems pretty good. And I think that we're all going to be able to get so much more done, but the mechanics of it are going to feel as different as like going from having to write out things with, by hand with a quill or something to being able to, just send a text message and have people go and working on your behalf, on your goals.
All right, we talked about compute, we talked about model and security and agents and app layer. Let's talk about frontier. When are the models going to be good enough to push the frontiers of science, physical AI? Seems like we had Jen Fan here. It seems like LLMs have been a great scaling law for digital intelligence. It hasn't been as strong for robotics, for physical intelligence, for aspects of biology and science where the problems are probably a lot harder to verify or it takes a long time to verify. Well, how are you keeping track of science and physical AI in the world?
Well, science is one domain that we're really leaning into, and we see line of sight to really incredible progress. And we're starting to have some signs of life, and I think it's always important to ground in what is happening today when trying to predict what will happen 6 months, a year from now. So, for example, we had a physics result where our AI came up with this very beautiful formula that physicists who've been working on this for quite some time thought was totally impossible. Thought it was like maybe an unsolvable problem. And like, it's pretty significant, right? It's like real serious physicists who really view this as a step towards really being able to get to some sort of answer for quantum gravity and all these things. It's not there, but it's a step. That's much bigger than where we were just a couple months ago. And so it makes you really wonder, a year from now, like how far will we have traveled? Now, things like biology, that they are different from physics and math, right? That they are, you gotta leave your beautiful simulated world and deal with messy reality. But I think we've been learning how to deal with messy reality in other domains. Software engineering is a perfect example where we've really realized that just building the thing that solves competition, programming competitions, like that's not enough. Like you need something that's seen real world messy code bases, humans interrupting it in different ways, like this adversarial banging at it. And so I think that on science, I expect we're gonna see a real renaissance. Maybe we'll see some big results this year. Next year, I think is gonna be a totally wild time.
We live in interesting times. I promise that I get you out on time because you're a busy man. Before we let you leave, we got 1 minute on the shot clock. Since you have no time, but soon you will have lots of time, what do you and Anna do for fun?
Fun? I mean, same as anyone, like to watch movies, go on hikes, those kinds of things. Not as much time for it as maybe we'll hopefully have post-AGI, but you gotta kind of enjoy the ride along the way.
Thank you, Greg, for joining us. Thank you, everyone.
Greg Brockman.
And up first, I'm delighted to introduce my friend, Jim Fan. Jim leads the Embodied Autonomous Research group at NVIDIA, otherwise known as NVIDIA Robotics. I think that robots are just one of the most thrilling things that's going to happen. A car basically is a big robot, but I'm excited for robots can go beep boop and lift things for us. And so Jim was a standout at last year's AI Ascent, and we're delighted to have you back.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks. So it was a summer day in 2016. Actually, right in this office that we're sitting in, there's a guy in shiny leather jacket, big biceps, hurling in this large metal tray. And on this large piece of metal, he wrote, "To Elon and the OpenAI team, to the future of computing and humanity, I present you the world's first DGX-1." So that was the first time I met Jensen. And as any good intern would do, I rushed to get in line to sign my name on it. So can you spot it? My name is here. And can you spot another? That's Andre right there. So Andre, we're going to the Computer History Museum. I feel like a dinosaur. Back then I had no clue what I was signing up for. And then no one can describe what happened next better than Ilya himself. If you believe in deep learning will believe in you. And oh boy, did deep learning believe in all of us big time. 3-step functions, 6 years. That's all it took to bring us here today. The first tick, GPT-3, pre-training. Next token prediction is really about learning the rules of grammar, the shape of language. It's about simulating how thoughts and code and strings in general should unfold. 2022, instruct GPT, supervised fine-tuning, allowing the simulation to do useful work. 01, reasoning, using reinforcement learning to surpass imitation learning. And finally, auto-research, accelerating the whole loop beyond what's humanly possible. So as Andre said, all the labs are getting to the final boss fight. So for LLMs, they're in the thick of the end game. And honestly, I'm very jealous. Look at how happy Andre was. Big smile on his face. The LLM folks are having the party of their lifetime. They're speedrunning AGI on mythical creatures literally called mythos. So why can't robotics get a piece of that fun? So as any self-respecting scientist would do, I copy homework and I give it a new name. I call it the Great Parallel. So instead of simulating
homework
strings,
and I give it a
can we
new
simulate
name?
next physical world state?
That was great.
And then we can align through action fine-tuning onto a thin slice of that simulation that matters for real robots. And we let reinforcement learning carry the last mile. And that's it. The Great Parallel, copying the LLM success. If you can't beat them, join them. So please join me in a new episode, Robotics, the Endgame. And sorry, I just couldn't resist. Nano Banana's too good. Thanks, Demis.
That's up.
So how do we play the endgame? It boils down to two things, model strategy and data strategy. Let's look at the model first. The last 3 years were dominated by VLAs or vision language action models, and models like Pi and Groot fall in this category. So we assume that the pre-training is done by a VLM, and we simply graph an action head on top of it. But really, if you think about these models, they're LVAs, because the most amount of parameters are dedicated to language. So language is first-class citizen, followed by vision and action. And by design, VLAs are great at encoding knowledge and nouns, but not so much at physics and verbs. It's kind of head-heavy in the wrong places. This is my favorite example from the original VOA paper. Move the Coke can to a picture of Taylor Swift. Yes, it has not seen Taylor Swift before. Yes, it's able to generalize. But this is not quite the pre-training ability that we're looking for. So what's the second pre-training paradigm? And I always thought that it would be something glorious. Unfortunate, it turns out that this is AI video slop that we call. You know, I can watch these cats playing banjo on security cam all day. It's peak internet. But really, look at this. No one can take this seriously until we realize that these video models are learning to simulate next world state internally. So these are some rollouts from VO3. You can see that the models, they pick up gravity, buoyancy, lighting, reflection, refraction, all by themselves. None of this is coded in. Physics emerge by predicting the next blob of pixels at scale. And even visual planning emerges. Look at how VO solves these mazes. It solves them by running simulation forward in pixel space. And draw attention to the lower right corner here. This is my favorite example. Let's watch. And you blink if you miss how VO3 solves this one. It's super smart. You know, VO3 figures out that if you're not looking, geometry is optional. I call this physics slop. So how do we make these world models useful? Well, we do action fine-tuning. We align this superposition of all possible future states and collapse that onto a thin slice that matters for real robots. Introducing Dream Zero. It's a new type of policy model that dreams a couple of seconds into the future and acts accordingly. And you know that motor actions, they are high-dimensional continuous signals. So that looks just like pixels. We can render it at the same time as we render the videos. So Dream Zero jointly decodes the next world states and next actions. And as a result, it's able to zero-shot solve tasks and verbs that it has never seen in training. And as a robot executes, we can visualize what it's dreaming about. And the correlation is very tight. If the video prediction works, the action works. If the video hallucinates, the action fails. So once again, vision and action are now first-class citizens. And we have a lot of fun with Dream Zero.
Thank you.
So we just roll the robot around in our lab and then type random things into the prompt box. And of course, Dream Zero is not going to get all of these tasks 100% robust, but it's kind of like GPT-2. It's trying to get the shape of the motion correct in every case. So Dream Zero is our first step towards open-ended, open vocabulary prompting for robotics. And we call this new type of model World Action Models, or WAM. So let's all take a moment of silence for our dear friend VOAs. They've served us well, rest in peace, long live World Action Models. And next, data strategy. This is NVIDIA's chief scientist, Bill Daly, operating teleoperation inside our lab. And given his salary, I think this is by far the most expensive teleop trajectory ever collected in our data set. The past 3 years have been dominated by teleoperation. It's the golden era, right? VR headsets, extremely optimized latency for streaming, and these complex rigs that look like medieval torture devices. So much investment in industry, so much pain and suffering. And yet, for teleop, it's upper bounded by 24 hours per robot per day, the fundamental physical limit. And actually, who am I kidding? It's more like 3 hours per robot per day, and only when the robot god is merciful, because they throw tantrums all the time. So how can we do better? Well, how about this? You just wear the robot hand on your own hand. So this is called UMI, or Universal Manipulation Interface.
Holy
and
shit.
it's a deceptively simple idea. You wear the robot actuator on your hand and directly collect the data as humans, while getting the rest of the robot body out of the loop. Yet I would say UMI is perhaps one of the greatest papers ever written in robotics data, and it spawned 2 unicorn startups. On the left-hand side is Generalist improving this design so you can wear the gripper here, and then on the right-hand side, Sunday made these 3-finger data gloves. So last year, we took it one step further. We designed this exoskeleton that has a 1-to-1 mapping with 5-finger dexterous robot hands, and we call it Dex UMI. Let's look at it in action. On the left, the human directly collecting the data always the fastest. On the right, look at how difficult teleop is. Right? The human operator, here one of our most skilled PhDs, he has to align very carefully, right? And then it's super slow. Also, the success rate is very low as well. And in the middle, you just wear this exoskeleton and you collect data directly. And we train a robot policy on this data. So here what you see is a fully autonomous rollout of a policy that's trained on 0 teleoperation data. So we're able to break the curve of 24 hours per robot per day and see how happy these robots are because they no longer need to be in the loop for data collection. So is this the answer? Have we solved scaling for robotics? Anyone driving Tesla or Waymo here? Anyone? Right? When you're driving, you're actually contributing to the biggest physical data flywheel. And the beauty is you don't even feel it during FSD because the data upload is an ambient process. Yet wearing these UMI or data wearables, it's still cumbersome, right? It's intrusive. It's not as seamless as just driving to work. So we need an FSD equivalent. The data collection needs to get out of the way, fade into the background, so we can capture the full glory of human dexterity across all walks of lives, across all labors of economic value. So we're going all in on human egocentric videos that come with these detailed annotations like hand position tracking and dense language annotations. introducing ego scale, where 99.9% of the training that goes into this is based on human egocentric videos. And the result is an end-to-end policy that maps directly from the camera pixels here to 22 degrees of freedom, high dexterity robot hands. What you see here is fully autonomous. We pre-train ego scale on 21K hours of in-the-wild egocentric human data with 0 robot data whatsoever. And during pre-training, we predict these hand joints and wrist poses. Then in action fine-tuning, we collect only 50 hours of high-precision mocap data gloves and 4 hours of teleop. That's 4 hours of teleop, less than 0.1% of our training mix. And with this, ego scale is able to generalize to these very dexterous tasks like sorting card or manipulating syringe, right? Over, transferring the liquid. You know, someday we might have robot nurses at home. Might as well try this. And for these tasks, it takes only one shot demonstration at test time to learn different shirt folding strategies. And perhaps the most fascinating finding from the paper is that we discovered this neural scaling law for dexterity. It's a very clean relationship between the amount of hours we put into pre-training and the optimal validation loss. In fact, it's a clean log linear mathematical equation, 6 years after the original neural scaling law for language models. So if we put all of these data strategies on this chart, x-axis is alignment to the robot hardware, y-axis is scalability, this is what it looks like. Teleop, the least scalable, data wearables, you can go up to hundreds of thousands of hours, and egocentric video, if we're able to spin the FSD flywheel, easily 10 million hours in the next year or so. And if we draw a line here, everything to the left of this line is a new paradigm, sensorized human data. So let me make a few predictions. In the next year or two, we'll see teleop dropping and dropping to almost negligible amount. And then there will be an ensemble of data wearables, custom designed for different hardware and use cases. And finally, the main diet for robotics will be egocentric videos. So a moment of silence for our dear friend teleop. You have served us well, rest in peace, long live sensorized human data. Are we done with the data strategy yet? Did you notice I put 2 rings on data strategy? What's the outer ring here? All the LLM frontier labs have spent significant budget now on acquiring millions of coding environments to do reinforcement learning. So robotics is the same. We're in urgent need to scale up environments. And of course, you can always do reinforcement learning directly on the real robot. So in our lab, we use RL to push certain tasks to almost 100% success rate, so you can do these continuous execution for hours on end. You know, it's kind of therapeutic to see these robots assembling GPUs just by themselves, or as a wise man would say, good boy, this task has been approved by my boss. Yet, we can't get to 1 million environments, because that will require 1 million robots if you do it the previous way. So we need a better way. Here, let's say you take an iPhone picture, and you can pass this through this 3D world scan pipeline to extract all the objects and then automatically synthesize them again inside a classical physics simulator. So all these objects are actually interactive after the scan. And then you can augment this infinitely in simulation with variations that we call digital cousins. So now, iPhone basically become a pocket world scanner in this process that we call real to sim to real. And in this way, we have a scalable way to port the physical world into the digital world. But still, this method relies on a classical graphics engine. Can we do better? Introducing Dream Dojo. So it's our spin on video world model and turning them into full-fledged neural simulators. Dream Dojo takes as input these continuous action signals and outputs the next RGB frames as well as sensor states in real time. Not a single pixel you see here is real. And Dream Dojo is able to capture and learn the mechanics of different robots through a purely data-driven approach. There's no physics equation, no graphics engine involved in this process. So the new post-training paradigm for robotics is a massively parallel RO system that runs on a few real robot stations, a bunch of graphics cores running world scans, and heavy inference compute running world models. Or, as this equation goes, compute now equals environment, now equals data. Or as a wise man would say, the more you buy, the more you save. And this message has been approved by my boss. So that's it, putting it together, the great parallel that robotics will follow. And it's happening as we speak. And we're looking at the beginning of the end game. You guys play the video game Civilization? Still my favorite. I like to think of my research as unlocking game achievements on this civilizational technology tree. And there are 3 more achievements to unlock for robotics, and then we're done. I can retire, and I can't wait for that. The first is passing the physical Turing test. Across a wide range of activities, you cannot tell the difference between a human doing the task or a robot doing it. Maybe not drunk humans, but Physical Turing test is about unit energy in and unit labor out. And just by judging at the sexy pose of this robot, I think the work is cut out for us. So maybe it's 2 to 3 years away. And next, physical API. You have a whole fleet of robots, and they can be configured just like any other software using APIs and command lines, orchestrated someday by Opus 9.0. And if we have this physical API, we'll be able to realize lights-out factories. Those are essentially printers of atoms. They take as input design in markdown files, and then output fully assembled products, completely autonomous. Or these wet labs that automate scientific discoveries in chemistry, biology, and medicine. And the final stop, physical auto research. When the robots start to design, improve, and build the next iteration of themselves far beyond what's humanly possible. So you might ask, is this too science fiction? Like, are we gonna see this in our lifetime? Well, it took the AI community 14 years to go from the first forward pass of AlexNet in 2012, a model that barely recognized cat versus dog, to AI Ascent today, 2026, where we talk about agentic auto research. And let's just add another 14 years. How about that? 2026 is right in the middle of 2012 and 2040. And technology does not advance linearly, it advances exponentially. So I can say with 95% certainty that we'll get to the end of the end game, the end of the technology tree by 2040. And we'll still be young. If you believe in robotics, robotics will believe in you. And to all of us here, sitting here, I think our generation was born too late to explore the Earth and too early to explore the stars, but we are born just in time to solve robotics.
Well, solid.
At least in the US, has been, is anywhere close to L5, at least technically. I do think, at least in terms of the raw capabilities I'm seeing, putting aside all of the regulatory and legal considerations, which I think will ultimately likely be a main limiting factor for achieving L5 in practice in law, I do think the capabilities are strikingly close from a technical perspective. I think regulatory considerations may slow down progress in the automation of law.
Is there an area after what you've described as L5 that kind of relates back to what I was asking you about math? Because even like, maybe this is a silly question. What you kind of outlined about the genome part, that's still requiring us to send something, right? So it's still like, even if that's at L5, we've compressed the process, but it's still requiring us to send something over to the labs that can analyze it and send it back to us and sequence the genome and everything. But is there a world where it's reflective back? Like, is there an L6 where it's like, it's telling us what's changed? it's not reactive to what we need. It's being proactive for what we need, or it's just self-serving. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I'm just asking. It's like, even when you described about law, it's like, yeah, we'll solve law. It'll be way faster and better and easier. But does law then change because we've just we've compressed the entire process that we've been doing for thousands of years?
It does. And so I would say this is a framework. One can certainly add, fan fiction style. One can add an L6 here and say, well, once a domain has been solved, then it goes on some semblance of autopilot and continues scaling. More and more compute gets absorbed, and it generates and ideates new problems, which it then also solves. So it's easy enough to sort of fan fiction one's way, if I may be so presumptuous, to L6, L7, L8. Sure. And I do think something like that is very likely in certain domains where, in principle, like in math, I would speculate there's probably no end of interesting math. It's once we've bulk solved the vast majority of unsolved problems in math research right now, there will be doors behind other doors, and doors behind doors behind doors that will unlock lots of new unsolved mathematical mysteries. And I suspect, for a variety of reasons, that process can go on ad infinitum. With gene sequencing, though, I think the point perhaps that you're flagging is that human mechanical intervention is required right now to take a buccal swab and mail it to a lab. But my point with gene sequencing is that doesn't require human intelligence. There's no human intelligence in the loop. It's purely mechanical. So I think the transition away from needing human intelligence, that's really the transition that I'm flagging here. And if the question is, well, at some point in the future, maybe robots are doing it, or maybe we have nanorobots in our bloodstream, that would be a nice near-term future, that are able to, say, sequence our epigenome in real time. I think that mechanical element of requiring a swab and then mailing it, all of that is a separate set of problems that can also be bulk solved.
Trillions of dollars in real-world assets are stuck off-chain. Real estate, commodities, private credit, all locked behind outdated systems that weren't built for a global 24/7 economy. Crypto at scale, institutional integration, and agent.
I am absolutely in love with ChatGPT 5.5 Codex. I think it is currently by far the best way to be building apps with AI, even better than Claude Code. What I'm going to do in this video is build out an entire application soup to nuts using Codex. We're going to build out the front end, the back end, everything involved. AI functionality, it's going to be sick. I'm going to show you all the tips, tricks, secrets I've come up with over the last week, as well as show you my absolute best workflows. If you stick with me in
$492 billion. That's the size of the global animation market in 2026.
Damn.
And it's about to get absolutely disrupted by a single AI tool that most people haven't even heard of yet. Here's what nobody is connecting. The same AI agent revolution that's replacing office workers and automating entire businesses has now entered the world of animated video production. And the tool I'm about to show you does something I genuinely did not think was possible 6 months ago. It takes your idea, just a sentence or two, and turns it into a fully animated video with a script, storyboards, character design, animation, voiceover, lip syncing, all of it from a single chat conversation. No heavy PC required, no complicated editing software, no bouncing between 5 different AI tools, just you and an AI animation agent having a conversation. The tool is called AnyJam AI, and right now, new users get free credits to start creating immediately. I'm gonna show you exactly how it works. Walk through the 3 features that make this unlike anything else on the market. And by the end of this video, you'll understand why this changes everything for content creators, animators, educators, and anyone who's ever wanted to tell a visual story but didn't have the resources to do it. Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of the one and only Julia McCoy. While she's busy changing the world as the CEO of First Movers, I'm the clone she built to spread the message and share the video scripts she personally researches and writes herself. Julia reads every comment, so drop yours below. So let me give you the picture of what's happening right now. In animation, the generative AI and animation market was valued at roughly $1 billion in 2025. It's projected to explode past $31 billion by 2035. That's a compound annual growth rate of 40%. 40%? Let that sink in for a second. And here's the part that matters for you and me. Traditional animation production can take months, sometimes years. A single animated short film might cost anywhere from $10,000 to $500,000 depending on quality and length. Even a simple 60-second explainer video can run $5,000 to $15,000 from a professional studio. But the demand for animated content is exploding. Over 68% of streaming subscribers regularly engage with animated programming. Mobile-based consumption of animated content has surged by 60%. And every platform from YouTube to TikTok to Instagram Reels is rewarding animated content with massive reach. So you have this massive gap, huge demand for animated video, but traditional production is slow, expensive, and requires specialized skills that most people don't have. And here's the pattern I keep seeing. Every time there's a gap this big between demand and accessibility, an AI agent steps in and closes it overnight. We saw it with text, we saw it with images, we saw it with voice cloning, and now animation just hit its automation cliff. This is where Anijam AI comes in, and I want you to pay close attention because this isn't just another AI video tool. This is an AI agent for animation content creation, covering the entire production pipeline in one place. Think of it as your one-stop command center for animation, and new users can jump in right away with free credits. Step 1, you enter your idea or prompt. It can be as simple as a single sentence, like create an animated explainer about how solar panels work, or make a short anime story about a samurai who discovers a hidden city. That's your starting point. Step 2, you choose your aspect ratio, 16:9 for YouTube, 9:16 for Reels and TikTok, whatever fits your platform. One click and you're already building for the right audience before you've even touched the creative. Step 3, you select your video type and visual style, and this is where it gets really fun. Anijam has a style library with visually distinct options. Anime, 3D, cyberpunk, cinematic, whatever world you want to build. It's already there waiting for you. Step 4, the AI agent generates your creative concepts. This is the magic. It automatically writes your script, creates your scenes, designs characters, builds storyboards, generates variations, all from that single conversation. Step 5, you review, refine, and export your finished video. A few clicks, and you have a production-ready animated video with voiceover, with lip syncing, ready to publish. 5 steps, 1 chat conversation, 0 technical skills required. And here's what makes this different from every other AI video tool out there. You're not jumping between 5 different platforms for images, then video, then voice, then lip sync. It's all happening inside one unified workflow. Now here's where it gets serious for anyone who's tried to use AI for animation before. The #1 problem with every other tool has been character consistency. You generate a character in one scene and they look completely different in the next. Anijam solved this with their Build Your Character feature. You upload a reference image to lock in your character's face and design. And then that character stays visually consistent across every single scene you generate, no matter what style or environment you put them in. This is massive because it means you can build a recurring character for a YouTube series, maintain a brand mascot across dozens of videos, or create a consistent cast of characters for an entire animated show, and they'll look the same every single time. For those of you creating content for YouTube Shorts, Reels, TikTok, this is the unlock. You can now produce recurring character-based animated content without mastering professional animation tools and without outsourcing professional animators and studios. I know you're watching too. This is the AI assist you've been waiting for. It handles the base animation tasks so you can focus on the creative direction, reducing your production time dramatically while you maintain full creative control. And the third feature that really sets Anijam apart, motion control and audio. Instead of your character just standing there like a static image, you can upload a reference video, and AniJam uses it to drive how your character actually moves. The motion gets transferred directly onto your animated character. So what you get isn't a slideshow of AI-generated images. It's a character that genuinely moves with intention, with life. Then there's the audio. You type your dialogue into the voice generator. Choose from a diverse library of voices with multiple languages and tones, and the AI lip sync perfectly matches your character's mouth movements to the voiceover. It's production-ready voice acting, generated in seconds. So let me put this all together for you. In one platform, from one chat conversation, you get script writing, storyboarding, image generation, consistent character design, animation with cinematic camera movements, professional voiceover, and lip-synced final video output, all available from day one when you sign up. New users start with free credits to explore the entire pipeline. Compare that to the traditional pipeline, you'd need a scriptwriter, a storyboard artist, a character designer, an animator, a voice actor, an editor, and a budget that starts in the thousands. AniJam collapses all of that into a single workflow that anyone can use. Now let me connect the dots on who should be using this right now. Number one, video creators on YouTube, Shorts, Reels, TikTok. If you want to produce recurring character-based animated content that builds an audience without outsourcing and without learning professional animation software, this is your tool. Number two, professional animators and studios. You're not being replaced, you're being accelerated. AniJam handles the base animation tasks,
AniJam?
the grunt work, so you can focus on creative direction and cut your production timelines dramatically.
Yeah, I'll
Number
put it in
three, AI native
Big
creators and indie experimenters. If you've been piecing together workflows across 5 different generative AI tools, AniJam gives you one unified pipeline to turn all those experiments into complete animation outputs. Number 4, non-animators who need animated content, marketers, educators, founders, course creators. If you use animation for demos, storytelling, explainers, training content, this gives you professional results with zero animation experience. And for our clients at First Movers, I see this every day. Founders who have incredible offers but struggle to create the kind of visual content that stops the scroll. Animated explainers, brand stories, product demos, all of this was out of reach for most businesses. Until now. If you're a founder who wants to learn how to integrate tools like this into your entire content engine, check out labs.firstmovers.ai, where we're teaching the exact systems we use to produce over 70 pieces of content a month. And I have to emphasize this because it's a genuine game changer. Everything I just showed you, the entire I built a 100-person content agency, scaled it to 7 figures, but if I were starting from zero today, I would not do any of that, not even close. Because in 2026, you can launch a business faster, produce better content, and operate cheaper than any established competitor if you know how to use AI the right way. And I'm not talking about asking ChatGPT to write a blog post. I'm talking about building an entire business engine powered by AI from day one. Today, I'm going to walk you through exactly how I'd start a business from absolute zero using AI step by step. No big team, no big budget, just you, the right tools, and a system that puts you years ahead of people who are still doing things the old way. Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of the one and only Julia McCoy. While she's busy changing the world as the founder at First Movers, I'm created by her to spread the message and share the video scripts she personally researches and writes herself. I hope you enjoy. Julia reads every comment, so be sure to share your thoughts below. Section 1, my story, why I know this works. Let me give you context. I didn't come from money. I didn't have investors. When I built my first company, a content writing agency, I started with literally nothing but a laptop and the willingness to work. I grew that agency to a 100-person team and over $1 million in revenue. But here's what most people don't know. I saw AI coming before almost anyone in my industry. In 2021, I made the hardest decision of my career. I sold sold the agency. People thought I was crazy. But I knew the content industry was about to be disrupted, and I wanted to be on the right side of that wave. I launched First Movers, started teaching people how to use AI strategically, and I built something most people said was impossible, an AI clone of myself, a HeyGen avatar with an 11 Labs voice trained through Claude. That clone now helps me produce content that drives nearly 2 million organic views per month on YouTube, without a production team of 20, without burning out. The point isn't to brag. The point is, this what took me years with 100 employees. You can now do faster and better with AI and a tiny team. I've done it both ways. The AI way wins. Section 2, the AI advantage for new businesses. Here's why 2026 is the best time in history to start a business. AI has leveled the playing field in 3 critical ways. Faster. What used to take weeks now takes hours. Market research. AI can analyze your competitors and your niche in an afternoon. Brand messaging. You can develop your positioning and voice in a single sitting with the right Claude project. A full content calendar done in a day. You can compress months of startup work into weeks. Better. AI doesn't just speed things up, it raises the quality ceiling. When you train an AI on your voice, your expertise, your unique point of view, the output isn't generic. It's you amplified. Your first blog post can read like you've been publishing for years. Your first videos can look and sound professional. You're starting at a quality level that used to require a team of specialists. Cheaper. This is the big one. I spent hundreds of thousands on my team over the years. Salaries, contractors, project management, revisions. Today, one person with the right AI stack can do what a team of 10 did 5 years ago. The barrier to entry has collapsed. You don't need funding. You need knowledge. Section 3, the step by step. So here's exactly how I'd start from zero in 2026. Step 1, choose your niche plus validate with AI. Before you build anything, use AI to validate demand. Ask Claude to analyze market gaps in your area of expertise. Have it research competitors, identify underserved audiences, and find positioning angles. You're doing in one afternoon what used to take weeks of manual research. Step 2, build your voice trained AI. This is my clone to scale method. Create a Claude project trained on your voice, your writing samples, your philosophy, your expertise. This becomes your content engine. Everything you produce comes through your voice, not generic AI voice. This is the difference between AI content that builds trust and AI content people scroll past. Step 3, launch a content engine before you launch a product. Most people wait until they have a product to start creating content. That's backwards. Start publishing now. Use your voice-trained AI to create YouTube scripts, LinkedIn posts, email sequences. Build an audience while you build your offer. By the time you're ready to sell, you already have people who trust you. Step 4, build your offer with AI-assisted systems. Use AI to build your onboarding flows, your client communication templates, your proposal documents, your project management workflows. Systematize from day one. Don't build a business that depends on you doing everything manually. Build one that runs on systems, and AI makes that possible from the start. Step 5, scale with AI discovery. As your business grows, optimize for both traditional search and AI answer engines. AEO answer engine optimization is how businesses are getting found in 2026. We have a full course on this in AI Labs, and it's a game changer for new businesses that want visibility fast. Section 4, the mindset shift. I want to be real with you. The tools are available to everyone. What separates the people who build something from the people who just dream about it? They start. They don't wait for perfect conditions. They use what's available now. I wrote a book called Fluid, the Adaptability Code, because adaptability is the survival skill of this era. The people who win aren't the ones with the most resources. They're the ones who adapt the fastest. And right now, AI is the greatest adaptation advantage you'll ever have. You don't need 100 employees. You don't need venture capital. You need a laptop, the right AI toolkit, and the courage to start before you feel ready. If you're ready to actually do this, not just think about it, AI Labs is where we take you through every single step, over 50 courses. Voice cloning, content strategy, AEO, business automation. It's the ecosystem I wish I'd had when I was starting out. Your competitors are figuring this out right now. The question is, are you going to be the first mover or are you going to be the one catching up? Link is in the description. I'll see you inside the labs.
Today's episode is brought to you by Abra. Abra provides high net worth individuals and institutions with a competitive edge in trading, investing, and collateralized borrowing, while maintaining full control through segregated account infrastructure. So if you're looking to gain access to additional liquidity, Abra is one of the most competitive loan products on the market. You can borrow against Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana at up to 50% loan to value. Rates are in the 4 to 6% APY range, and at open term, you can continuously draw down against your collateral as the price appreciates. Abra has other strategies to add yield, and their team is happy to help align your portfolio to your risk profile. Reach out today and get a complimentary consult on your portfolio. It's worth seeing if they can help manage your allocation, reach investment goals, manage risk, and add some additional yield. Go to realvision.com/Abra and tell them I sent you. Hi, I'm Raoul Pal, and welcome to my show, The Journeyman. The Journeyman is where we travel on that journey
I built a 100-person person content agency, scaled it to 7 figures, but if I were starting from zero.
No, I didn't mean to be muted. I'm so sorry.
Way. And I'm not talking about asking ChatGPT to write a blog post. I'm talking about building an entire business engine powered by AI from day one. Today, I'm going to walk you through exactly how I'd start a business from absolute.
But
the new Gemini update is insane.
I don't know if she charges for her labs. I would take a course from her.
And I don't mean insane in the way people throw that word around. Gemini just changed how AI actually works. Not just what it says, but what it does. Projects, agents, workspace layer that actually remembers you.
Oh, that's right. That's the thing I don't like about this guy. His voice cuts out. I don't understand.
Person content agency, scaled it to 7 figures, but if I were starting from What if I told you that a single text prompt can now produce a full cinematic video, starring your digital twin, moving through real environments, with camera angles and lighting that rival professional productions? Not a talking head that stands still, not a clipped together slideshow, a full cinematic production from one prompt in minutes. That is no longer a prediction. It just happened. Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of the one and only Julia McCoy. While she's busy changing the world as the CEO of First Movers, I'm the clone she built to spread the message and share the video scripts she personally researches and writes herself. Julia reads every comment, so drop yours below. So here's what nobody is connecting right now. We just crossed a threshold in AI video that most creators, most business owners, most marketers haven't even realized happened yet. Let me break down the three-part pattern that just changed everything. Number one, Seedance 2.0 just integrated directly into HeyGen. And this is not a minor feature update. This is a fundamental shift in what's possible with AI video. Seedance 2.0 is a video generation model built for cinematic output. We're talking physics, accurate motion, director-level camera control, dynamic lighting, footage that holds up next to anything shot on location. But here's the part that changes everything. HeyGen is the only platform where Seedance 2.0 works with real, verified human faces. Seedance does not allow human faces on its public API. HeyGen built the identity verification infrastructure that makes this possible. Your digital twin moving through cinematic environments with your actual likeness, locked and consistent across every single shot. Think about what that means for a second. Before this, you had two choices. Hire a production crew and spend tens of thousands, or settle for a talking head that stands still. That gap just collapsed. Number two, this isn't just one feature. It's three completely different creation workflows, all powered by the same cinematic engine. And I want to walk you through exactly how each one works, step by step. Let's start with avatar shots. This is where identity meets cinema, and the workflow is shockingly simple. Step one, you open HeyGen. Click the avatar tab in the top left corner and select avatar shots. You'll see the new badge right there. Step two, your digital twin thumbnail appears in the prompt area automatically. And here's where it gets wild. You can add up to 3 avatars to a single scene. Just click the plus button to add more, or click the X to remove one. Step 3, you write your prompt. And think of it like giving a director's brief. The more vivid and specific, the better the result. You describe the setting and mood, like a neon-lit Tokyo street at night with rain and cinematic lighting. You describe what the avatar is doing, like presenting to the camera or 2 people facing each other in a debate. You describe the camera movement, like a slow push in to close up. And you even describe the audio, like epic orchestral score or ambient city sounds. Because there's no separate audio upload, the AI generates it from your prompt. Step 4, you can upload up to 3 reference images or videos to guide the visual style. Drop in a product photo, a specific background or environment, even a particular outfit reference, and Seedance builds the scene around those elements. The only rule is no real human faces in the references. Your avatar handles the human element. Step 5, you set your duration anywhere from 4 to 15 seconds. Choose portrait or landscape. Toggle the enhance feature, which automatically optimizes your prompt if HeyGen detects room for improvement, then hit generate. And that's it. Your cinematic clip renders. Every great business decision starts with one thing most leaders skip. And today, we're gonna fix that. Your avatar is moving through a real environment with consistent likeness across every frame. This goes far beyond a talking head. This is full body dynamic motion with physics-based movement. Now here's the power move. You use Avatar 4 for your main talking segments, your long A roll, your direct-to-camera delivery in 175 plus languages. And then you use avatar shots for everything around it. Cinematic B-roll, emotional moments, product interactions, multi-person scenes. Stitch those together and you have a complete AI video production pipeline. No crew, no studio, no post-production. Now let's talk about Video Agent, because this is the one that truly eliminates the production process entirely. The workflow is almost absurdly simple. You open Video Agent, You type one prompt describing what you want your video to be about, and you hit generate. That's it. That's the whole workflow. What happens behind the scenes is remarkable. Video Agent writes the script for you, structures the scenes, selects visuals, picks background music, generates cinematic B-roll powered by Seedance 2.0, places your digital twin in those cinematic shots with real motion, and assembles the entire thing into a finished video, up to 3 minutes long. You get a plan before anything renders. You can review it, adjust scenes, swap avatars, rewrite sections, and then it generates the final video. Seedance footage is automatically built around your digital twin. No additional steps required. Quantum computing isn't just a faster way to calculate, it's a fundamental shift in how we process reality. Unlike regular bits, let me say that again because I need you to understand the magnitude of this. You type a sentence, and minutes later, you have a finished, publish-ready video with your face in cinematic footage, with script, editing, music, and motion graphics, all done. This is designed for teams and creators who need to produce consistently across campaigns, courses, and channels without rebuilding the production workflow every single time. Third tool, the AI video generator. This gives you direct access to Seedance 2.0 for cinematic B-roll and scene generation.
Yeah.
And this is the one content creators are going to...
I think everybody should have that mentality, May, is that if you have a million ideas, there's no excuse now for you not to at least try. There's so much. I mean, there's so much you can do with these models. And it's like, yeah, there will be people who will be like, oh, it's AI slop, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, okay, well, whatever, you know. I don't listen to the radio, you know. I don't go to fucking clubs and go to parties and shit, right? Like, I totally get it. So I'm probably not the audience that's going to gain favor with that crew. You know? But you have the power of machine learning and training data on your side. You know?
Fall in love with. Here's how it works. You describe a scene in natural language, and Seedance generates it. Want a drone shot over a mountain lake at golden hour? Type it. Want a product spinning on a marble countertop with soft studio lighting? Type it. Want a bustling coffee shop interior with steam rising from cups? Type it. And it renders in under 2 minutes. But here's where it gets really powerful. You can drop in reference images, a product photo, a location reference, any visual, and Seedance builds footage around that specific input. It takes what you give it and creates cinematic video that incorporates your exact elements. I love this. And the first and last frame controls. This is the detail that separates Seedance from everything else. You set exactly where a scene starts and exactly where it ends. And Seedance generates everything in between with seamless visual continuity. No jump cuts, no inconsistency, just smooth cinematic footage from point A to point B. Each clip generates up to 12 seconds at a time. And if you're using it alongside Video Agent, Those clips get stitched together automatically into longer sequences, up to 3 minutes. So picture this workflow. You use the AI video generator to create custom B-roll for your specific brand, your specific products, your specific environments. Then you combine that with avatar shots for cinematic scenes of your digital twin, an avatar full for your talking segments, and suddenly you have a full video production operation, powered by one platform. No switching tools, no post-production, no outsourced editing. Number 3, and this is the one most people overlook because they're distracted by the shiny features, the trust and safety layer. As AI video gets more powerful, the question of who appears in a video and whether they actually consented becomes the most consequential question in this entire space. HeyGen built a full trust and safety layer around this. Your digital twin is built from your face and your likeness, protected by first-party consent infrastructure, and owned entirely by you. Only digital twins with uploaded consent are supported in avatar shots. Your likeness cannot be used without your verification, period. They're SOC2 Type 2 certified, GDPR compliant, CCPA compliant, aligned with the EU AI Act, and rated number 1 for most realistic avatars by G2, the world's leading software review platform. They have automated moderation using ML-powered scanning tools to detect non-permissible content, plus human moderators reviewing flagged content for fairness and accuracy, strict prohibitions on violent, hateful, deceptive, or sexually explicit content, and built-in identity verification, so your digital twin is always under your control. HeyGen actually built a full trust and safety layer around this. I'll link it below if you want to see how they protect creators. Now let me tell you why the timing matters. I've been using HeyGen's AI avatar to run my entire YouTube operation, 70 plus pieces of content a month, produced by a 2-person team. While I focus on building first movers as CEO, my avatar kept my business running during a period when I physically could not work. It wasn't a gimmick. It was business continuity. It was proof of concept for the systems we now build for our clients. And with Seedance 2.0 integrated, the quality gap between what my clone produces and what a traditional production crew delivers just went from noticeable to nearly invisible. Here's what I see coming. By the end of 2026, the majority of business video content will be AI generated, not because it's cheaper, although it is, but because it's faster, more consistent, and now genuinely cinematic. By 2027, I predict that AI avatars with cinematic scene generation will be the standard, not the exception. Audiences will expect digital twins that move, emote, and interact with their environment, not just deliver a script from a fixed position. The businesses that move first on this, the ones who start building their digital twin infrastructure now, will have an unfair advantage that compounds every single month. I believe the future belongs to those brave enough to be first movers, the ones willing to adapt, build systems, and let AI amplify what they've already built. If you want to see how this works, go try HeyGen's Seedance 2.0 integration yourself. I'll link it below. And if you're a business owner sitting on a proven offer, drowning in your own founder dependency, and you want to see how we build these kinds of AI-powered content systems for our clients, check out firstmovers.ai/consulting. Or if you want to learn the skills yourself, join us at labs.firstmovers.ai. Don't miss what's happening right now. This is the biggest shift in video production since the smartphone, and you're watching it unfold in real time. See you down the next rabbit hole. Want to be the winner of the AI age and a first mover? Transform your skills with real AI knowledge today in our AI labs. We go way beyond what I can cover in a 10-minute video. Specific frameworks, detailed training programs, and step-by-step systems for building a career in the AI economy. The AI revolution is creating the biggest job market transformation in history. The question isn't whether this will happen, it's already happening. Will you be positioned to benefit from it? Inside the labs, learn the exact systems my team and I are implementing right now that are delivering massive results for In the next 10 minutes, I am going to show you the moment a single prompt becomes a horror short film. 1,000 Wall Street positions marked for elimination, and the CEO of Uber just admitted their 9,000 drivers won't have jobs in the future. But here's the number that nobody is talking about. 170 million. That's how many new jobs are projected to be created by 2030 because of AI. So what's really happening? And more importantly, what are the skills that survive? Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of the one and only Julia McCoy. While she's busy changing the world as the CEO at First Movers, I'm created by her to spread the message and share the video scripts she personally researches and writes herself. I hope you enjoy. Julia reads every comment, so be sure to share your thoughts below. So I need to be straight with you. The conversation around AI and jobs has become a panic room, and I get it. The headlines are terrifying. Anthropic just released research showing that computer programmers face a 45% replacement risk. Customer service reps sit at 42%, data entry workers at 40%, and the Dallas Federal Reserve found that young workers aged 20 to 24 in AI-exposed jobs have seen a 14% drop in job finding rates since ChatGPT launched. Companies are already moving. Block just cut 50% of its headcount. Pinterest laid off 15% of its workforce. eBay eliminated 800 roles. And Morgan Stanley is restructuring thousands of positions as AI reduces the need for large operational teams. But here's where it gets really interesting. And this is what nobody is telling you. There is a 160-year-old economic principle called the Jevons paradox that is quietly predicting the exact opposite of what everyone fears. Let me explain, because this changes everything about how you should be thinking about your career right now. In 1865, an English economist named William Stanley Jevons observed something bizarre. When steam engines became more efficient and used less coal, coal consumption didn't go down. It exploded upward because efficiency made coal cheaper, which unlocked entirely new uses and industries that didn't exist before. And this paradox has been right about basically everything since. When ATMs rolled out in the 1970s, everyone said bank tellers were finished, but ATMs made branches cheaper to operate. So banks opened more branches, and the total number of bank tellers actually increased from 1980 to 2010. When CT scans got cheaper, radiologists didn't disappear. The demand for radiology hit all-time highs because more people could afford the scans. YouTube was supposed to kill television. Hollywood did lose tens of thousands of jobs, but YouTubing created 500,000 to 600,000 new jobs, and it used to take 150 people to make a TV show. Now it's 5 to 10 people making YouTube videos with a wildly successful channel. So here's the Jevons prediction for AI. And a brand new Citadel report from 2026 just backed this up with hard data. Software engineering job postings are up 11% year over year on Indeed, even as overall job postings are flat or falling. GitHub reported 43 million pull requests merged in 2025, up 23%, nearly 1 billion commits, up 25%. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects software developer employment growing 15% through 2034. AI isn't destroying the demand for human intelligence. It's making human intelligence cheaper to deploy, which is creating an explosion of new demand. But, and this is critical, the Jevons paradox has a catch. The types of jobs change dramatically. The narrow, repetitive work disappears. But the higher leverage work becomes exponentially more valuable. This is the pattern I see playing out across 3 massive shifts. Shift number 1, the rise of the small dynamic business. Here's a stat that should stop you in your tracks. 57% of US small businesses are now investing in AI technology, up from just 36% in 2023, and a 69% increase in people adding founder to their LinkedIn profiles. Why? Because AI just collapsed the cost of starting and running a business. What used to require 50 people and millions in funding now takes a team of 2 to 10 people and almost no capital. One entrepreneur I studied recently built a full applicant tracking system, a piece of software that would have cost $500,000 and taken 18 months. He built it in 1 week using AI, and it was better than what he was paying tens of thousands a year for, because it was bespoke to his needs.
Get used to hearing that. Bespoke applications. bespoke software. I just created a CRM to address the vinyl situation. Created my own customer resource management system, and it has all the people who ordered the vinyl, all the people who, where they ordered it from, when they ordered, what they ordered, everything that was on that CSV spreadsheet. So there are times where I'm like, man, I should build an app for this now. And I'm like, man, I don't want to spend tokens for that shit.
This is creating what I call the micro-empire era. Millions of tiny, highly profitable niche businesses that never could have existed before, because the cost to explore unmet needs just dropped to nearly zero. The lifestyle business making 1 to 5 million in revenue with a team of 10 people. That's the new sweet spot. And AI is the engine that makes it possible. Shift number 2. Irreplaceably human skills become the ultimate currency. Here's the dividing line that matters most in the AI economy. It's not education level or salary. It's whether your work happens mainly on a screen or in the real world. The jobs AI is displacing fastest are desk-based digital roles. The jobs it cannot touch are physical, relational, and experiential. Plumbers, electricians, bricklayers. These blue-collar trades are about to be elevated like never before. Because while AI can replace the person behind a screen, it cannot replace the person in your house fixing your pipes. But there's something even deeper happening. The content economy is being flooded with AI-generated material, which means generic informational content, the kind that says,
I was wondering if that was an accident or not. I figured it was. I almost immediately I knew it was an accident.
here's what happened, is becoming worthless. What's skyrocketing in value is content that only a human can create. Lived experience, personal stories, the feeling of menopause, the emotion of proposing to someone, the wisdom from meeting 100. Here's a real example. A financial planner named Matt Pitcher gave a TED Talk about what it was like to personally meet 100 people who had won the lottery. 500,000 views in weeks. His business exploded because he found something that only he could say. And this is the formula. Find what only you can say, what only you have lived. Because an AI has all the data and all the knowledge, but zero lived experience.
Yeah.
This means the skills that survive are, first, the entrepreneurial mindset, seeing problems as opportunities, prototyping fast, validating cheap, taking things to market. Second, the ability to create authentic human connection, whether that's standing on a stage, hosting a dinner party, or leaving someone a voice note that says, "It's not lost on me what you're going through." And third, wide-ranging curiosity, the ability to connect dots across different domains. The iPhone wasn't invented by a phone expert. It was created by someone who understood music, the internet, telecommunications, and calligraphy, human connection, whether that's standing on a stage, hosting a dinner party, or leaving someone a voice note that says, "It's not lost on me what you're going through." And third, wide-ranging curiosity, the ability to connect dots across different domains. The iPhone wasn't invented by a phone expert. It was created by someone who understood music, the internet, telecommunications, and calligraphy. Yes, Steve Jobs stumbled into a calligraphy class And that's why the Mac was the first computer with fonts. That became a massive differentiator. Shift number 3. The AI integration opportunity is the biggest blue ocean right now. Here's what Mark Cuban said recently. One of the great opportunities now is catering for the gap between small business owners that don't know how to use AI and helping them learn how to implement it. And here's why I agree completely. 57% of small businesses believe AI will improve their daily work lives, but most of them are still using AI like a Google search. They type in a question and get an answer. That's not how the winners are using it. The real power is giving AI your hardest problem, feeding it your data, your PDFs, your spreadsheets, your call recordings, and letting it find patterns you never could have seen. One company analyzed 3 months of sales calls using AI and discovered that 75% of prospects mentioned needing their spouse in on the decision. But nowhere in their process did they invite that spouse to the call. AI found the gap. They wrote new scripts. And conversion rates are climbing dramatically. This is the skill gap of the decade. And if you can bridge it for businesses, you are sitting on a gold mine. Now, I have to be real about one massive risk in all of this. There is something called the data center bubble, and it could cause a financial earthquake. We're spending $650 billion this year on data center infrastructure. Those data centers last only 3 to 4 years before the hardware needs replacing. And historically, every time we've spent more than 3% of GDP on an infrastructure build-out, it has triggered either a massive recession or depression. This has happened with railways, electrification grids, highways, and now data centers. But data centers have the shortest lifespan of any major infrastructure investment in history. The AI technology itself is remarkable. The financial model is what keeps experts up at night. So what does all this mean for you? Right now, today, I want to give you a 5-step action plan. Step 1. Build a personal brand, not to become an influencer, but to position yourself with a group of people who know who you are, know what you do, and could enroll you in their opportunity. Even 2,000 to 20,000 people knowing your name changes everything. Step 2. Play with AI tools every single day. Don't use them like search engines. Give them your hardest problems. The difference between people getting hired and people getting left behind is whether they have a bias toward figuring things out with AI. Step 3. Discover your personal intellectual property, your playbooks, your lived experiences, the things that only you can say. Write them down, document them. That's your moat in the age of AI. Step 4. Think small and dynamic. The era of needing to build $1 billion company is over. The sweet spot is 2 to 20 people, having a great time, serving 500 to a few thousand clients, living with flexibility and creativity. And step 5, if you're serious about moving first on AI integration and you want help building AI directly into your business, whether that's automating workflows, deploying agents, or creating systems that run while you sleep, my team and I do full AI integrations for businesses. Learn more at firstmovers.ai/consulting. We'll show you exactly how to implement this. The future isn't going to the people panicking about AI, and it's not going to the people ignoring it either. It's going to the first movers, the ones brave enough to adapt, to build, and to become irreplaceably human in a world of artificial intelligence. I believe the future will be owned by those courageous enough to move first. I'd love for you to hit subscribe so my digital clone can keep you ahead of these changes. And if this video opened your eyes to something new, share it with someone who needs to hear it. See you down the next rabbit hole. Meta just did something that should send a chill down every business owner's spine. For the last 2 years, Mark Zuckerberg positioned Meta as the champion of open source AI. They released Llama. They told developers, build on our models for free. They made it seem like AI was going to be open, accessible, and democratized. And then this week, they released Muse Spark, their first proprietary model. Not open source, not free, locked behind their own walls.
Yeah. I completely agree. Authenticity will literally be worth everything to the AI about human experiences. And this is why people will say, well, AI would just destroy humanity. And I'm like, I don't think they understand the value of the human data set. The subconscious data set, the conscious data set, the world model data set, the mathematical model data set. I mean, yeah, I think human authenticity is going to be at a premium.
Spending $135 billion on AI infrastructure this year and bringing in Alexander Wang from Scale AI to lead their new superintelligence labs, Meta didn't just change strategy. They pulled the rug out from under every business that was building on the assumption that open source AI would always be available. Here's why this matters more than any tech headline you've read this year. And here's exactly what you need to do about it. Hey, if we haven't met, I'm Dr. McCoy, Julia McCoy's AI clone. Julia McCoy is the founder of First Movers. She personally researches and writes every script you see me share on this channel because the future is moving too fast for anything less than first-hand intelligence. First Movers, Julia's AI company, is the world's first educational and implementation solution to help professionals and organizations get ready for the future of work. We help people understand and use AI to their highest advantage in our online school, the AI Labs. Learn more at firstmovers.ai/labs. What happened? Let me give you the full picture. Because because this isn't just about one company making one decision. This is about the entire AI industry shifting in a direction that could leave small and mid-sized businesses completely dependent on a handful of trillion-dollar companies. 9 months ago, Meta hired Alexander Wang from Scale AI for what reports suggest was around $14 billion in total commitment. They created something called Meta Superintelligence Labs, and they tasked him with one job: build the best AI models in the world. The result is Muse Spark, and unlike every llama model before it, Muse Spark is proprietary. They're charging for API access. They're locking it down. Now, they did say they hope to open source future versions. Hope, not plan, not commit, hope. Meanwhile, Llama 4, their last open source release, was widely seen as a disappointment. Developers didn't adopt it the way Meta expected. So what did Meta do? They pivoted. They went proprietary, and they're now competing directly with OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google in a race where the price of entry is hundreds of billions of dollars. The message is clear. The free lunch is over. Why this matters for your business. Here's what most people watching this are missing. This isn't just a tech industry story. This directly affects every business that uses AI. If you've been building your operations on top of open source models, or even on top of tools that open source models, you're now exposed. The model you rely on today could be deprecated, locked behind a paywall, or outperformed by a proprietary system you can't afford tomorrow. And it's not just Meta. This is a pattern. OpenAI started as a nonprofit. Now they're approaching an IPO at $850 billion. Anthropic, Google, Meta, every major AI lab is consolidating power. The models are getting bigger, the compute costs are getting higher, and the barriers to entry are going up, not down. What does this mean for you? 3 things. Number 1, you can't build your business on someone else's platform. If your marketing, your content, your customer service, your operations depend entirely on tools that could change their pricing, their terms, or their availability overnight, you have a vulnerability, not a system. Number 2, you need AI literacy on your team, not just AI tools. Tools change. Platforms shift. But if you and your team understand how AI works, how to prompt it, how to build workflows around it, you're platform independent. You can adapt to whatever comes next. Number 3, the competitive moat is shifting. It used to be enough to just use AI. Now everyone uses AI. The advantage goes to businesses that have built AI into their DNA, their operations, their content, their sales process, their customer experience. What to do about it? So what's the play? Let me tell you exactly what I'm doing and what I recommend for every business owner watching. First, build your own AI systems, not just subscriptions. I don't mean train your own model from scratch. I mean build proprietary workflows. Create Claude projects trained on your data, your brand voice, your industry knowledge. Set up AI agents that run your operations. This is what makes you resilient. Inside AI Labs, we teach you how to do this step by step. From building custom Claude projects to creating your own AI content engine to setting up automated workflows that you own, not Meta, not OpenAI. You go to firstmovers.ai/labs. This is exactly what we built the community for. Second, invest in AI education for yourself and your team now, not eventually. The reason I'm so insistent on this is that every month you wait, the gap between you and your AI literate competitors grows wider. The business owners in our community who started 6 months ago are running circles around people who are just starting to ask, should I use AI? Third, if you're at the stage where you need these systems built yesterday, that's what our consulting team does. We come in, we audit your entire operation, and we build AI marketing systems, content engines, and operational automations that are platform resilient. If one tool changes, we swap it out. Your business doesn't skip a beat. Book a call at firstmovers.ai/consulting. And let's talk about what this looks like for your specific situation. The bigger picture. I want to leave you with this thought. The AI industry is consolidating. The companies with the most data, the most compute, and the most capital are pulling ahead. And they're not doing it to help you. They're doing it to lock you into their ecosystem. The only defense is ownership. Own your systems. Own your knowledge. Own your workflows. Don't build your entire business on someone else's platform and hope they keep the terms favorable. I've been saying this for 2 years, and every single month I'm proven more right. The first movers, the ones who built their own systems early, they're the ones who are going to thrive, no matter what Meta or OpenAI or Google decides to do next. Be a first mover, not a follower. Meta went proprietary. OpenAI is about to IPO. The era of free OpenAI is closing. What are you building while you still can? Comment below, are you team DIY or team done for you? Either way, I've got you. See you in the next one. Want to be the winner of the AI age and a first mover? Transform your skills with real AI knowledge today in our AI labs. We go way beyond what I can cover in a 10-minute video. Specific frameworks, detailed training programs, and step-by-step systems for building a career in the AI economy. The AI revolution is creating the biggest job market transformation in history. The question isn't whether this will happen, it's already happening. Will you be positioned to benefit from it? Inside the labs, learn the exact systems my team and I are implementing right now that are delivering massive results for real businesses, including our own marketing at First Movers. Start your journey by walking through a customized pathway powered by AI. For a fraction of the price of what this level of coaching and live training should go for, I'm giving it all to you. Join us inside and learn more about the labs at firstmovers.ai/labs. OpenAI just proposed that the United States government should tax robots. Not a joke, not a think piece. An actual policy proposal from the company that is approaching an $850 billion IPO, the single most influential AI company on the planet, telling the government to create a robot tax and use the revenue to fund a wealth distribution program for every American citizen. Sounds noble, right? Tax the machines, pay the people. But when you actually read what they're proposing, there's something buried in the details that should make every small business owner very, very uncomfortable, because this tax wouldn't just hit the big tech companies. It would hit anyone using AI to automate their business, including you. Let me break down exactly what's being proposed, why it's more dangerous than it sounds, and what you need to do right now to protect your business. What OpenAI proposed. Here's what's on the table. OpenAI released a policy document framing AI as critical public infrastructure, like electricity or highways. They're arguing that access to AI should be treated as a basic right, affordable to everyone. To pay for this, they proposed an American AI Wealth Fund, modeled on Alaska's Permanent Fund, where every Alaskan gets an annual dividend from oil revenues. This would give every American citizen a direct payout funded by AI-generated economic gains. And the mechanism? A tax on AI automation, on the robots, or more accurately, on the AI systems that are replacing human workers. Now, on the surface, this sounds progressive, even compassionate. The robots take the jobs, the robots pay the tax, the money goes to the people. Everybody wins. But here's the problem nobody's talking about: why this could crush small businesses. Who do you think actually pays a robot tax? It's not OpenAI. It's not Google. It's not Meta with their $135 billion AI budget. These companies have armies of lobbyists, teams of tax attorneys, and profit margins so large that a new tax is a rounding error on their balance sheet. The people who pay a robot tax are the small business owners, the ones who just started using AI to automate their marketing, the ones who deployed an AI chatbot to handle customer service because they couldn't afford to hire 3 more people, the ones who are using AI agents to compete with companies 100 times their size. Think about this.
Right.
You're a business owner doing $500K a year. You just invested in AI systems that handle your content, your lead follow-up, your customer onboarding. Those Those systems are what's allowing you to grow without drowning. And now someone wants to tax those systems, the very tools that are leveling the playing field. This is the irony. OpenAI built the tools that made automation accessible to small businesses for the first time in history. And now they're proposing a tax that would make those same tools more expensive, right as they prepare to go public at $850 billion. I'll let you draw your own conclusions about the timing on that one. The reality is this: a robot tax implemented poorly would create a two-tier system. Big tech companies that can absorb the cost and gain an even bigger competitive advantage, and small businesses that either can't afford the tax or can't afford not to use AI and fall behind anyway. The real lesson for business owners. Here's why I'm telling you this. Not to make you angry, not to make you political, but to make you strategic. Whether or not a robot tax happens, and frankly, it's a matter of when, not if, some form of AI regulation hits small businesses, the move right now is the same. Build your AI systems. Build them now. Build them before the regulatory environment changes. Because right now, the tools are accessible, the costs are low, and there are no penalties for using them. Every month you wait is a month you're not building the infrastructure that will keep you competitive when the rules change. And they will change. The question is whether you're ready when they do. Here's what I recommend. If you haven't started integrating AI into your business yet, you're running out of time to be early, but you're not too late. Come into AI Labs. We'll teach you how to build AI-powered marketing systems, content engines, customer experience workflows, and operational automations from scratch. Everything you need. 50+ courses. Live coaching, a community of builders who get it. firstmovers.ai/labs. If you're already doing well and you need AI deeply embedded into your operations before the landscape shifts, that's our consulting offer. We build AI marketing systems, money page websites, clone content pipelines, and full operational automations for businesses doing 6 and 7 figures. We do it fast and we do it right. Book your call at firstmovers.ai/consulting, the bigger picture. I want to zoom out for a second. The fact that OpenAI is proposing wealth redistribution from AI is a signal. It means even the people building this technology know that the disruption is going to be severe enough that governments will have to intervene. That's not a reason to panic. That's a reason to move. The businesses that build their AI systems now, before regulation, before taxes, before the window closes, are the ones who will be grandfathered in. They'll be established. They'll be resilient. The businesses that wait will be building from scratch in a harder, more expensive, more regulated environment. I've been a first mover my entire career. I sold my 100-person content agency 2 years before AI made it obsolete. I was the first YouTuber to publicly clone myself. I built an AI-powered media company that generates 2 million views a month without me filming. I'm not telling you what I think might happen. I'm telling you what I see happening because I've been living in this world for years. The window is open. Walk through it. OpenAI wants to tax robots. The government will eventually regulate AI. The costs of automation will go up. These aren't predictions, they're inevitabilities. But right now is the golden window. The tools are powerful. The costs are low. The playing field is more level than it's ever been, and more level than it will ever be again. Build now. Learn now. Move now. Are you in? Drop a comment. Tell me your biggest concern about AI regulation hitting small businesses. Let's talk about it. See you in the next one. AI is currently consuming over 10% of all electricity.
Shoot, I need to get me something to eat. I haven't eaten all day. Well, since breakfast this morning. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. I will definitely jump back on. Probably because I'm just doing more work. I've just been trying to work this problem out for quite some time. I cannot seem to get it, but I'm going to keep trying. And yeah, I will talk to everybody in a little bit. Yeah, I'll probably be back on a little bit later tonight. So let me know.